Bum, 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 bum. Stupid TikTok live studio. One-click mobile experience. See what your audience sees from the mobile view. Is available for all creators. Playbook, live match. So nothing of meaning. I hate. Running rage. Running furious rage. Gosh. I don't want to bother with this goddamn shit. Ow, my foot! Fortunately, the phone's fully charged. My ankle. My hinkle. My dear hinkle. I still have to do my fucking laundry. That's the shittest part. I still have to do the laundry that I prepared myself to do days ago. What a mess. I need to poop. I need to pee. I must release the waste free. But I can't sit down till this phone starts up. So I go out and do my shit. I don't know why the fuck it always does that. Why does it power the phone down without shutting down every application? It's dirty me. No, take that as rent and multiply that by 100. And that happens every single time you rent. Do you get it? Now take that, multiply that by 10,000.
no more. लड़कों, कमेंट में अपनी प्यारी सी पिक्चर भेजो. देखते हैं किसकी पिक्चर में लड़कियां सबसे.
Come on. I'm taking you niggas that long to wake up the phone. I swear I need a new one. My back needs shots just to feel my ass splitting out open for real. Oh. I still have to log into this shit.
Did you know the true nature of Onigumo? In an attempt
It was a day,
rid himself
struggler.
of his obsession with Kikyo,
It was a day.
Naraku discarded the flesh containing Onigumo, throwing the grotesque mass down a valley. A group of bandits discovered it and immediately attacked it with their blades. The next moment, a man emerged from the flesh, and more horrifyingly, he had no face. Amid a spray of blood and mist, the bandits all fell dead. Not satisfied, he began peeling off their faces, trying one after another, yet none met his standards. Then a young monk came across him. Seeing the handsome monk, Onigumo's interest was piqued again. He moved toward the monk with eerie, unnatural steps. The monk struck Onigumo hard across the face with his staff. Just as the monk thought he had succeeded, Onigumo's hands shot out and clamped onto the monk's head. In the next instant, the staff was snapped, and the monk lay dead. Onigumo had finally obtained the handsome face he desired. He then ambushed a swordsman by the roadside, stealing his weapons and outfit. His bandit instincts fully reawakened. He rode into a village on a stolen horse, setting fires, killing indiscriminately.
I would like to go to my account. Thank you. I swear it ironically can't fucking shut down every day where it just does this. My leg. Come on. Your stage is calling. Mates, make awesome today. Scene 1, Scene 2. Won't let me use landscape. As you claim I need to go validated live 3 more fucking times. With mobile live streams not counting for dual overlay. Multiple things on my fucking ping board. Let's see here. Am I allowed to use virtual camera yet? Widget cast Android camera phone screen input camera settings source how did I do it before? Display camera. Show me camera. Nope. Burning rage, burning rage, burning rage, burning rage, burning rage, burning rage, burning rage. It unironically is probably the most cuck stuff in existence. Let's try scene output on the virtual camera. Now, if I wanted to use our webcam, to use this, no? Or is that just overloading the data? No, I just think that's overloading of the data. No, they're gonna let itself do that. That's fucking shit. I need to figure out how I'm gonna do this. I imagine what we're gonna end up doing is I'm going to have to use this one. And that means I'm going to have to disable web camera. So I can actually just be able to use the camera on the TikTok live. Which is retarded, but okay. I hate what a burning passion, chat. I hate what a burning passion. Okay. Hello, Master Wolf. Oh. Hit the screen, crop, rotate. Let me move it. Oh, won't you let me move it? Move it. Let me fucking move it. Because it's locked. Okay. That's that part. Okay, new source. New source, thank you. Game image. Select the gum. Bullet true. Okay, so What did everybody get down to yesterday? I want to hear stories, embarrassing ones. That whole blank space at the bottom feels like it's a negative space. Hello, Tusky. What did you do yesterday? I want details, embarrassing ones. I'm not allowed to crop this image. Yes, I am. Let's go from the one that's inside my folder. Okay, that should be fine. Lock this in place. This in place. This in place. Lock this in place. Let me name these. This is socials. Twitter. Banner filler. Okay. One cur. Is no one able to hear me? Is that the reason why no one's saying anything back? I'm confused. That gain is way too high. this link, and this link, and this link, and then this picture. And then this shit, and then this shit, and then this shit. I swear. I talked way too much about work. I got multiple relatives with an upside down. Didn't eat much thanks to your meds. Missed out on rolls. Had yogurt pie and lots of sweets. My brother made Biscoff cupcakes, and they were lit. Based. Baked a lemon cake with my mother. All around good days with rolls. What about you, struggler? What did you do? Okay, that is live. We should start I'm going to start making a pattern of pinning these at the top of my profile because I honestly don't know what to do. I have heard from several different types of people that there's just something preventing my thing from doing my thing, and I don't know how to address it. It's very strange. Very strange, very weird. I don't know why, and I don't know how. I don't know what to do. Assuming that I can do this right, should just be able to link to the Botcrits chat using the properties. As such. Link here. That does not appear to be doing anything. Link, image, capture card, goals, alerts, blue rankings, casting, display casting. So many features that I can't use because of this arbitrary fucking go live on Studio 3 more than 3 times for 25 minutes each. I so dislike. It wasn't this shitty before. Test. Okay, no, actually it does appear. I have to make it bigger. I'm gonna have to make it a lot bigger. But now they can see you all on TikTok. What is this resolution that I have here? This is 290 to 615. Okay, chat, I need you all to say more things. Because what I did yesterday, I was not allowed to do. The way I'll say it is like this. I was Anakin'd out of my own kitchen. So I had an entire view of plans that I was going to do. I was going to cook, then I was going to bake. I did not get to do any of those things. So, as had been the plan throughout the entire week, as we had celebrated Kasog's birthday, and then went out for dinner the week before, we then planned Friendsgiving. I wanted to cook before I went, so that there was food already done and prepared. But unfortunately, through faults of both my own and others, which I will not go into more detail with, I did not get to cook the way that I wanted, meaning someone else sat there without. Where are we dealing? Not going into a win. So then, what I did is, there was food that was delivered ahead of time by Meals on Wheels, and we brought back at least 3.5 plates or so of food. While I cooked while I was there and helped prepare what was made, what I really wanted to make was I wanted to make double chocolate brownies. I did not get to make double chocolate brownies. Not here or there. And I'm annoyed by that. So, throughout the last 2 weeks, I would say, I've been getting my ass handed to me by my own seasonal depression. Add on extra shit, it just doesn't equal out to being anything else other than Carl is constantly exhausted and cannot find the mental capacity to do his job. Specifically broadcasting. Because what I need to do now that I've finished the Once Human pivot, because I've gotten to the goal that I wanted for the season. And what I wanted for the season was to be able to have the capacity to cash out once scenario phase 5 came through, is Path of Exile 2, which is coming through in the next week, on December 4th. That is when the live reveal will be happening. I will be broadcasting it. We'll even be listening to the Tavern Talk, and we will try to go through the patch notes. Then, I have multiple deliverables from all of you, as well as specifically games requested by Exocrusher that need to be completed and finished before I can do anything else. Because guess what I haven't been able to do because of seasonal depression and trying to find time to figure out when I'm going to do it. I haven't finished Expedition 33 yet. And I'd like to do that before I play any of the other single-player games I need to play, including Ni no Kuni 1. I swear to God, my backlog just keeps getting more and more filled. And honestly, the reason why that one is like that is because people wouldn't stop fucking trying to spoil the goddamn game online. Every single time I try to sit down to do anything that is involved with any other work I do, people will not shut the fuck up about the goddamn game. Last week, it was people specifically not shutting the fuck up about the game because apparently a lesbian woman is not allowed to talk about her lesbian relationship. As if it is the end of the goddamn world because a voice actor said, "I'd like to thank my significant other." And I find it extremely gay. Because it means people don't actually want to support people enjoying the content that is the entire point of their video game. It means that they just specifically want to only hear from one particular source and fuck everybody else on that. Which I find to be extremely retarded. As well as the fact that they just kept spoiling shit for other people. Because reasons. I'm going to send a long test message. Because no one sent me a particularly long test message. I need to see how this looks on TikTok. I also need to do the same thing with people from other platforms as well. Okay, it looks like that. What about from Twitch? Okay, that one is from there. I basically have to find a way to scroll it down where it does not cut off the name when it's doing it. Which means I need to actually modify this. It means I can move that. Okay, so this moves over. That moves down. This goes here. This bar can go to the top of the screen. Technically, I can't go any further. So this gotta go either there or there. So that can go here. Lock that here. Lock that there. Grab the social. Move it over. Make it bigger. And I can pull this down. Okay. Profile of the screen here. I'm here. My wrist gets cut off from the camera. My arm gets cut off hard way up. My wrist gets cut off here. And my hand can be seen here. Okay. I guess this can work. Now what does it look like on Kick? It looks like that on Kick. Okay. So we've got the chat room. We've got the socials. We've got the main socials. We've got the banner. We've got the game. I'll have to fix that again if I put something else on the screen. But okay. We are cooking now. So yeah, that's what I had to deal with. It was not fun. Neither were conversations had after or during. All in general, I think the most relaxed I was that I passed out when they tried to put on Demon Hunters. Yeah. I passed out at some point because my body was basically running on never-ending levels of stress. So I passed out to Demon Hunters. Which is about right, bro. At least more enjoyable than being in evocable amounts of pain. At least in my opinion. Besides that, trying to figure out how to deal with anything else and do everything else was itself a chore. So I did what I did, and I did what I did. Generally, we had pretty much everything that a person could have. We even had sweet potato souffle. Sweet potato souffle. A ham here. A turkey there. Spatchcocked. Green bean casserole. The souffle had marshmallows on top. Turkey gravy. Mashed potatoes. And not various copious levels of alcohol. Just simple stuff. Not anything extremely aggressive, but just to take the fucking edge off. That's about it. I have partake in the consumption of the bird. The meat was juicy and its dress was good. The mac and cheesy and its ham was hammed on. Based. Although I am almost certain I do not recognize that screen name. I had played Data Boy Revelations and reached an epiphany. I'm going to take a guess and say throw down 1776 as Exo Crusher, and that they changed his name for reasons I don't know. Meanwhile, this hand... This game, and most of the story action tunnels, even new ones, are just character action lights. Well, yeah, that's why I keep describing them as specifically sad dad simulators that are effectively upgrade-a-thons and upgrade-alikes. They are not true character action games, because mashing X to do a combo is not truly character action. But then again, looking over at you, Devil May Cry 5, they kind of standardized that. Also, okay, we'll see you in the future, Tusky. Don't worry. Alright. Let us begin to go live, children. Your live seems to be on a typical topic and selected. A matching topic helps viewers find you. I add my topic. My topic is gaming. I add a topic. My topic is talking. Can I just have that as a choice, please? Can I just talk to my chat? Chat and interview? Host. Gobble. Recovery room. There we go. Oh, life. And that should be that. Integrate the live chat here. And this should be fine. Oop. Alright. We are live, boys. We are live! This game, most of the Sony action titles, Sony keeps remaking the same game, and it's either being apparent or revenge. Not even that, it's the way that it's paced, and they do not go hard into any variants. Also having a lot of enemies and lots of things that take them on, but the way that they do it makes it to the point that you can easily mash X and not worry about a single thing at all. Yes, and this was the problem with South of Midnight. South of Midnight was not a very good game. Not just because of the things that many people will attack as a part of the culture war, but specifically because it did not succeed at the thing it needed to do. And the thing that it needed to do most at the end of the day is it needed to be a video game that was exciting. It did not spark joy. Not even close to the level of joy that it should have sparked. That is a disappointment for lots of reasons. The most simplest of which being that it fell short of a very strong margin. Okay. We have slid most of the queens into kings. There are 3 queens left in the deck. It failed the margin of being everything it was trying to be at once. So, if I go by the opinion I had then, it was trying to be the character mascot games of the PlayStation 2 era. It was trying to be a story, as was the titular Heavenly Sword of the PlayStation 3 era, which was to say, a self-referential and interplaced world story, similar to Ico, similar to Shadow of the Colossus, similar to Heavenly Sword, similar to 99 Nights, while at the same time attempting to be a mixture of, I won't say woke, but I'm going to say pandering, explicit political and referential pandering of racial stereotypes to the point of comically presenting characters that are belligerently evil just for the sake of the plot. To the point that the story was lost in between the pandering and the hatred of the other. It was probably the most irritating it could have been, because it could not do the one thing it needed to do. And the one thing that it needed to do is it needed to actually make itself valuable. In failing of making itself valuable, instead incessantly asked to be more than it was. There's only one extra king. All I need is the suck and buskin. There we go. It insisted upon itself to be more than it was and more than it deserved to be. And in the process of doing so, probably aggravated more players that would have been already for it than not for it. So, on the basis of being a political pandering story, it failed to deliver the unfortunate levels of bigotry and racism that a person could have been able to find as a part of the political affinity on the first part. On the second count, it failed to be a story that managed to do Alice in Wonderland but black, but also cultural and also self-referential, which was also a problem. Then, it failed to deliver on that asking without giving you a level of comfort that was similar to the level of discomfort. So, when involving yourself with the plot of the story, you effectively were at the mercy of what you took away from it, not what it gave to you. I kicked my thing. Hello. So it took from you the context of why the story's happening, because it did not take the time to properly set up the characters of Hazel Flood or her mother. It didn't take the time to set up her father either, because they decided to make the Disney mom that was dead before the plot to be the dad instead. We didn't get any true context for anything except stories told by perhaps the characters. They underutilized the animation for anything except for when white characters needed to get murdered, literally every single time. And the touching, emotional scene that had little to no connection, and then the immediate third part of the plot just happening, and happening in a way where you're asking yourself, why is the dragon, the Kuzma, Rue, acting as though he is not what he's supposed to be, which is a Shadow Man, and failing all story beats possible, where the first beat is racism is bad, and the second beat is 3 generations of women of the Flood family are dealing with the consequences that come from a heartbroken grandmother rectifying the fact that she really hates her daughter-in-law, and thus directly is hurting and killing her granddaughter. The entirety of the story of something like South of Midnight reflects the exact same failings of something like Dad of War and Dad of War, Dad of Boy. Because the same problem happens in the story beats of Dad of War. I think when you add on the DLC of Valhalla, you actually are able to rectify this as a part of the problem, because the general problem is, why is he here? And that general answer is because Dambaran Wall told him to, which is to say, his wife told him to, which is to say, Atreus' mother told him to, which is to say, the plot needs him to kill a new pantheon of gods, because otherwise there's nothing for Kratos to be in this pantheon of gods for, because the story of God of War Classic did everything it could, and more, including the Pandora's box. So you're left with a narrative that is in search of a goal and a point. So then the goal that you end up with is, how do you make Kratos from a god of war into a god of peace? And it's like, oh, you do that by giving him a reason to fight for honor and stuff. And it doesn't succeed without having a sequel, which is weird, because you have all of this time to do the same thing that is done in Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is not a remake of the game, but is instead a stealth sequel that is trying to use the extremely popular attention that the game has for being one of the many games that was getting used with these dynamics and these mini games to update them, to make them more digestible to a modern audience. And ultimately, you are losing the connection of that. Everybody keeps saying F. Why does everybody keep saying F? I never disconnected. I'm so confused. So you end up with a disconnection of plot, a disconnection of narrative, and a disconnect of follow-through of the many things that are necessary to make the interest of the characters important. Like, all of these things that have been made on the newer consoles, they don't have a story that hasn't been told, and they're not using mechanics, and they're not using technology that hasn't been utilized better in a game in the past, or by an indie that has taken the limelight from them. I would say, with the exception of Expedition 33, there is no game in this year that has satisfied the interest of the marketplace better than an indie title. And even with the indie title that has gotten some of you, that's gotten its hooks in some of you, being that of Dispatch. If you blink and you accept that the horniness is a part of that dynamic, you kind of come to the conclusion that it is what it is. At the end of the day, that's like the long and short of it. Like, it is what it is. The long and short is that it is what it is, and the people that are attempting to tell you otherwise did not play the game, and or are glazing it for something that it does not deserve and did not happen. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is funny, given that Final Fantasy XIII was more or less a remake. I think in the case of Final Fantasy XIII's entire chronological series, that it was an attempt to do something over and different in a way where it could have been different if the marketplace at the time was not dominated by the open market shills that attempted to destroy the JRPG. So, when Sandfall created the conversation around Lost Odyssey and other games like it, and when I brought up such titles as Resonance of Fate, the Gunplay JRPG, when they brought up the road trip story. Unless you're thinking of Final Fantasy 15, that's the road trip story with the boys. Final Fantasy 13 was the Fall Sea and the Lassie being forced to basically sacrifice themselves because God told them to. But at the end of the day, it was Bunvazel basically fucking around and trying to make a savior. The overarching narrative that has become clear, especially after Sandfall Interactive's opinion, the lead director of the team that made Expedition 33, saying that he wanted people to be able to bring games like Lost Odyssey to main platforms so that people could enjoy them, is the fact that the time period and the conversation around the JRPG, it was led by the open market shill of the game journalist. And the game journalist explicitly hated the JRPG format and genre because they did not respect the genre in the form of the fact that they hated Japanese creativity in its entirety, and they wanted to shape it into a Western design. So they wanted to have the self-referential humor that came from localizers inserting jokes that didn't belong in the story into the script and the dialogue. Similar to the way that localization has done this to recent titles within the last 4 years, including examples that then led to the remakes for the original Dragon Quests 1, 2, and 3, with the intention of them being made as HD remakes. Dragon Quest 1, Dragon Quest 2, Dragon Quest 3, Dragon Quest S11, Persona also falls into this, Persona 3, Reload, Persona 4, Golden, technically, Persona 5, Royale, so on and so on, Neo, The World Ends With You, which now that I've seen the story of it die down, and I have witnessed the retardation that comes with that, we can actually probably in the future get a copy of that for my Switch. Everything around the discussion, much like with the remakes that were being made for games that didn't get proper localization, the conversation basically ended up being a equal part of we hate Japan, and we don't want them to have things, and we don't respect people, and we don't want them to have things either. So, one part hating the East, and one part we don't like being made to play these games because they're not a reflection of our worldview and of our opinions. Both of those things together led to that opinion being the viewpoint of most intrigue into the overall arching market, for which the majority of content reflected the opinion of most of the people involved. Adding on the inclusion of Expedition 33 to that conversation changes the entire dynamic of that conversation on its head. Because now the conversation is about a game that made you feel something. And regardless of the people who chose to feel the conversation about the thing that they chose to have as something, they were given more reason to be involved rather than less reason to be involved. So, the conversation goes like this. Final Fantasy VII is a good game because it's old and it's great. Because it is a part of your childhood. So we're going to remake it again, but we're going to change the entire narrative and plot because the people who are making the content, reviewing said game, like the game for its nostalgia factor. They don't like that there are people that don't identify with Avalanche as being good, despite the fact that eco-terrorism was not the point of the game, especially past Disc 2. So now the story brings back characters that otherwise would have been a part of the narrative because fanwink. Genesis, Angeal, so on, so on. But when you include Expedition 33 to this, it now becomes original character, original viewpoint, emotional connection, and a level of venting that can only truly be experienced if you are playing it as a group.
Rossville, GA.
And so, all of these things together create a blend of new, interesting, and diverse that allows people to directly connect to the game without the game being spoiled all over social media. That then leads to a further conversation about other titles that could have done the same, but only ever get enjoyed as like a replacement for a cozy game. So, Ni no Kuni 1, Ni no Kuni 2, Dark Cloud 1, Dark Chronicle 2, other games like that in that franchise and saga, or anything that's similar to those franchises and sagas, especially if it's developed by Level 5, or any of the JRPG creators, including CyberConnect 2, Naruto, Boruto, Dot Hack specifically, so on and so on and so on. All of those different connections and all of those different influences lead to a conversation about what good JRPG should be and what it shouldn't be. And the more energy that you apply, when you apply this dynamic across the whole for the margin of most conversation, leads to the conversation of things like, people didn't like Final Fantasy 13 because of the hallway, but people only remember the hallway because of people like Spoonie. So then when you actually look into the course of the video game, and then you go down the entire line of Final Fantasy 13, Final Fantasy 13's first game, yeah, it was probably a mess. It probably could be remade by new modern standards with a better follow-through for the spear grid and for the content inside of it. Similar to what was done for Chrono Trigger and what was done for Chrono Cross with the Radical Dreamer edition, as they did for X and X2 with the HD remake editions. While also bringing in content that had never been seen before in the North American region because it was Japanese exclusive. The same way that they did with every other remake and remaster, especially for the JRPGs or for the platforming RPGs like Mega Man, Mega Man X, Mega Man Battle Network, Mega Man XZ, Advent, and so on. Maybe even Star Force if they get eventually to that in the future. Just as they did with Digimon Story and Digimon World and so on. But what they ended up causing was basically a conversation about how JRPGs have fallen off and didn't need to be made, rather than JRPGs being heralded and celebrated for what they were. and improving them and bringing them to more people's attention, which then never came through because then those games didn't spin controversy. Right? So, I'll put it to you like this. There's no conversation that is really wild and radical about Final Fantasy XIII, with the exception of the lead character being disliked because people thought she didn't have enough emotion. Press 1 in chat if you agree with that sentiment. Press 2 in chat if you disagree with that sentiment. Because the character of the lead, that was basically female Cloud, is supposedly a person that had no emotions. She had no emotions, she had no interest, there was no way to connect to her, which means there was no way to connect to her sister, which means outside of the many characters that could be considered a part of, by the standard of people that would be culture warriors now and reactionaries now, diversity, equity, and inclusion, they didn't have anything to complain about other than, I don't like the mechanics, I don't like the interest of the hallway, despite the fact that every single fucking Final Fantasy game has the hallway, and talking points that were basically the butt of a joke that to us now is like hearing Aaron Hansen talk about how Tidus has bad voice acting because D. Bradley Baker's performance was inherently meant to be fake laughter that was not meant to be seen as anything else other than this man is putting on and pretending. Because they literally were not paying attention to the plot of the game, and the most memorable thing that we remember about the content was that this thing was like this. It is very important that you guys press 1 or press 2. Because when it comes to characters like Lightning truly becomes a better character in Final Fantasy 13-2 and 13-3, which is named Lightning Returns. Because until you actually play every single quest in Lightning Returns, you kind of don't get her. And then when you compare the storylines for Final Fantasy 2 to 3 across the American version and the Japanese version, stop calling my house. Stop calling my house.
Call from Road GA.
When you compare the story beats from Final Fantasy 2 to Final Fantasy 3, what you begin to notice is that what they were going for inside of the second game to the third game didn't come across very well because they did not translate the game very well. Which was bad. Because you lose all of the context. And the fact that it was the beginning of the ATB system that eventually would get shoved into Final Fantasy VII for the remaster, and then the remake, and then integrate, and then episode Yuffie, and so on and so on. It becomes that same system that then gets pushed into Final Fantasy XVI. And I don't think many people even care about 15. I think for most people, 15 is a game that came and went because Noctis, and that's it. And without the connection to Kingdom Hearts, I don't think people would have cared either way, period. And then that's completely ignoring the story that is Kingdom Hearts. But that's that's a second conversation which we don't need to have. Like everything about the characters inside of Fabulous Nova Crystallis doesn't work because whatever they were trying to make was something that the Western audience weren't willing to connect to. And then, when you look across the pond at Persona, it's the greatest thing ever since sliced bread. Literally cannot evade it. Greatest thing ever since sliced bread. Can't evade it. No conversation. No way to debate it. It's everything that you can't talk about. And if you hate it, it must be because you're a hater and you don't understand it. Type shit. Which is wild to me. It's also something that is unavoidable. It is wild to me, and it is unavoidable to me. Because every single time there could be a conversation about something, especially about the games that people choose to enjoy as a part of their regular happenstance, no one is actually capable of breaching the divide and understanding why it works. Like, the reason why Megaten is popular isn't because Persona is the shit. It is because the backbone of Megaten is good. And when you take the story beats of telling a story, rather than telling a moralistic story, you are given the ability to connect to it in a way where it reflects what was written and not the memes that came of it. Because I think the reason people care so much about something like Persona, in comparison to Final Fantasy's last 4 titles collectively together, including the remakes, and including the fact that it got remakes, is that the memes were more important than the actual story. Certainly, people connected to the story, yes, but I have never seen people use it as such a big beat stick as I have Persona. Especially when it comes to the opinions that we have seen from the regulars. It is unavoidable how big of a deal it was. I have not a relationship with Final Fantasy because I only played the original 7 and 15 and the one with the edgy gunblade guy. 2, she was basically a female Cloud. I think her entire story is like Cloud. Truthfully, the hallway is not that bad, and as more often or not, people don't like grinding and random encounters. I think that this is the main crux for most of the problems with JRPGs that the Western audience has, even though it was not that big of a deal. I do like going back to Final Fantasy 15 purely because of the road trip angle and the level up mechanics, but Chapter 13 really slows things down. I did like 15 because of the characters, though. If it was a pure road trip with the boys and not dealing with the crushing weight of an invasion of a kingdom, it would have been a better game. See, the way that I feel about this, especially when you say the hallway is not that bad and it's more often than not people don't like grinding and random encounters, I think the problem is that people do not like having random encounters that they can't control. Because the mechanics as designed for random encounters is that somewhere in the game we need to get you the ability to experience XP. Whether you make it an entry-based system, or the system that people prefer to have, which is you make it an overworld system, where you have a mob, and you can choose to avoid the enemy, and if you're skilled enough, you can literally navigate through the maps without getting into encounters, except for the scripted story beat cutscene encounters. I think there is a meeting of the minds somewhere where both sides can be satisfied. Because, especially for those of you who remember how I played 11S, in one game, the overworld mechanic literally allows you to avoid fights. In the 2D mode, it is technically only random encounters. But then also, with the amount of games recently, especially those that are like Expedition 33, that chose to do it in a better way, going from zone to zone, where there is a designated, and I can beat on this enemy for however long I want, and catch up my experience for one member of the party to everyone else's for the party, I think the problem is that having catch-up experience is important. So, in Chapter 1 to Chapter 2, and it can still be accessed after you begin Chapter 2. Spoilers, when Spoiler enters your party, after Spoiler is killed, you can still go back to the gestural arena and take on those enemies that were on a scaling difficulty scale and level, so that you can then be able to fight them and catch your party up to where they are at that point in the story. The fact that the air quote parry slop, the fact that the timed hits genre and parry genre of JRPG stories have all introduced these mechanics that have made it much easier for casual players to get up to speed where people like myself would have already been deep inside of the mechanics of the game makes them more immersive and more acceptable. And just like any remake for something like, say, Tokyo Mirage Session, which also technically is a part of Mega 10, just as it is for Persona, just as it was for the newer Mega 10, specifically Nocturne 3 HD remake, which then leads into Persona 5 and SMT 5 and Vengeance's remake. All of these things make it much easier for a casual player whose first time playing a JRPG is a game like this, much more accessible, so that they are not held back by mechanics that then rob them of their fun. I can say for certain the problem is the monotony and the length of combat. There are plenty of times where I've said to myself, why won't you let me skip this? Why won't you let me skip this? Why won't you let me skip this? Because there are menus, and there are cutscenes, and there are processes that take way too fucking long, that become a part of the base mechanic of gameplay. And I think that is a very important part for why a lot of the comments that people had about JRPGs ended up being as they are, and why the particular leftist dynamic then became those individuals are not allowed to make games for a Western audience, which then led to the resentment of the Eastern creatives then having this resentment of the Western creatives, and how these two different types of JRPGs ended up going two different ways of the dodo until they were then unified back again with something like that of Expedition 33. And it's because we as Westerners are not patient people. And then Easterners, when it comes to their dynamic, have much more of an interest in like the minigame aspect of the JRPGs. And the more story-dense stories, such as Star Oceans, just end up not interesting most people because they just want to get to the end of the game. I would think Westerners have a desire of wanting to talk endlessly about their favorite character, whereas most people are actually able to talk both about their favorite characters, but also like the story. Moreover, and the more morose that it gets, and the more condensed that it gets, the less they are able to remember, and the less they are able to care. Because, let's take, for example, the creative factor for Star Ocean. The fact that you can create items as a part of the game. And a part of the game loop is that you need to find certain characters that have certain skills, and then find certain objects that then are important for finding and creating the special items that, assuming that it's not something necessary for the finishing of the game, at least for one of the endings, if not for like the standard ending, it is something that becomes an all-consuming part of the overall mechanics of the game. Whereas something like, say, the synthesis system in Kingdom Hearts, crafting items, finding drops, grinding stuff, all of that is less painful and thus is less aggressive. So, Final Mix, non-exclusive, and the Western versions versus the Japanese versions that had different drop zones and thus had different drop rates. Some Kingdom Hearts games are easier to 100%, which means you now know all of the context of the story. They are easier to 100% in the Japanese versions because the Japanese version is literally a more superior version than the American release. And without the HD and Final Mix and then multi-pack bundles, a person would never truly be able to, on their own, fully understand the story of Kingdom Hearts without those ports being made so they can finally get that final context. Regardless of the games needing so much time between 1, 2, and 3 to be fully finished, because you have to do so much to see the true story and thus get the golden ending and then be fully completed with the game. This leads to the opinion that the Western market, and when I say the Western market, I mean the entire market, not just the game journalist, but especially the game journalist. This leads to the viewpoint that the Western market would have for not liking grinding, random encounters, and their time on things that don't need to take so long being wasted, so they can have a fast forward button. Especially would be the thing that leads to specifically just the games journalists having the opinion that they would create such opinions that would shape and sculpt the entirety of their viewpoint about those genres and about those topics. Stop calling bells! I think it is to the...
L-I-J-G-A.
I think it is to the biggest interest that is what shaped this viewpoint about quality of life and mechanics. This is my personal theory. You can agree and disagree. You could agree or disagree with me as you wish. But I think this is the backbone that pretty much makes the entirety of that conversation. Without that, I don't think that problem really exists and matters that much. Because what really prevents you from getting into a video game, chat? Is it the mechanics? Is it the story? Or is it the fact that you don't have any personal interest in playing it? I'm still missing that card. 1 card, 2 card, 3 card, 4 card. 5 card, 6 card. I have to play a Rapture. Dream deck? That's one way for me to get Rapture. Man, you guys are super not talkative today, which is super not helpful for the thing I'm trying to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need another. I think that is the opinion that I have, that I've come to with the overall conversations for the majority of the stuff. Sorry, I'm scared to go off topic. Why would you be scared to go off topic, Debussin? What is it that you want to talk about? I need to play the little cards. Fuck me. King, Queen, Jack, 10, 9. He dies looking for the straight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, that is death. Hello, Buster. That's horrible. Happy Thanksgiving, Polish, my parents in Denver are celebrating with Tron. Based. I mean, yeah, I talked by asking the question: power scaling or power scaling gun or shipping daughter? What a sidetrack. Probably a shipping daughter, because the power sailing scun is not power scaling sun. The power sailing scun is not going to be able to truly appreciate a story because they're going to be focused more on like, but I thought he was more important. Whereas a shipping daughter is going to actually gain more understanding of the story by actually appreciating the story for what it has to say, rather than only getting stuck in the flash and flare of techniques and attacks. Base. One sin and 100 good deeds. Now, there's plenty of people who I'm sure could disagree with me when it comes to it, but my opinion, when it comes to that being the thing that created, what just happened? Where's the echo? Okay, found the echo. The thing that ended up creating the conversation that would create the Western marketplace hatred of JRPGs, I do believe started from their inability to get into them. The same way that there are people who say, I don't like playing ARPGs, and yet can find themselves playing Warcraft and playing Warframe for hours on end endlessly. I think that they are related directly. Well, Carl, I have to ask, what makes a good RPG? What makes a good JRPG? What makes a good JRPG is you need to have a mixture of three things. You need to have a mixture of good mechanics, and I don't just mean mechanics that the industry recognizes as good. You know good mechanics when you play them. For example, Dark Cloud 2 has good mechanics. You need a backbone. Why do you keep doing that? Hello, Smokey. I haven't seen you around for a second. But you need good mechanics That's the number one backbone. That's necessary in order for you to be able to have a good game. You need a good backbone. So, good mechanics. Interesting characters. That's number 2. If your characters are bad, your story will be bad. All of my 3s have been consumed because I'm a dumbass. You need to have good characters, and you need to have good payoffs for those characters. Having a good plot can be helpful too. But you need good mechanics. You need good characters. And you need a good hook. The hook probably matters more than some people could predict. But you need all of those things in order to truly make a beautiful, beautiful game. And it's probably very hard to make those things if you're not truly able to appreciate how those are done. At the end of the day. I found both my 3s. I should have kept those 10s. But you need those 3 things in order to make a good JRPG. You need to have a good baseline of mechanics. Because if the mechanics that you're playing all throughout the game's experience are bad, you're going to hate that character, period. You need good characters because people need to be able to relate to the player characters that they're experiencing the story with. Otherwise, they're not going to care about the mechanics or the story or the framework for everything else that builds off of everything. Because everything is based off of how they feel about those characters. And they need to have a good loop. Because any good JRPG is not a game that you play once, it is a game that you play multiple times. Even if the ending doesn't change, everything else that goes along with it does need to have the ability to carry out what it needs to do based on that energy. So, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't have things work out the way that you will want them to work out. But it does mean that you kind of need stories and characters to go a certain place and to go a certain way. This should be enough. Yeah. You do need the stories and things to go a certain way so that you can be able to enjoy them. This is best evident with things like Chrono Cross and Chrono Trigger. People will refer to Trigger as being the better game that is able to successfully do it in a way that people would probably enjoy more than the average bear. And yet, I think, for what it's worth, it doesn't truly get across what it needs to get across. As much as a normal person would probably want and could hope. Because we're told the game is good, therefore you can never doubt it. Rather than the opposite. Now certainly, because of Radical Dreamers, it is probably easier to get into something like Chrono Cross as compared to a straightforward JRPG like Chrono Trigger. But they all have the same necessary quality. Granted, you've got, like, what? 100 plus something player characters in Chrono Trigger? Or, excuse me, in Chrono Cross? How many playable characters in Chrono Trigger? No, Chrono Cross. I can't spell. 45 playable characters in Chrono Cross. Because of story progression and player choices, you cannot recruit all of them in a single playthrough. To the point that getting to experience those characters and those stories require you to play the game at least more than once. Things like this are the backbone of what makes those titles possible. Without it, you are 100% incapable of truly being able to experience what makes the JRPG good. Because playing something like Baby's first JRPG, which is Kingdom Hearts, once, doesn't truly get across the fun that you can have with the gameplay. Not really. Kingdom Hearts 1 is not a good example of this, because it is not something that benefits from being played multiple times. But something like Kingdom Hearts 3 does. Granted, it is a child that benefits from so many improvements made to the format and the genre and the appeal of an American audience, if not just a US Western-based audience, that you could be missing the forest from the trees, depending on the particular part that you think is more important than other things. But this is the backbone upon which it's built on. Because you have the characters, not just the main characters and other side characters, but like franchise characters, which is basically the trios. You have the mechanics, which, Lord have mercy, how many different mechanics can you involve in a Kingdom Hearts game for how to play it? I think the mechanics of 258 Days was probably the worst mechanical involvement. I think the mixture of Kingdom Hearts 2 and Birth by Sleep was the beginnings of a okay backbone of press X to play with a combination of flow mechanics. I think the complication of tactics and combat were perfectly perfected in Kingdom Hearts 2, especially in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, with none better examples being the Data fights. But at the end of the day, those mechanics, being as they are and were, would lead to the final thing, which is the loop. The fact that Kingdom Hearts 3 is effectively a time travel story, and that the entirety of the franchise was setting up the mechanics of time travel, gives you the ability to at least enjoy the game for what it is after it's been released, despite the fact that it's something that really only a certain millennial generation can get, because of the fact they literally grew up with all of the games. Whereas if you take a single title from the past, like Magna Carta 1, Magna Carta 2, the entirety of the Dot Hack quadrilogy, the entirety of the Dot Hack GU trilogy, or something like Digimon World, or even the Digimon Story games, like Cyber Sleuth, or the new one. They all have that necessitative quality that involves those three things. And the fact that it's now become its own game loop, that even games like Raidou Remastered is utilizing them, is a sign that that is exactly how you make a good JRPG. At least an enjoyable JRPG. I feel like good is asking for a lot. Because that's like, I can suggest this to anybody and anybody can play it. But that's not really what people mean when they mean a good JRPG. What they mean when they usually say good is they mean memorable. You might not say that, and that might be you asking me to tell you, but that's what I'm telling you, in my opinion. Most people, when they say good, is they mean memorable. And the problem is, with most JRPGs, they're not fucking memorable. Because they don't actually have the ability to impress upon you the emotional care of these characters, because most people don't actually care about the JRPG characters. Which is the thing I was talking about earlier. They see it as something they have to get through. They feel like it is a lack of value of time and of time value that is interesting or viable for them to get involved with. Which is why you find more people more interested in something that would actually have the exact same feedback loop. Because by that basic standard that I just gave you, you could call Animal Crossing a JRPG. Ironically enough. And Harvest Moon. Which means Harvest Moons and fantasy life simulators have the same quality that make them good, memorable games as they do JRPGs that may or may not have similar mechanics to those games. Which is actually a fair assessment. Because you have the mechanics, you have the characters, and you have the game loop. Now ultimately, the thing that some people would probably say is, but Carl, what about the story? I'm gonna tell y'all a secret. You can write whatever fucking story you want as long as people care about your characters. You can write whatever story you want as long as people like your characters. One's in the chat if you agree. Two's in the chat if you don't. Buster, is there a good story that can be filled with bad characters? Yes. There are plenty of stories that are good stories that are written well that have bad characters. Sometimes written badly by design so they can become better in the end. Assuming that you don't want to start off on like some type of EFAP breakdown as a contrarian. Purely hypothetical, since I do not recall any examples of a good story but trash characters. There are plenty. There are so many throwaway titles that exist on the 360 and the original Xbox 360 that are good stories but have bad, abysmal characters. Or like a good franchise entry that ultimately pales in comparison to other entries. Looking at you, Phantasy Star. The original Star Ocean, the original Phantasy Star, the second Phantasy Star, the second Star Ocean. Those games, technically Phantasy Star all the way up until Phantasy Star 4, Generations of Doom. The original titles of those were games that ended up being very good stories, but ultimately had very bad characters. Whereas with Star Ocean, they are a franchise that has really good characters that you can get to relate to, but horribly written stories. It's an interesting situation of both. Now, with the remakes that bring the original stories together with their mechanics, you can get to a point where you can be able to experience them without the broken levels of intrigue and or issues that were a part of the quirks of the systems that they were made for at the time. Your mileage might vary on that one. But, say, being able to get an emulator and or a remaster that remakes and redoes some basic mechanical problems with some basic mechanical puzzles that were a quirk of their time period. If you were to undo those problems by bringing them to a new platform that removes them from that context, you're able to create the paradigm that creates the better intrigue of that problem. Period. Just by the necessation of its existence. Because otherwise it is not of tolerance. So, I can give you a good example A good example of a good story that is locked on a platform that needs a remaster is Omega Star Story. It is a GBA game that is the story of a soldier that is recruited into a war that has an actual story beat similar to that of a normal JRPG. Released around about the same time as Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, even. That story in that game is replayable, it has good characters, and it has good overarching game loop of the mechanics necessary to play the game, both for the on-ground fighting and exploration, as well as for the R-type shooting. However, it is beholden to the same problem that belies another game on the GBA, known as Boktai Sun is in Your Hands. Some of you have heard me talk about that game before, but between it and its sequel game, Boktai 2, not the remake that they tried to then push onto the DS platform, Lunar Nights or whatever the fuck they called it, but those two games together, they require a sensor to detect light in order for its mechanics to be properly used. There is a hack that exists that allows you to bypass that problem by setting the light sensor to whatever level you need it to be. But there is no way, unless we recreate that mechanic in a different capacity, for people to truly experience that game and its story without basically playing a hacked and modded version of it. Games like those are really good, but they have a lot of the problems that come with the breakdown of something that is obscure. However, I think Foster's example of Mass Effect 2 is a good example of a passable bad story that's filled with excellent characters, because of the fact that it is something that is noticeable for everybody to have experienced together, collectively. And for the Sims that I compared earlier, Fantasy Life Sim games, having the same dynamic and design, is the same thing. Character stories like that of Nights in the Nightmare on the DS, or things like the Harvest Moons, or any game similar to Harvest Moon, which then also applies to Ren Factory, and titles like those. Or Into the Abyss, which has the similar level. And or Shining Soul, and Shining Soul 2. Or Shining in the Darkness, which belong to the Shining Force franchise. All of those games have various levels of mechanics that make them interesting or disinteresting to people. A good example of those is the fact that they come from the saga of being pseudo-immersive sims. Shining in the Darkness is basically a pseudo-immersive turn-based fighter sim, where you are exploring the context of a dungeon without a true overworld map. When you do get access to a map system that you can collate to where you are in the game, to the mechanics that you're doing, you are completely at the mercy of the mechanics of how people wanted to make games at that time. Where the mechanics that we now have here are better than the mechanics of a game such as Etrian Odyssey. The Etrian Odyssey series is probably one of the best examples of that, because I think Etrian Odyssey is a really cool and interesting mechanical loop that you then eventually saw brought further into the mainstream with something like Strange Journey for Mega 10, as well as its remake. Like, there are lots of examples that you could probably find of, like, good stories that have bad characters. And, like, really depressing plot loops. I mean, shit. There are so many of them in Tokusatsu. There are so many of them in Tokusatsu. It is ridiculous how many of them actually exist. More notably going and dealing with the forest labyrinth and running to each zone because God is making people into zombies. It really just depends based on what you probably think is the most expressive part, but that is probably the most important loop to me that I think applies to everything. No 10s, no 6s, 1 8. There's my legs. Oh, my hamstrings. Sorry, scored my apostle cards at the end of the hand. Scored apostles, get blah blah blah. Using a card that defeats my Joker. So I should be able to do this. You destroy yourself and create the card that's missing. No. Doesn't destroy itself. But it did produce another card to go along with it. So that's 60. Okay, there's one sin and 100 good deeds. Now I have to play a Rapture. And then it automatically makes White Knight. Okay. Ow. Itchy. 5 cards remaining. Ugh. Picking up where I left off there. Overall, there are various different things that can appeal to any one person that makes a game worthy of being a good JRPG. But I think those 3 basic foundations and then 2 extra things that the player themselves likes about the title is the necessary quantity that you actually need to make a good game and to make a good title and to make a relatable title for people to get involved into. You have to have all of those things together working in tandem to make the game good. Because without those, they're not able to truly get into it. That's at least my opinion, for the most part. You kind of have to have that, otherwise you are not able to entertain the player for long enough to keep their attention. Because it's not just about getting the person to play the game. It is about keeping them invested. And you can't keep them invested if they are completely bored. I think we can all agree about that. A player can't be bored. If the player is bored, it's just like you guys in chat being bored. You're not going to want to watch it, you're not going to want to play it. Now, you still have to give it a chance, which is one of the qualities that people forget. They don't give games chances to be interesting. They don't give games chances to be good. Most of the people's ability to really attach themselves to shit comes down to the fact that they are more interested in engaging in new stuff than they are interested in engaging in other stuff. So, I don't know how many of you have been playing things like Arc Raiders, especially considering how many videos I've been putting out about it on TikTok. But it's like if I had gotten and spent more time getting you guys to be invested in Once Human, for example. As I boot it up here in the background for me to check my fieldscape. Certainly it's debatable. Depends on what your version of boring is. I think people would think World War Z, the book, is boring, but the movie is epic. They're releasing a new loot crate. It doesn't matter. It doesn't look that bad. This is new. Why did they change the screen like this? Hold on. You all can't see what I'm looking at right now. 1 second. Here, now you can see it. Why did they change this to look like this? I guess that's one way to give people a player hook. Because this is definitely new. But anyways. Depends on your version of boring. People who think World War Z book boring, but the movie is interesting. Put it this way: last COD multiplayer game I played was Black Ops 2, and the last Battlefield I played was Battlefield 1. I'd rather go back to those and endure new PvPs than not the fun prospect for me. I agreed. I dislike when people don't engage with the mechanics. So, like, with something like, say, Once Human. Once Human is obviously not a JRPG, but it is a MMO with various levels of investment that give you a reason to be fully involved. Even so, it actually even tells you how involved you will be in it. The current server that I'm a part of is Deviation X14, which is a Deviation Survive, Capture, and Preserve. It's a 28-day scenario, it's PvE, it has medium difficulty, and is mostly about you trying to expand your Deviation collection, than you fighting and hunting other people. Endless Dream is one of the high dynamic PvE Dream Zone challenge that have the highest difficulty in the game. That includes some of the basic mechanics of other worlds and other games inside of those scenarios. Madibus is a colossal, mega giant PvE challenge with medium difficulty, where you have to get other people to work together to complete it within the 40-day scenario timer. Way of Winter is a 22-day scenario that is high difficulty with the survival in an extreme climate that is going to get worse as the server goes through that 22-day cycle. That is still PvE. Prison vs. Clash is PvP on a 19-day scenario where you are faction-based of Mayflies versus Rosetta members. And Evolution's Call is a 40-day scenario that is a stronghold contest in various zones throughout the majority of Nalcott, where you are fighting against other players to control and dominate space while still farming for materials. And then, of course, you have the basic novice scenario, which I don't know what the fuck they call a novice scenario, where it's a 40-day loop that's on easy difficulty that is extremely chill for you to get to understand, to be able to get into and understand the difficulty of the game. Especially after the servers have been activated after the 30-day intrigue, which I have no idea what that'd be. I guess it's just the Prime War. So it's Manibus Novice. So it's basically taking the work of Manibus and putting them in a novice version of the server. Getting people involved in these is the same dynamics that you would with getting them involved in playing a new game, which is that they have to be willing to involve themselves in it. A player is not going to be willing to involve themselves in a new game loop, in new worlds and new dynamics, unless they are truly capable of truly connecting to that game and experiencing it and giving it a chance. Otherwise, they are going to simply pass on it and say, I'm not interested. Same way that you could with this upcoming season of Exile 2. Same thing with the season that launched in the middle of Exile 1. They see a new game, and they're going to see the mechanics inside of it, and they're going to look inside, and then they're going to say, oh, I don't like mechanics like that. And they're going to completely write the game off. Sometimes they're going to do it to the point that they're going to say that the game is bad because of it. Now, certain games have this problem. I think one of the best example of a game with a very shit story with really good characters is Digital Devil Download Liberation for SMT. The phone game. The phone gacha. It has extremely good characters, but it has a poorly written goddamn plot. And the fact that the only way you can experience the plot is by engaging in the loop that is a part of its gameplay, but ultimately being robbed of it as a whole, I think that's everything at the end of the day. I think that is everything at the end of the day. That then prevents you from truly being able to get into the gameplay. Is that everything else in it is what's robbing you of the experience. That one might be a little ways and miles off for some people to truly get into, but I think that's probably the most diverse example that I can give of my own personal experience for what I like to do. Because I'm willing to give a lot of games different types of chances. While most of those games can be anything or everything, at the end of the day, the game loop is a part of that dynamic. If a person ignores and does not read and does not take part in the dynamics of that game loop, that person cannot complain about whether or not that is or is not fun for them to do. Because the gameplay requires them to actually be a part of that experience. Otherwise, they can't really say they were truly playing the game. So, for this game, I press F3, I get to see what's in the shop, I get to see the loot crates, Lord have mercy, it just jiggles all over the place. It just unironically jiggles all over the place. That's 3. I don't have 3 gems. Aw. If I had kept my Light Forge gem, I could have been able to get the fucking wings. I don't want to have to buy that. But, I press F3, I get to see all the events that are part of the game, without necessarily showing off anything that's part of the game. Then, the actual involved parts of the scenario, and its tags, and its features, excuse me, and what's inside of it, are entirely different from everything else that is involved in the loop. All of that stuff leading to whether or not I am fully invested is not really reflective of my full investment in the thing that I'm doing. So in this, the scenario rating for this new scenario honor system that they involved into Deviation, SCP, wants me to play in its scenario championship system. And I don't care for it. Mainly because I don't care for Once Human Pokemon. But on the subject matter of what we're talking about, as far as the game goes, Once Human is designed for a social experience. Whereas something like any of the JRPGs that we've been talking about, or any of the games we've been talking about, are supposed to be telling a story at the end of the day. Especially with the case of Dad of War and games like that. They are supposed to be able to tell a story that, as we were told by none other than our dysgenic Canadian sister from another country, is supposed to be an invitation to experience a new world different than our own. By the same dynamics that you could say that a game like Once Human is good or bad, is the same dynamic that someone like myself could say something like Persona 5 or Persona 4 or Persona 3 Remake is good or bad. But without the connective tissue to know which one is which, there's no way to truly be able to gauge that experience and then say if it's quantitatively good or bad, because it's based on my perspective and on my opinion. Oh good, the creative program is properly open. So it all ends up coming down to a matter of perspective. The same way that having events in certain games, like the crossover that Once Human is currently doing with Power World, becomes a part of that experience. That's a lot of currency. Alright, about the gem. They have nothing. They have nothing of interest to me. No ingot, no gem. No ingot, no gem. I should have held on to that gem that I got. Then I could have been able to get this new remake of the Void Wing. Fuck me! I'm upset. I'm mad. Or the crossover of Assassin's Creed Shadows and Attack on Titan. That is one that I did not even remember or participate in. Not even gonna lie to you, dead ass. Was not something on my radar. But yeah, they're like that. Various levels of things are supposed to be done to get you and others to be fully invested and involved with such titles that come and go, that the only way for you to remember them is that they did something topical and then it's completely off your radar because nobody cares or remembers, except for like a memory that comes screeching into your head at 6 o'clock in the morning. Like, oh no, I left my favorite mug at work. And that's just me. Can I get your perspective on a topic, Carl? What is the question to Busman? Is it running in the background already? Yes, it is. I have to wait for it to load. Ever since the Smash JT fiasco, I've been struggling with what a woke applies to. Pokemon, for example, I remember had people calling it woke when Scarlet and Violet came out. I've been struggling to find my own moral foundation. Now I know what you mean by the Smash JT fiasco, but I want you to tell me in your own words, the boss, what you consider to be the entirety of the Smash JT fiasco. Because my opinion is much different than everyone else's opinion. Because I have done more research into this than most people think would be normal. I'll be right back, chat. I don't know if he refreshed his opinion. No, he did not. You know, when it comes to woke, it's generally manually translated as something lame like fan disservice, politics, and artificial pandering. Okay, so. When you say the JT debacle, I have to assume what you mean by that is Smash JT crashing out on the timeline and then further making embarrassment for himself and others by acting as though he is above criticism from outside sources that are noticing the pattern of his behavior and him actively not addressing them when they use his name to call out the fact that he is committing the actions that, by the standard of Gamergate 1, is the thing that the left wing would have actively, rightfully labeled as reactionary antics. So, acting like an attention whore. Picking fights with people on Twitter to then make stories up about them. Pretending as though he does not understand why people are criticizing him for putting all of his content behind a paywall on both channels. Acting like a weasel. And other such shit. I'm talking about Smash being a grifter or a culture warrior. I remember the guy who was debating on getting on his ass about it. Not like Ghost of Wote was getting character woman. Yes, you're referring to Colin Moriarty. You're referring to the debate between Smash and Colin Moriarty, where Smash went in with the intention on trying to say that Sakana numbers were being used as a way to lie to the public, where Colin had to explain very clearly to him that if Sakana numbers were wrong, they would lose their business because people pay for those numbers to understand the industry trends, because it is a third-party business that sells the ideal of people getting involved into it by the fact that the numbers being accurate are things that people can set their watch to. Oh, there you go. And then the further behavior that he and other people have had since. My perspective on the topic is the exact same opinion that I talked about in my video that was a reaction to those antics, which was the Grifters of Yote video. Have you seen that video? Debus. I have ham in my teeth. Yes. So, you already understand my perspective that I have about it. For me, when it comes to me and my opinion about the grifter behavior that is happening amongst the culture warriors, it's the same as that video that I put out, which was over the week, literally yesterday, that was about those people saying a grifter is somebody who makes money off of hate, which on TikTok was liked by Cassie, Colt Cassie Cage. because it is a reflection of the same opinion that is usually said about fans from the fandom position becoming creators in their own right to speak on their opinions that they have about content. So, for people like Ronell, which is 8-Bit's Closed Fist, the orange shirt guy, and other panderers like him, which include people like the Mighty Keith or the Black Hokage. The problem comes down to the fact that the opinion that they have is not based on anything in reality. It is based on a hatred of the other. And an unwillingness to appreciate and understand that group. Because they solely want to bash on people. Rather than appreciate them or the things they're talking about. For something that can be attributable to what is directly in front of your eyes. So, God damn, my peaks are everywhere. So, for the opinion of something like Ghost of Yotei, you were told by people like Smash GT that Ghost of Yotei is woke because they chose to employ Erika Ishii, who is an Antifa lesbian. Where the majority of what Erika Ishii has to say about the game is about her personal identity and nothing about the work. Similar to the Jennifer English story for Sandfall and Expedition 33, where people cared more about the fact that she said she's in love with her lesbian partner rather than solely focusing on saying, I like to thank God and my community and my blah 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 blah. Right? Am I anywhere in the ballpark of what I'm trying to talk about for what you're concerned with, Tabus? Kinda. What is it that I'm missing that I didn't talk about just now? I was wondering about being taught to see woke and everything.
Call from Kendall Hill, GA.
Well, I bring that up so that we can then talk about that. Right? So, for example, in that debate, when Smash says to Colin that the reason he doesn't want to play Ghost of Yotei, is because Erika Ishii's in it. And then he tells his audience the game is woke because it has a Kami as the main lead. Is that something that tells you that you should play the game or shouldn't play the game? Personally, to you. This is a formulation of a multiple yes or no questions. If it's just the voice actor and not the writer, I don't care. Okay, so the answer to that would be no. Okay, so then when someone like Smash or J Viper, who's also a wrench in his chat, who's also been on the timeline doing a bunch of shit, then goes onto the timeline, like Torch TD the other day said, that I don't care about any of that other bullshit. I use this as an opportunity to get people into my audience so that I can get people converted to listening to me. When you see something like that said by them, does that motivate you to play the game or to listen to their opinions? Vice versa. If you don't know the context of what I'm talking about, I can pull it up for you right now. No? Okay. Now, for the context of what I'm talking about, I'm talking about this series of tweets. Specifically, when York Torch Gaming says, if you want to have massive reach, you should talk about Ghost of York underperforming, anything pro-Israel, the Crusades are justified, having massive engagement, as well as this being proof that York Torch is a grifter. York Torch Gaming saying, who cares? People drawing drone lash by the bucket loads while you and Redditors can't stop talking to my account. You're doing me the favor of talking to my account for free. Stuff like that is what you're saying, no, I would not want to buy that because of their opinion. Okay, good. And then finally, with all of those opinions, both left, right, and dead of center, are you more likely to just play the game or watch someone playing the game? So, buying it yourself or watching somebody who bought it and seeing the content inside of it separate from their opinion. Would that gameplay experience be enough to then allow you to have the ability to form your own opinion separate of the opinion of those individuals that you are listening to as a part of their content, and thus motivate you to make your final selective purchase with or without their investment? Yes or no? So, completely removed from those people and the shit that they're talking about the video games, would that then motivate you to buy the game when you just look at the game as a game from the involvement of another person's influence on your opinion or on your purchase? And the influence is literally just, I watched them play the video game and have a fun time playing it. I fell down. Yes. Okay, good. So you pretty much already know what it is that you think about it. You're just asking me for my opinion, what I think. Which would then that would then lead me to ask why you have more value for my opinion than, say, necessarily your own. Or why you value my opinion in inclusion to your own. which I can imagine some reasons, but I'd rather hear it from your mouth. Why you ask me and not say somebody like, I don't know, Short Fat Otaku. Or, actually no, not Short Fat Otaku, because I'm pretty sure the majority of the internet just hates Dev right now. For reasons he has brought upon himself. Or why that's not necessarily going to ask somebody like Kirsch Gestalt. I guess Kirsch is a good example, yeah. Person's more famous than I am. I guess, let's put it like that. Oh my god, it's so laggy. I have ham stuck in my teeth. You seem more nuanced and more informed with your opinion and help me formulate my own. Well, that's exactly what I'm here for. Okay, so. With your own opinion, you can already tell that there is something wrong with the way that Smash JT chose to handle this situation. And you are correct for thinking that, because there is. There is no world where somebody like Smash JT would need to behave the way that he did, doing the things that he did, and act as though the stuff that he did was at any way normal for a content creator. To the point that it's pretty obvious to anyone with eyes that that stuff that he's doing and has been doing is of the wrong type of energy that people inherently at the end of the day do not fuck with. And because it's something that you inherently don't fuck with, you wonder if you're the only person who can see it. And whether or not you're taking crazy pills. Which is the appropriate way to go about figuring out whether or not it is some bullshit. Ultimately, at the end of the day, all the stuff that is important comes to a head based on that behavior from people like Smash. And the question you have to ask yourself is did I get into the bed with the wrong kinds of people? Did I give my attention and my business to the wrong type of content creator? Should I have joined the Negrohood HOA sooner rather than later? Because at the end of the day, that really is just the question of who can you trust as a content creator? Obviously. You inherently come to your own opinion that you know that you can't trust Smash to be truthful to you because he has something to gain from you. And the same way that with my own intentions I could say whatever I think could get you to be won over, you can already see that I have a nuanced position that comes from my own investment. Whether you have done so by proxy and seeing me talk about it, or what have you. The weakest element is lightning. I would like lightning. I would like lightning. 15 evasion. So, with those questions answered, we can then get to the bottom of it. What do you think is more unscrupulous, in your opinion? That Smash JT has built an audience off of basically getting people to pound the drum and agree blindly, or attempting to convince people that he is fighting for something that he claims is not his true goal. Which one do you think is more unscrupulous? Already at Kev? I mean, you say that jokingly, Carl, but do I wonder that myself? What if I was here earlier, bro? Is goals. You think that the thing that's more unscrupulous about Smash JT building his empire as he has is that he has gotten people to agree to goals that he claims aren't what he thinks or wants? My God, it's got me sliding all over the place. No one cares, Azarian. But you think that the goals are the more unscrupulous part. Not the way that he behaves, not the antics, but specifically the goals. Sorry, it's his followers. Okay, so you believe the followers' behavior, the followers and their behavior following his behavior is the more unscrupulous part of how Smash GT carries himself and his content. And we gotta burn the goddess. Yes, damn autocorrect. He probably does believe. Okay. So, for you, when you ask me, what do I think about the wokeness stuff? I think. That's slightly okay. I think, in my opinion, that it is less valuable than what you think. Because, of course, I can think what I think. But I think it is more valuable what you think about what he does than what I could tell you is most valuable or most interesting about that dynamic that he has created with his antics and behavior. And the reason why I say that is that I'm going to ask you another question. What made you start watching the content of Smash JT? Excuse me. Do I not have any goddamn rings? I guess it's useful. I guess it's usable too. Take your time. Okay, it might take you a while to put that one into words. What did I do with the rage gem? I did nothing with the rage gem. In 2021, when I found someone had the same opinion as me, I found him through Yellow Flash. Oh no, not Yellow Flash. Oh no! The story starts off in a bad way already. Cough, cough. Basically, when I first started getting into the culture war. Okay. Fire damage. Splishing on death. Armor. Okay. I grew sus over time the more knowledge that I gained. And what knowledge did you gain, specifically about the Culture War, the Culture Warriors, and or Smash JT? And got no shields. I'll have to make one after Gym Gate. $59, $99. Chaos resistance. Guess we can get away for now. Take the shield, I socket red into it. Which then will get me resistance across the pond. I don't have another chest. just pull one out, like this one. Take your time. To all. That is evasion. That is a mini nat. That is a mini nat. Level to all melee gloves. Shit. I'll just keep pushing until Acme. I can't keep talking until I hear the answer to the question that I was asking there, which is, what has you learned over time, the more knowledge you gained about the culture war, and or about the culture war grifters, or those that you would label grifters. Don't want to put words in your mouth. Pound, 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 pound. Knowledge more on their behavior. I noticed that they were kind of normies. There were selective things that they would point out, and they would switch topics so fast. My political opinions also started to solidify as well. Okay. So just specifically to Smash JT or to every single person you were watching? Because I can only be able to guess at who you're talking about. I already know about people like Yellow Flash because I already went through that phase myself. But I only looked at it as, oh, look, there's another content creator. More cakes! Rather than just necessarily being committed to listening to one person and one opinion. Another Tyrant's Grasp. Like, if you want to give me a title of the different types of creators that you effectively fell out of fandom with, that can help towards information gathering for the answering of your question. But outside of that, I can only just go off the basis of you started to notice and realize that Smash JT is a fucking boomer, which is obvious, as was the case when anyone who looked at him or any other one came around. You could have been noticed by the fact that their opinions pretty much were most of the bottom of the barrel trite that you could find from any particular person, like Hirohei. Which isn't to say that Hirohei is a grifter, but is to say that Hirei is definitely a boomer. Interrupted on my attack. Well, just waiting for his answer. But while you fill that in, I'm going to try and give my scope of an answer off of what I've gathered here. So, you asked me my opinion of people like Smash JT because of the Smash JT debacle, where a gaming boomer effectively decided to become a member of the culture war alongside a bunch of other gaming boomers that are repeating the talking point that black people is when woke. Therefore, when a member of the minority status, who is also an Antifa leftist, is voted to be the lead voice of a game coming up in a franchise that was beloved and is now a new interpretation of a story, amongst all of the other things that he's done, which means Smash JT doing the same thing that Short Fat Otaku is currently doing, which is getting into fights onto Twitter, starting up problems with members of the public, acting as though they do not understand where people are coming from with their talking points, or with their opinions of their antics, and saying, bro, what you're doing is getting cringe. You are of the opinion of noticing this behavior, and have come to me for what I think of them, and their behavior and antics, and the situations they're creating for themselves, and their behavior and antics, and other things, because you trust me to have a nuanced position that will break down to you something that you can be able to understand and grasp with. Because you trust me to tell you the truth and not lie to you. Well, what I think of people like Smash GT, specifically with him, is that he is a person who has been put in a position that is unearned. He does not do any of the things necessary to be deserving of your trust or your time. He actively is telling you what you want to hear to justify keeping you in a position where, as long as you don't question him, you are one of the members of the public that without you, nothing can happen. But he is also an individual who is incapable of actually having a conversation about anything that is not specifically about the things that he hates, as was obvious from the debate with Colin Moriarty. He is not capable of having a discussion about things that he likes or dislikes, because he is incapable of actually telling you anything that he likes about the games that he plays, because it's just one more thing that's a part of his content. It serves no greater function to him than breathing. Saying you shouldn't buy Ghost of Yotei because of Eric Ishii is effectively lazy levels of diabolical amounts of work. Because at the end of the day, telling you not to buy the game because of one person, as you've already stated, is not enough to get you to agree with the antics and behaviors and the opinions of the people involved, because it doesn't actually tell you something about the game that you're supposedly not supposed to play, or about the people that you're supposed to trust as the ones that will tell you the most trusted information in gamer news, because they aren't truly gamers. And at the same time, that they are incapable of telling you something about these video games that you want to play or wish to play. They are also incapable of giving you news and information where they are solid in front of people that are supposedly, by his own opinion, supposed to be a part of the gamer industry that is trying to get you to turn on your fellow brother. And yet, they are very quick to turn on any person that does not immediately agree with them. To the point that he will go on to shows such as side-scrollers and basically say every person who's criticizing him is just some faceless hater who doesn't deserve to be spoken about or spoken to or thought of. The same way that the right wing many times criticized the left wing for saying the same thing. Up to and including not understanding the things that we're saying to them so they can choose to prevent meaningful conversation while at the same time of deplatforming, antagonizing, canceling, and criticizing individuals who just think differently than how they do. Is any of this close to, like, a semblance of the reality of what you wanted me to try and talk about? Especially when it comes to his behavior and his followers, and their philosophy and their worldview, and ultimately, their goals. You're actually on the mark. The reason why I started questioning is because I saw interviews with the Black 2 and the White 2 devs were talking about multiculturalism. Is that woke or am I schizo? Multiculturalism is just a political ideal and worldview. If you want to put it under the banner of what somebody would call political correction and wokeness and multiculturalism as a part of the perspective of progressive politics, you would be right. But to immediately label multiculturalism as woke would be bad, because multiculturalism is just having multiple cultures. How they get applied by the people who will then say multiculturalism is woke would be what many people have said is pattern recognition. Well, you see, Carl, it's not that the game is woke because it has multiculturalism, it's that it's woke because at the same time they say pattern recognition, they're talking about the fact that the multiculturalism is coming from a woman who has red things in her hair and shit like that. The people who would tell you that it is what it looks like effectively have told you, well, I know that it's what it is because I know and I have pattern recognition. Therefore, I can't trust this game to be good because I know that they actually defend the dysgenic lesbians rather than attacking them, despite the fact that they'll be outside of the scope of the video game for reasons that should be fairly obvious. But yet, regardless, there would be those that would argue that people like myself are supposedly for the destruction of fandom and content and shit like that, because I'm willing to say that, no, woke is not when black people. In other words, there are content creators and there are people that have decided to make differing points of self-selective content that can be recognized as a shibboleth, a cultural password. Whether it be views, politics, opinions, perspectives, or thought-terminating cliches that then become the framework upon which conversations come to a grinding halt. Because of the fact that those discussions inherently required a level of rigor that many people are behooven to attempt to ignore, because something in the past happened. And because of that thing in the past, they don't trust the content that they have access to in the future unless it conforms to a degree of attention that they have labeled as in on it. Where it reflects values that are attractive to the group that the content was made for. So, when Smash says, don't buy Ghost of Yote because the game is woke, and even then, when in a conversation with Colin Moriarty, he says, well, I didn't buy it because Erika Ishii being the lead means that's bad enough for me to not be invested with. That is an entire group saying, well, the game's bad. Look at who they casted for the work. Look at how they wrote the plot. Look at how they didn't do this work off of the work that Ghost of Tsushima. Why did they have to choose a woman? Why did they do this? Why didn't they hire Karen Fukuhara? Why didn't they blah da 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 da? Those variances of pattern recognition and noticing and being a noticer, you can't see it, chat, because I'm air quoting because my camera's being used for TikTok. But noticing things leads them to not buy the game, which then leads them to not purchase the content. Which, referencing Kim's own speech, is the losing twice. Where not only do they lose because you don't get to play Ghost of Yote because you might have been convinced by somebody else's opinion to skip the game, but she loses even when she is a part of the enemy because she runs a business that is part of the reason why you have industry bloat. Because they are claiming victory for something that they didn't do themselves. As a secondhand market strategy that is effectively a scam, similar to the scam that certain grifters are running. But she loses twice, because then she loses the second time by the work that they did going unseen for whatever factor made them lose the first time with you not picking up the game. It is those things upon that influence that leads to that interest and that content loop of that investment of the things that you're doing and whether or not it is valuable for you to talk about them in any serious means of fashion. Right? Because we, as gamers, want to play the game that we vibe with that is good. I don't need it to have titties, and I don't need it to have giant titties in order for me to play it. Granted, I'm different from everybody else. I play the games like the games you currently have seen me be flickering through on the screen. Started playing Balatro, logged into Once Human. Now I'm playing Path of Exile 2. Or at least trying to figure out this build on my way to the next season. Various strokes for various folks. And at no time have I felt compulsed to tell you, and if you don't play my game, that means you're a bad person. Because that's ridiculous. It's obviously ridiculous. And yet that is how people are choosing to move when it comes to these topics. Are they not? Would you disagree? You're being told you should buy Megabonk because look, their game is so good that they had to reveal that they were a maker of other video games that were also smash hits. So they felt that if they were given a reward from this award ceremony, that would have been bad for them. LOL, base plog, right? I have to wait for them to answer. Meanwhile, in a fandom like that of Every From a Pause, attack speed, you would have content creators like Mahler have a conversation about what could have been different in that game to make it better, rather than just constantly bashing the content and saying it's bad and it doesn't deserve to exist, without giving an example of how they could have then made it better. Instead of saying, it's bad because they didn't do this, or it's bad because they didn't do that. I have to roll for gloves. I guess it can work. Yeah, that probably works better.
Flame of the forge.
Yes. Speaking of EFAP, I dread watching his latest match. Oh yeah, I heard about it. Oh, I heard about it. That is something I'm going to have to watch for 4 days. God, Lord have mercy. Lord help us, Mahler. And that reminds me, when they started glazing games like Stellar Blade, no hate, I played it and I enjoyed it. It made me cringe to damn Herd. It made me cringe to damn Herd. I'm going to let him finish that thought. Which affairs in sanity at this point was throw with Mahler ever since his first reaction to TRL. I think this is crossing a line. Look, I don't know. I think it's a stunt. I don't know what to tell you about that, Balster. Sorry. Why are you saying sorry? To be fair, that's all they wanted, which will survive based in New York. Yes, and that agrees. To the question, I said it. No, that reminds me when they started glazing games with Stellar Blade, no hate. I enjoyed it. It made me cringe to damn Herd. Going on mouse and keyboard. He must have been getting fucked over by autocorrect. Oh, well, get it back again, treat it back again, back again. We treat it back again. We treat it back, back. Just give him some time. I think I need a ring that has leech. Leech mana. Leech life. Leech mana. Leech mana. Leech life. Leech mana. Leech mana. Leech life. Leech life. Leech life. How much worse can it get? Not at all. They probably have to get leech lines on 2 rings, if not 1 ring. Leech mana, leech mana. This is leech mana, so leech life. Leech, 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 leech. Leech. Leech, leech. Leech. This could be an endgame ring. Harsh physical. Fire resistance. It's a suffix versus a prefix. You. Try this. Beauty. Doing mouse and keyboard, but I digress. Something to listen to in the background. A noise killer. Make dinner. Longman didn't have to drop an off on higher style nuke. I don't even have enough food for 10 hours, let alone 18. Volume 6 of Mandela catalog is coming out. He's called the Longman for a reason. I don't know. This might just be him doing it for the opportunity and the attention to do it. Just to see what people are going to say in reaction to him. Fire and Chaos. I feel like for this character, in order for you to make one that's like this, you're going to have to want to get amethyst rings that roll chaos resistance, and then you're going to roll them in fire so that you can then get additional elemental resistances, so you can then fill them out with whatever else you wish. That or breach rings. I think the breach rings are harder. That's nice. I have to do a lot of fire. Fire attack, fire resistance, leech, life, leech mana, all res, elemental. There's a lot to consider here. I have to wear it because I don't have any other resistance otherwise. I can take this off. And do what? Stun ring? Yeah, it works. I appreciate the knowledge. Back into lurk mode I go. Oh, that's no problem. I didn't even properly answer your question. So, my perspective is that when it comes to people like Smash JT, I view them the exact same way I view people on the other side of the aisle like the Mighty Keith and Black Okage, and so on and so on. Which is to say, you should trust what I say just as much as you should trust what Smash JT says. Which is to say, you should trust what the Mighty Keep says just as much as you should trust what Colin Moriarty says. And the dynamic factor upon what you should use and what you should decide is the factor of what tells you to trust those many people and to trust those individuals that you're putting your level of investment and trust into. And maybe this is something that, if you feel comfortable for, should I do a yappin' tomorrow, as well as on Sunday, so you can call in about it and we can talk about it directly focused. You should trust content creators based on what they are presenting to you that is factually true. You should not trust what I say just because I have an audience size of X or whatever, but I am a smaller figure because of the size of my channel, in comparison to the actual knowledge I actually have to give, right? So that should be the factor that you rely on. But let's assume that all factors involved here are equal. The reason most people end up falling down the trap of following culture warriors to the point that culture warriors become grifters is because the only thing that you're asked to do for a culture warrior is to join the group. Join the group, join the Discord, sub to the channel, give them money, blah, 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 blah. That is the only thing a grifter asks you to do. Individuals like myself ask you to show up and engage. And the reason why we ask you to show up and engage is that a grifter does not want to stop them from getting as many people in as possible. It is surface level by design. They do not have the ability to tell you about anything that is happening inside the content that they are looking into, because the reason why they're looking into the content that they're talking about is because they are looking into the fact that it is something that is viral that they can use to pick up and to make their channels popular. Versus the people who are interested in talking about the topic the same way, but are actually interested in the details of the situation that are actually truthful, and telling you something that you can actually use to structure and sculpt yourself for the future, so that you can then avoid the pitfalls that you can learn from the situation you're observing. That is the inherent difference between myself and other people. Which is to say, that is the difference between myself and grifters. I don't grift. You can already tell that I don't grift, because if I was a grifter, I would have all the ability to do all the shit that they do and more. You do not see me on a panel with people like Smash JT, because you would not see me have anything to talk about with Smash JT about, because I could talk endlessly about anything, because I know a lot about everything, because I look into it, and I study it, and I research it, and then I cover it if I'm interested in doing so at a later date. Look at any of the videos that I put up on my shorts, or that I've put up as TikTok Insanity videos that I cut specifically from TikTok from my research on there about those topics, as an example. He is the kind of person that wants to only look into the stories because, look, this fits my narrative. Versus, here's a story that happened and that you need to look into because this story keeps happening and repeating itself. Like the DoorDash girl. The DoorDash girl, suppose something Hendrix, is the woman who tried to basically expose a man on social media for clout to then destroy his life because she wanted to play a factor of being a victim to try and get a class action lawsuit for herself by saying that she was being sexually assaulted by a man who exposed himself purposefully to embarrass and antagonize her. And on behalf of all women, she decided to become the one who would bury the torch of this burden on her back for those women. Lo and behold, it is exposed that she was lying, and it was actually her intended goal to expose this man to try and get money out of the situation, if not clout from the situation. And now she's gone from screaming, I'm the victim, to she is the defendant. She's the perpetrator. She's the felon. Because what she committed was 2 counts of actions that in New York State are Class E larceny and Class E felonies. Namely, sexual content with the explicit purpose of embarrassing and dissemination, as well as sexual aggression with the intention to insult and shame. Which is to say, she took pictures of a man in the state of undress and duress, and then exploited that man with those pieces of content to specifically gain fame and infamy off of the exploitation of their content. If the roles were reversed, she would be a man, and that man would have definitely gone to jail because of the optics of the situation. The difference between me and a grifter is that I know those details of the situation, and even if, for example, her last name and her first name, I did not explicitly say them to the goal of question, that's because I've already covered it in content. You can go look at any material that I put out of myself in the past, from past Carl, and you can see what I said there, and how it attributes to what I'm saying here in the situation. The same way that if that person was to bring up a news article on their goddamn show, they would say whatever they would want to say, and it's whatever from there, right? Relaying that over to video game topics. When I looked into Yote, I saw people just like Smash doing the same thing on the other side. And they couldn't tell you shit about the game. Because they're more interested about the controversy, right? That's what Ronell was famous for in the situation. That's what the 8-bit closed fist account was importantly mocking. This guy can't do a map puzzle. Look at these guys. This is why we need Yellow Plague Syndrome. They're bad at the game. They can't even figure out what a map puzzle goes into. Aren't they ridiculous? Aren't they stupid? Aren't those culture warriors dumb? And yet they out here talking like this. Why are y'all supporting them? That's posturing. The same posturing that Smash does is the same posturing that they do. Not a single thing about the video game. Not a single thing about whether or not the mechanics and the puzzles are actually difficult to solve. Not a single thing about the content of the material. Didn't tell me anything about the screen past game start. Meaningless. Useless. They should only be listened to in relevance to whether or not what they're saying is true. And yet, the problem that you have there, especially when it comes to Ghost Yote, is somebody like Smash can't tell you about what's in the game because he didn't play it. He can't tell you about what's in the game because his interest about the story was lesbian, Erika Ishii, I don't want to buy, woke, woke, woke. The question you ask yourself there, Debus, is what can you tell me about this game that I can't find out myself? Remove it back to its basic concept. What can you tell me about this story, about this news article, about this situation, about this person, about this topic that I can't find out myself? And not me, single player Carl, you! What is this content creator? So, in context right now, what can single player Carl tell you about this situation that you yourself alone, with a little bit of time and some interest on a Saturday afternoon, couldn't find out yourself? That's how you should judge the content and the character of your material, and of the material that you're being given from content creators to consume as a product. Because, at the end of the day, everybody can be interested in a little bit of drama, and talking about how that drama relates to the sphere of their culture and or of their material. But they can't tell you shit about the content, and then, or not tell you shit about the content, and then use everything under the sun as a part of the conspiracy that they are a targeted group and that the only way you can be able to join this channel. My internet! Now that time I saw that F, because that one disconnected me from the game. I don't know why that happened. But, in that way, that example is a good example of exactly the things that people would be talking about. That is actually, relevant. Because they use Asmongold the same way. There are plenty of people who will ignore the things that Asmongold says when he has something 100% right, whether it comes politics or gaming or content or whatever, or drama. They will ignore what he says because, well, he's one of those, instead of actually addressing what he says, because he's actually capable of telling you something that you probably know or didn't know about the content, but didn't understand from the perspective that he's coming from, especially when it comes to the material which he's talking about. Because at the very minimum, at the same time he's doing all this stuff and the like and the other, it's just like Nicholas Diorio. He might be talking about gaming while playing a game, but you can never say that he didn't look into the content. Because he will watch the video live on camera. The same way that I will do. I will watch the video and react to it live on camera. Somebody tells me or asks me or gives suggestions to me in the server to look into something, I will look into it. Whether or not I then find it interesting enough to cover on air is something entirely different, but I will look into it. Somebody comes to me with a question and a topic and asks me a question, especially on Yappin, and they come in and they call into the show personally and sit there for 15 minutes, and we discuss it for 15 minutes. And if I'm interested in talking about it for longer enough, I extend that out to an hour and 15 minutes, and I talk about the subject matter. That's the thing that you're supposed to be doing and looking into when it comes to your content creators, and whether or not you should trust something that they say. And if you derive entertainment from it. Now that's on a perspective of you. I can't find out that for you, yourself, collectively alone, unless you already get that investment from asking me those questions. Because as the meme goes, with people saying that I'm long-winded, no. I just choose to tell people the thought process of how I arrived at an answer and how I arrive at a conclusion. Because that's more important than just telling you my opinion. Giving you an answer of yes or no and lol and cringe and based and that and all that shit doesn't tell you anything other than the actual dynamics of how I arrived at the answer of why I give that opinion. Which is to say, if somebody were to antagonize somebody like Smash JT about that interview that he did with Colin Moriarty, but they did not pull out things like, hey, Smash, you said that you were a member of the games industry because you said you worked at Sony, but actually you were a playtester. You weren't even a person who led playtesting. You were a playtester for Sony Entertainment, but you carried yourself as though you were a member of the game industry. So why are you confused that Colin chose to get down on your fucking neck and put his thumb on your chest because you told him you were something that you weren't? Things like that is part of that dynamic of you shouldn't trust them unless they can produce something to you, to your eyes, to help you understand the reasons why they feel the way they feel. So, on the subject matter of Smash JT, when he says, I'm a part of the game industry, and it's that he used to playtest games, that is in the column of making him a tourist and a boomer and a casual, rather than as a hardcore big gamer, or even just as a run-of-the-mill, regular guy who likes to play grand strategy. Because I can't tell you that I've ever seen Smash JT play games on camera, because he does not. Mainly because when he chooses to go live with his live show, he does at a time of night that is basically midnight for me. And I'm not interested in paying money to a grifter who is unwilling to actually put his VODs live for people to watch, because he's more interested in putting it behind a paywall to basically hide his real opinions and his perspectives of people, while sitting on a permanent high ground of, but of course I play video games, but in order for you to see it, you're just going to have to pay for it and find out. I'm not willing to do that. No person should be willing to do that, because that is the actions of a snake oil salesman, and a sucker is born every second. I'm not going to be suckered into giving my money to find out if there's something deeper than, wow, look at the colors, man, look at the mechanics, from a gaming boomer dad. And I'm not willing for that same grifter to use the, but I'm a dad, I can't be bothered to do all this work argument, when literally Vara Dark can do it, and it is literally a piece of drama that David Jaff would approach and say she is just liked because she's a bimbo with tits, and that she's not interesting and doesn't have anything to say about topics while also not playing games, only for her to bring out a list of the total games she's not playing from the playlist of content that she actually consumed and is a part of her material coverage for the content on her channel. Same shit. The thing that holds this conversation and the lattice of its matrix together is you shouldn't trust people who didn't do the rhetoric and didn't do the rigor. People like Smash JT are culture warriors that are more interested in you giving them money by getting you to be in the dynamic of Grums Your Welcome Gamers, instead of in the dynamic of, say, somebody like, say, fucking, oh, I don't know, Kentoshirism, the almighty lolly. Recognizing and noticing the patterns and pointing out the obvious truth without becoming completely stuck into fighting for your favorite team just because it has become team sports. So, rather than putting your trust and your faith into a movement, you put your trust and your faith into the content creator that's capable of doing the job the correct way. Not getting it first, but getting it right. And actually telling you something that is useful for the final goal of what it is you watch them for. So for me, just like Jay, I do edutainment. I like being educational, but I also like being entertaining. It is possible to do both. Somebody like Smash JT is only interested in being entertainment in the sense of being popcorn media. It's consumption-based, and it requires a victim, essentially, and inherently. So, when he's not bashing his favorite punching bag, which is Alyssa Mercante, and by proxy Dave Paul Rivera, aka Airbagged, and the many people impersonating him as he continues to try and benefit on the platform, he is interested only in getting you and others to join into the reindeer games by being a part of the supposed movement for gamers, with gamers, for gamers, by gamers. But whenever he gets contradicted by somebody, such as myself, or somebody like Blabs on side-scrollers, even if they could be supportive of him, that is the only time you're going to see pushback. And then outside, in normal conversations that aren't had literally live on air, where it's a matter of drama, that too is where you're also going to see pushback. Because then people will actually have perspectives and opinions that are entirely based on things that are noticeable, that they have, that is then allowed to exist in a space where you can discuss it. And ultimately, as far as the full fiasco goes, because I think the fiasco is more than just him getting his shit pushed in by Colin and him crashing out about it, even now to this day, because he'll still crash out when people bring it up. It is the fact that he very clearly knows he cannot pretend anymore that he is just a regular guy. He's not a regular guy talking about topics. He's a person with a vested interest in creating narratives that allow him to attack the same people he always wants to attack, as red meat. He is doing what people like actual Jake were doing at the peak of Atheism Plus and at the peak of the Skeptic Spear. So, 2014, 2018 politics, literally during the heyday of Gamergate and what Gamergate was supposed to represent. One was a consumer revolt against negative, politically pandering press that cared more about trying to platform people like the current zeitgeist of what is now known as the cathedral of social video game political panderers and the regular run-of-the-mill video game journalists, as well as a consumer revolt that focused on having ethics in the journalism of game journalism, if not just general journalism, so that things that you're being told are not the pet peeve project of a crazy person, like that of Alyssa Mercante. On the shorthand, to answer your first question, I think the Smash JT experiment is going to come to an end at some point. Because Smash has to decide whether or not his job is to be an internet vlogger, as I've had this argument told to me by people who have tried to speak to me about it, whether he's a video game vlogger, whether he is an internet troll who is doubling as a shock jockey, or if he actually is a media influencer in the form of being his own version of a games journalist. The same way you could put me in the exact same category as an entertainer, an MC, as well as satirist, as well as influencer, who focuses on information first, and truth first, and opinion second. I think the experiment's going to come to an end, because he's going to get tired of having people question him, and his antics, and his motives, because he puts more interest in money than he does entertaining. And the same way he could accuse people of saying, look at them, they only ever care about money, I think it's more about the morals. The moral relativism of believing that you should fight for your tribe rather than fighting for the truth. Because the tribalism is what allowed for everything to get bad. Because the pattern recognition of, well, this guy's attacking me and he's just like one of them, instead of realizing that they've lost their way, is the reason why we're here. They have become the unironic reactionaries that the left wing at the time thought the others across the pond were. And just like how skeptics like Seanhead went from being closer to liberal to becoming closer to conservative because they realized how quickly it can turn, shouldn't have taken as long as Charlie Kirk for them to get that. But the same way that they could realize that what might not have applied back then 100% applies now, their eyes are blinded and clouded by that tribalism that prevents you from getting the information that you need to know so that you can actually make an invested and informed purchase, because they're not willing to do their job. And what they want to do instead is basically act as though they are the gaming spear's poor imitation of Sam Hyde. And instead of understanding what makes Sam Hyde funny, they just end up acting like obnoxious trolls. And it doesn't help anyone. Let's not forget, also, Grums and Smash, most of their initial recognition amongst the chuds and gamers started from them claiming victim status. That is true. That is the other side of the equation to actually mention. That was the second thing I was going to bring up, Balster. The other factor of this to bus that it's important for you to remember is that you have to remember the reason why these people became popular was because they started out as victims. Cabrera's Rambo started as a victim of SBI, and then he became somebody people trust to tell them about what is bad about DEI games, instead of the fact that he doesn't actually cover content. He absorbed attention and directed attention towards these people, who then took that energy and ran away with it. Grums was a victim of culture clash wars, and then made himself into a figure that people chose to trust is good because, hey, he's the reason why we have WoW Classic and all this other shit, and yet this man is grifting off of his audience concerning Ember. Can't finish a fucking video game, but has a lot of opinions about how somebody else is making a game. That doesn't follow suit. That doesn't follow tract. And then, Smash TT, victim of being harassed by a lolcow troll, such as Airbagged and Alyssa Mercante, but using it as a victim status to say, well, you can't tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about because I meet a type of this woman and this industry is full of people like her. Okay, that's cool. But can you tell me something about Ghosty Yote that actually is referential to what's physically in the content and not what you heard from your friends? Or not what you heard from the controversies? Or not what you heard from somebody else's opinion who was on side scrollers? What can you, Grums, tell me? What can you, Smash JT, tell me? What can you, Alyssa Mercante and Airbagged, tell me that I can't find out myself? Period. If they cannot tell you that, if they cannot show you this, if they cannot expound on this, in the same amount of time in which I've been talking to you, they don't have anything they can tell you. And their opinions are mud. End of. No further discussion. It's as simple as that. It is as simple as that. If they cannot tell you something about the game, if they cannot tell you something about content creation, if they cannot tell you something about material, if they cannot tell you something about the topic that you can't find out yourself, there is a chance, a very large chance, there is a chance that they are only interested in getting you to give them attention and give them power. It's like the spirit bomb. They want you to give them their energy so that they can appear bigger than they are and more important than they are, which then gets used as the energy to then invite them onto other platforms and into conversations with people that are they themselves size queens. Because they want to take the energy and they want to take the size of an audience and compile that audience onto their own. Would you have ever found out about him had you not been a fan or followed the content of people like the Yellow Flash? It's entirely possible that you would not have. And yet at least something brought you here to me. Now I don't know how long you may have been lurking me. That might just be the case. You might have been here for years. You could have been here within the last some few odd months or something. I don't know unless you tell me. But in the amount of time in which you've been lurking enough to want to then ask the question, you can at least be able to have noticed the exact same pattern of what I do compared to what he does. That is the encouragement of what brings you across that divide. And in that way, you know inherently what I'm saying is to be true. Because the logic of it follows through just as much as it does. But it's not even about being logical. It's not about, my logic is undeniable. You cannot argue about what I'm saying. It's not even that. It's as simple as, hey, is that sandwich good? I don't know. You see me eating it, right? You hear me making sounds of orgasm, like, and you expect me to turn around and be like, nah, fam, this shit is trash. No! You see me enjoying the content, you know it's good. And even then, even with my evergreen content, like for things such as Jaden and Jasmine, for which we had even the creator of Jaden and Jasmine come through. Answer the phone! For things like Jaden and Jasmine, for which we saw the creator come through and appreciated my humor and my jokes and my ribbing of the material of the plot, as it was obvious to me that this was a plot that was meant to be written for high school that was put into a different format because of things that we then learned from him having done so, made possible by people like Exocrusher to support the content, showed that it had an entire backstory behind it. We would not have learned that had I not had the insight to notice those things about that behavior. And in that way, I cannot look to that and say, yeah, this is dog shit and it's bad and you shouldn't entertain yourself with it because it's completely pointless and it's pandering and woke and blah, 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 because it's not. Obviously, because on the face of its content, it's doing a lot of things in order to make itself possible. Same thing with the content that he is provided for with things like Pendulous Swing or Creature Kind. One of those games is extremely bad because it has no hook, it has no excitement, and it has no deeper interest at the point of being a card game that is effectively about debating. And yet the bones of the mechanics of that game, if you were to refine them, could be something good if you found a way to make them pop, make them more memorable, and make them more digestible. Because it's just not good. Don't have to do anything about politics to say that it is bad because of politics, because it's not. It's bad because it's not a very good game. It's the kind of trash filler that fills up Steam every day in every category. Meanwhile, for something like Pendulous Swing, even if it has that element of queerness that would be pandering to those of the left wing, there's still content in that game that any person can be able to enjoy it if they actually allow themselves to be immersed in that game's world and get into it. And at least take it for what it is and yuck their yums accordingly. So you ain't got to bash the game, but it doesn't mean you have to suck the game's cock. Right? You don't have to love it to the point that there's nothing wrong with it and you can't find anything that's worthy of criticism. It just means you take it for what it is. And much like how that has already happened with subject matters such as Goody Two Shoes and Winter Burrow, there is no reason for those games to be getting bashed just because they've been associated with Sweet Baby Inc. Other than for the fact that someone told you don't play them because Sweet Baby Inc. was involved. But they didn't tell you about whether or not the games were good. In the case of Goody Two Shoes, it is one of the games that are similar to something like Undertale. Whereas with Winterboro, it is similar to something like, say, Darkest Dungeon. But it was designed for cozy gamers who like having fun and enjoying and being lax and chill. So those are the grains of salt that I give you to season with your meal. Hopefully that's helpful to us. And that's really all you got to really worry about at the end of the day. That's really it. Whether or not you trust a content creator, as far as you can throw them, comes down to whether or not you think they're being earnest and if you think they're being honest. In my opinion, I do not think people like Smash JT are capable of being honest unless you keep them honest. There is not many people around Smash JT that will keep him honest. That's not to say that everybody around him is evil, by the way, because I know some of those people. I wouldn't say I know them personally, but I know them well enough that they come into my content and we talk to them occasionally. And I go into their server and I talk to them and their audiences and we hang out and we shoot the shit and we discuss shit. And I know that they're not grifters. Whether or not Smash takes their advice and listens to them is entirely on him. And if at any point in the day, whenever somebody could try to call me a grifter were to come, please call into my live show and tell me as such, because we finna talk about it. But, yeah, you need to evaluate whether or not Smash JT and other people that you would call Culture Warrior grifters are people that you can trust. And on the subject matter that is relevant, every time you listen to their coverage, ask yourself, what can he tell me about this work that I can't learn myself? And if he can't answer the question that you ask him, come here and ask me it. And we can find out together. We can find out together. My ass hurts. Excuse me. I need to go make lunch. And I'll be right back.
Call from
At some point, I'm gonna do this laundry that's behind me, chat. I just don't want to do it right now. And also, I've returned. Ready. Nothing of importance on the platform. At least not on Twitter. I'm itchy. Sound off! Who's left? The strawberry powder.
Strawberry powder?
Yes!
No, Renzo, I just want warm water. I can't drink no strawberry powder right now.
I roll.
I just want my warm water. Please. Thank you. Just give me warm water, please.
Everyone, no one. Mal. Okay. Timeline. Titties. Ramon Lula, Lachlan Wall, 29-year-old Afghan national, reportedly entering the U.S. in 2021. Suspect of the National Guard shooting. So this stuff. Politics. Crazy woman. Stupid shit. Dev being a retard on the platform. Japanese will be just lying about some shit. There's a new skit from Channel Awesome. So nothing of interest on the platform. And people are still trying to dunk on Casey Tron. Okay. Boing, 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 boing. Oh Lord. They're connecting BBWs. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, bro, that's crazy. That's so crazy. That's so crazy, bro. Bro, that's so crazy. My entire platform is not talking about a single thing of importance. That is so crazy. Okay. That's abysmal. That's so sad. Alright. Printing press. Lucky N. Lucky N is a minor VTuber agency founded by Raging Bull, including Oka and Mitsumari. I believe I looked at this the other day. And now there is a Lucky N doc. Not wanting to put that through. Right now, Mappy Pro is offline because they are not returning at that time. And there's a lot of content going about YouTube basically suspending a lot of people's channels because they're getting fucked over by the bots. Wonderful. And now I will click on my wonderful YouTube button.
Promoted.
WCC has speech impaired to say it all to you. Kato fans, listen clearly. No idea what the fuck that's all about.
So this dumb, retarded bitch.
What a way to start it. What a way to start a video, Asmongold. What a way to start the video. TikToker facing 8 years after being caught by a Tozy.
They just fired me, and the police are doing nothing. I lost my job. That was my only way to make money to pay my bill. My job is a DoorDash driver.
Perfect example of.
So nothing that I haven't already covered.
Oh.
Donnie is getting a massive pay increase from After Justice Warrior. Another Broexa video. Another Broexa video. A Legal Science video about Casey Tron digging herself deeper into a grave, which I'm not interested in. Nothing. The Twitch view problem is worse than you think. 4 Horsemen. Let's go! Devin Nash. Coming in clutch. Coming in clutch, boys.
To the 4 Horsemen, Devin Nash joins us once again as a guest. Welcome, Mr. Nash.
Thank you.
Returning guest.
Returning
To
guest.
be here, seriously.
We've been trying to put this together for you guys for a while because Devin actually put out a lot of very interesting Twitch viewbotting information on Twitter /X/ whatever you want to call it. So we did want to talk about platforms, especially as they correspond to creators and esports. But first up, before we do that, something very tragic happened in the last week that causes the esports community deep mourning, which is the death of the Score Esports YouTube channel. And many people were sad about this. Many people were apparently very sad.
Gone too late.
Apparently, a lot of people got laid off. The Score is actually killing its entire esports division. Reasons are opaque and unknown, but we're not going to talk about the reasons. We're going to talk about the effect that the Score Esports had on the esports industry. And this
The fact that it's the worst fucking influence you could have ever had upon the esports industry as a whole. Dear God, thank fucking riddance! Good fucking riddance! If there's anything that's worse than having influencers, it is having esports influencer content that does not tell you a single thing about the fucking event, and instead desires to try and make me learn against my will what is going on in the life of fucking Sonic Fox. Nothing more contemptible. How dare you? And against my will of all things. Against my will of all things.
Maybe a different tone than the reverence that you have heard it spoken with on social media. In fact, I would say this is much more similar to the Iliad. So at the end of the Iliad, Achilles
Oh my God.
takes Hector, attaches him to the chariot, and drags him around Troy. And it's very important to note that he was never punished for his hubris. That's where the Iliad ends. So no one knows what happens next. And we are definitely not Achilles in this metaphor. So let's take it. Why Thorin?
The difference is, though, in the end, he did give the body to Priam, who could then do the funeral rites. We're not going to do that. I hope they do just lay out as a corpse being picked apart by the fucking vultures and the thing, and I just look on and go, good. And I hope their soul, as a result, can never actually make it to any kind of an afterlife. It's just stuck in this realm, forced
There
to
were no
view and
coins for
observe
the boatmen.
Everyone else is correct. Exactly.
No coins for the boatman for the Score Esports. Now, why would we take this very harsh approach, Thorin, when everybody else, they've generated, as they themselves say, hundreds of millions of views on esports content. So why is it that we feel no love lost for the demise of the Score Esports?
Here's what's sad. I will actually offer a tiny olive branch to begin, because after that I will unleash an inferno of fucking hate against these motherfuckers. Basically, what the people who do the Score Esports, I'm actually certain I know where they got the idea for how they do their content. Anyone who knows sports on YouTube will know there was a company called Secret Base, and if you've ever seen the model of how their videos, there would be sort of 4 documentaries. I say 4 because essentially it would just be like one guy clearly just looked up a bunch of newspaper articles and a bunch of clips from TV that he could get through the YouTube sort of like copyright thing, and basically he would just put together a narrative. And the reason why I say I'll offer this olive branch is this, Monty. I used to watch these videos when it would be sports I wasn't super knowledgeable, but like I know the NFL when I was getting into it, I would watch the video where it'd be like how this one missed field goal caused the dynasty to collapse. You're like, ooh, interesting, you got me with the clickbait. So you click it, and then look, sadly it's not like a full-on ESPN production, like a 30 for 30. It's just some guy. It's always the same. It's always the same person's voice, where he goes, and now I'm gonna look into it, guys. You have a bit of him on camera, then he just starts taking all the media he's found. He has a newspaper clipping, he has a clip from the news where Joe Montana's talking or something. And what you do is when you watch it, cause it's like a full documentary, the less you know, the more excellent these videos are. You just go, this is fire. Like, he's put together like a whole 15-minute video. I'd love to see about that. The sad thing is this, like that whole thing, what's it called, like the something Geller effect, Max Geller effect or whatever, the thing where they say in a newspaper, when you open a newspaper, Twitter and you come to a topic you know about, you'll go, what the fuck? This is all misrepresented and it's got all the facts wrong. But then the joke goes, when you turn the page, it's like it wipes your memory. You go to a topic you don't know about and you go, now let's get into the news. What's going on here? So basically, that's a long way to say I have directly been on the ground floor of this topic, because the Score Esports, if you remember, originally began as just one of those mega sites for journalists. It had Slasher and it had Travis and Kelsey Moser for Score. In fact, famously, and they actually talk
all of the worst people that are all the worst problems that happen to do with people trying to get into the industry. All the same problems that would belie video games news journalism. That activists call themselves a part of the zeitgeist. You'd see them on Twitter, you'd see them talking to me like, oh, they must know what the fuck they're talking about. They're people of interest, they're people of intrigue. I see them all the time in my feed, they must be intelligent and smart. And then you look into it, you look into their takes, and you end up having the same come to Jesus moment that we just discussed with the Resident Lurker, as much as I did myself. And you're like, I'm gonna go learn about this myself. What are y'all people not telling me that I need to find out? And then you get involved in the scene, you become a player, then you become a partner, then you become an investigator, and you just realize, oh, they're just full of shit. They're just crazy people. And I should treat them as such. Yeah.
Talked to me early on as well.
Everyone
when
knows.
they launched.
Basically, the group who run on games, a bunch of them then were the Score Esports, then they were Yahoo Esports, and then they were ESPN, and they all went through all the big media companies came into esports and tried to do the mega sites with journalists. And basically, this is a key point to make, that model failed. That model can't work where you just hire like 5+ people on a full-time salary to essentially write like glorified news posts and articles about, like, people don't read in the same way as they used to like that before. You're not really going to get 200,000 views on an article like that. So sadly, in the end, that model didn't work. And what they did instead at the Score Esports was they let all these really good people go. It's a bunch of people I've never heard of, and I've been around esports forever, essentially, and know a lot of people. People I have never even heard of as a fan. Some of them, as far as I know, even from the original, like, the Score. Like, I think some of them were from, like, the sports side, but maybe they were, like, producers or whatever, and they got their way in. They figured out the ultimate min-max for content, which is what I'm talking about. It's the secret base approach. What they would do is whatever was topical. So I'll give you an example. As of today, I can tell you what the next video would have been. It would be like, will AI beat T1 in League of Legends? That would be like the title. It'd be like something mega topical, something that everyone's seen on social media. And then what would happen is, again, 2 or 3 people, usually 1 person per topic, would make a little video where they'd just do like a 10-15 minute video where they'd address that topic. The problem being, they were never actually experts. And so the joke was, in Counter-Strike, if anyone knows Counter-Strike specifically, most of the videos they did, because they were making them within a day, this is the min-max, they figured out you can churn these out in a day if you just do like 3 hours work for a 15-minute video. It won't actually be, if someone's an expert, super good. It'll be really basic. It's almost like a bad Wikipedia entry, basically. But if someone doesn't know anything, like I said before, the effect will be excellent. They'll be like, this is great. And I even saw back in the day, players used to big up these, like, wow, I've got a little documentary about myself, this is cool. And I'd be like, bro, just watch it. They get all the details wrong. So basically, the joke for me became, they not only, I'm pretty sure, did the same thing, just Googled, like, what topic's been written about this? They would obviously find my YouTube channel where I had 1 billion videos about every topic, and it's all just me talking to a camera. And initially, I could see, mate, some of these narratives, they were just lifting straight out of my videos, because sometimes I was like an iconoclast for some of these topics, mate. So that's when they'd give themselves away. They'd be taking like my narrative. It's like, mate, everyone hate that narrative. There's only me at that. And even worse, they got so lazy eventually, they just realised, why crib his video? Why not just show the video? So they would just start doing stuff. The worst one ever, by the way, because I had a fan, actually some nutter, using weaponized autism, my favourite superpower, actually went out there and made an Excel sheet where he logged like 100 instances or something of this. And the worst one ever, Monty, is I did an interview of Reflections with JW, and these motherfuckers might have used 15 different clips from this to make about 5 different videos about Fnatic and JW. And so I myself would be clicking, going, what's this fucking clickbait? And then I was in it, like as though I was part of the video, and they'd even do this thing where they put at the bottom of the screen, courtesy Thorin's YouTube, and it's like, no, actually, that isn't courtesy, but I didn't give any permission for this. And so a quick ending to the story, sadly, is I did actually try, like, everyone's going to go, just copyright strike them, bro, because we all know, as anyone who's watched LFN4 player knows. If you even feature 1 second of the movie, you can just get your ass wrecked by the fucking movie company, can't you? Have all the copyrights. But sadly, as I learned, it turns out YouTube and Twitch also like min-max content that's very easy and generates a lot of hits. Because sadly, in that scenario, I thought I was a big YouTuber because I'm an individual, but compared to their company mate, I was making a 100th of the views. And so sadly, essentially what I discovered was they wouldn't uphold the copyright strikes. They would just find any legal vagary to get around it. And they were still allowed, in theory, to use all the clips, although, by the way, once I sent 70 copyright strikes, Monty, they did stop featuring my videos after that. I'll give them that. They sort of learned that part of the lesson. I noticed I never did appear on camera anymore. But essentially, that's the gist of it. That was the model they pioneered. And I have to say, look, if you ignore the fact that I think, sadly, the treatment of the actual material was very cynical, and sometimes people just weren't qualified to speak about these topics and got things wrong. Listen, if you wanted to make a lot of esports content that got a lot of views, bro, I don't know what their number would be, but I guarantee if you go to their YouTube, it'll be hundreds and hundreds of millions of views, man.
Yeah.
They had a lot of viewership. Like the average viewership, I think, was something like 300k videos. It was nuts. And so at a time, I can imagine when the ads market was different, you're probably making hand over fist with these 5 guys that make all these videos. But it's implied to me in the modern day, it got spiraled out of control. You just can't make the money in the same way. I don't know what it is.
I think also, so you have to remember the Score is a Canadian company, and they do a lot of sports coverage in North America in general, so that's why they spun out this division. So I think, Thorin, when they got rid of the initial group of esports people, they just replaced them with locals in Toronto, people who are close by, who could work.
Some of them were just fans as well, mate. They weren't people from esports as far as I think they were just fans of the game.
They were people who could work out of whatever studio that they had there and their facilities.
A lot of people were on site as well, as far as I know. I think they all filmed it in person.
Everybody
No one was doing it remotely,
pretty much.
as far as I know,
I don't know that for sure. Unlike the Square Esports, I will just straight up say what I don't know.
Okay.
But I mean, part of my frustration with them is that they would do videos on OGN and the early parts of Korean League of Legends, and I would click on them and I would watch them, and they would just be factually incorrect to my own experience of having been at these matches.
More or less. Especially the ones with esports. Oh god, I hated those ones. Every single fit of what came through from fucking League of Legends was a product of the corruption that is... Fix them. There you go. Everything that was the poison of an industry from the hand of Riot Games. The amount of things that have gone awry. And are the direct fault of a group that never takes true accountability for exactly how destructive they have made their bid on the industry. I can never truly give or forgive them. Because for the talent that has come and gone, that people will never truly recognize, because the only thing they know about them is the thing that was topical about it, in terms of the shit that had to do with the drama. People like Indiana Black, who started out as a very good foreign reporter for the business on the side of covering the things going on inside of the foreign national leagues as compared to the American leagues. Because all people know about her is what came from the drama involving her and G4, they will never truly understand the content and that information because they weren't interested in that topic. Because why would they be? There's no reason for them to be interested in it because they're not getting anything out of it.
And instead of reaching out to people, they would just publish a lot of garbage that was wrong or very wrong characterizations of players in a certain era. And so they really have done undeniable damage to the history of esports.
I'll give you a funny one, Monty. Everyone will appreciate this because even people who don't know CS will know this one. The maddest one ever is Simple, the greatest Counter-Strike player ever. They made a video where, I'm not joking, it wasn't phrased this word, but the premise is Simple as shit at aiming. And what they did is they took a famous meme that fans took and ran way too far with, which is true, that when Simple's not actually aiming at an opponent, he would often move in a haphazard way where he wouldn't do that thing, Monty, where you perfectly check every corner, right? He would sort of run in a weird way. But they took that and they were completely wrong because they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. Again, essentially, Monty, they were cribbing Reddit memes and making serious videos about this. And they made a video where they explained that he just they made it sound like he was so good that he wasn't never even aiming. He was just doing like a 90-degree flick on every shot. Now, what's sad, Monty, is we have tech in CS, this isn't 2001, where you can actually accurately measure how close is the crosshair to someone before they kill and stuff like that. And spoiler, I know it's going to blow your mind, Monty, Simple had some of the best stats ever at that fucking set of... So again, they completely mischaracterised, basically, by the way, the greatest player ever. And this was, by the way, I think in his peak when he was still the best. So if you're going to do that, that just shows to me there is no lie. You'll just publish any old shit.
Yeah, and it was all, very hyped up, and it did very well. They had a good, subscriber base, millions of subs, hundreds of millions of views over the course of time. But it was really the quality of the content that was lacking, and it was doing just damage over time to the narratives of esports. And if you care about these things, sure, a lot of fans are just going to click on it and be like, haha, that was an entertaining video, and walk away and never remember a word that was said. But if you actually care about the legacy of this industry, they were quite harmful. And they weren't, it's not like these videos, by creating them, it was drawing more viewers to esports or anything like that. This was just rubbernecking, basically, from people who are not serious fans. Or it was people, serious fans, who would click on it and be like, what the hell? Why are you categorizing my game or my favorite player in this way? So it ended up being very weird. They were also, the score was also bought out. The entire score was bought out by Penn Entertainment, which is the same entity that bought Barstool. They are a gambling company. And one of the things that I found curious was, if you're going to buy the score and you're going to buy, the Barstool, they later sold it back to Dave Portnoy because I guess they didn't find a good way to monetize it. Why aren't you actually pushing sports betting? Penn Entertainment was the one who was running ESPN Bet. They were the operator for ESPN's branded foray into sports betting.
This is how Barstool made all the money. It basically was a content vehicle that drove you to the betting shit, right?
Yep. That's why Penn Entertainment bought them. But then I guess it wasn't working so well or whatever, so they sold it back to Dave Portnoy. It was costing more money. But in this example, I didn't. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I didn't see a lot of advertising for betting on the Score Esports. I don't remember seeing any personally. Maybe they did run some.
Just a few point of information about the acquisition of Barstool and why it didn't work out, since we're on tangents.
I think it's relevant to this.
They bought it right at the start of the pandemic. Nobody was betting.
There were no sports to bet on.
Yeah, right?
Turns out.
So, yeah, you know what I mean? So that they didn't get off to a great start, and I think they ended up selling it back pretty quickly. It was a couple of years later. Yeah. So I mean, so that's that. But also, just on about the Score Esports, I honestly think you do a form of kind of audience, capture in a way, don't you? You get people interested in watching these stupid bite-sized videos that talk about epic moments in esports, and probably subliminally, maybe, you've got an app, do you? And what's on that? And you probably do go out and fucking think about placing a bet. They had 2.3 million subs on the YouTube channel.
And they want people to use the app in general, so the Score has
that was what it was all about in the beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, when the Score was sponsoring esports events, that was what we had to plug. Because quite famously, they fucking had a tantrum about me and Thorin making the plugs money. We were fucking, we were doing the ad reads for a DreamHack, and they literally complained.
There was an ad where it was for Jurassic World. That's how old this was. It was 10 years ago.
I don't even think it's Jurassic World, man. I think it might have been the reboot between.
Oh, it could have been.
Yeah,
whatever. Yeah. It was one of the Jurassic Park movies, and basically, by the way, we were actually trying to do what we do on LFN, make it palatable and fun and have a skip with it, but get the information through. So what we were doing was, every time Richard would start to do the ad read, we would all do that, and then I was making jokes speaking of bringing back dinosaurs that should have died out to extinction. What about Slasher? And then we got a note back like in between the next match and the following game, like the Scar Esports wish you to stop making jokes and also please do not
Only
mention
read
Slasher
the
at any
copy.
point. Like, it was ridiculous, mate. It was like that fucking Simpsons thing, like where fucking Bart's on whatever it is, what corner, and he's like, only I may dance. Like,
It was
like that
also
shit.
it was also when I realised DreamHack had changed because I got a dressing down for. They literally said, "Why can't you control Thorin? Why can't you stop him doing?"
What
this?"
an iconic line that is. Like,
Well, my bad, I guess.
So-
Silly
just
me.
bloody
You know?
control it, bitch.
So,
Just control him. So.
but I think
Question many of us at this point in esports.
I think the question here about the Score Esports demise is really like, how could a channel that is doing
Oh, Monty, I'll tell you why though. If you look, the views went way down.
sure.
Have you looked at the most recent videos? Bro, they have videos with 20k, 28k views. It used
To be
be
fair,
easy
and
300k.
actually,
Easy.
this is something Devon can definitely chip in and about. Everyone's views are down. In fact,
Yeah,
to the
no,
point
that,
where-
I don't mean it specifically like
Yeah.
that shit. I mean, like, I don't think the business model worked. If you instead click popular, bro, like the story of Shroud has 11 million views, mate. Like, that's like, those are bank, like, that's numbers like a massive media company would dream of. So the idea instead, you now make a video and it gets 20k views. Yeah, you have to kick everyone out and fire everyone at that point, sadly.
Yeah. I mean, I think now it's like if you look at the average channel, probably your videos are like a tenth of your subs. Or
I won't
should
mention
be.
names, but there's someone in League of Legends, Richard, who did interviews, who magically just disappeared for 6 months. They have their own reason and story as to why, but I can tell you the real reason. If you ever clicked on their channel, they went from having fake interviews that get 200k to I think they had one that got 8k or something like. Again, same thing. You can't justify doing it as a business.
Yeah, I mean that's why. Like, I think when people are like attacking channels for like, oh, your viewership's down, the channel's dead, which is like such a fucking Zoomer thing to be focused on. It's like algorithmically, there's definitely something going on with YouTube the past couple of years, where you just not have. But put it this way: if your media empire's cornerstone is YouTube revenue, like we're all fucked, you know.
Well, especially if it's programmatic revenue. And the Score Esports did have sponsors, but the problem is that because of their video length and style, they could get like, they were doing the YouTube thing of getting like one in at the beginning of the episode. And when we're talking about, I mean, what really surprised me the most about the Score is that when they announced that this layoff had happened, that there were like 10, 12 people whose tweets I saw who were algorithmically fed to me that were like, this was my last day. They had something like a dozen full-time employees on this project, which for a channel of this size is insanity, by the way. It is insanity.
And I guarantee as well, like they're all on those stupid, unjustifiable media salaries, right?
Well, everyone making 125k flat and shit like that, of course.
Like, you know, I people are not going to like when I say things like this, but this is just business. Like, why is everybody full time? Why don't you have like freelance editors? You know what I mean? Who are doing.
The short answer is that there's nobody who does freelancing because everybody wants to imply that the best way to do everything is to basically fund people that you've never heard of and that can't show you a single reason to get involved into the content to be a part of the dynamic because these individuals are interchangeable people that instead make their name being the guy that builds up this thing that when you ask them who they are, what they're doing, and when they're doing it, effectively it matters for nothing. They just exist. They're there. They're a person that they're known for doing a thing, but you've never heard them outside of a couple of spheres of interest. And when you try to figure out if it's actually something that's of value to regular consumption, it's like any of the people who have been moved out of the industry when they started fully buying people out and fully converting people over to the sports washing model. Nobody knows who they are. Nobody knows where they went. Nobody can explain why they have gone to where they've gone to. And you might as well ask yourself, were they real or is it just cope? Wow, that's nice. Because it basically just basically comes down to that and that alone.
video by video.
By the way, the obvious move, Monty, would be don't even have random people that you train up to do this. Just get people in the community who already make videos on YouTube, pay that guy remotely to just make them for you for a fee. The model doesn't make... Again, here's the other thing, Monty. It doesn't make sense.
Yep, exactly. If there's no person that does it for a salary, because every single person that could do it for a salary, effectively, now people returned. Every single person who does it for a salary basically does it as a part of a bigger part of the business. Like, they don't make content. We are looking at the Twitch viewbot problem is worse than you think for the Four Horsemen episode featuring Devin Nash from Blast Free Nation and Thorin. The amount of people that could make content that talks about sports history do not matter to that equation, because they do not care about that level of involvement, because they do not want them to build without building with a group, so that the group then has arguing power based on the investment of the people involved. The same story that happened with this dynamic involving Second Wind is the same thing. Most of the people that are working in games journalism and esports are fucking leftists, and they care more about arguing as a union than they do about arguing for themselves, unless the person is someone like Nick Calandra who wants to use your work as a way to foster for himself as a part of his media team. So all of the people who've gone the way of the dodo from leftist platforms that were supposed to be funny comedian places that have now been rolled into entire companies. Dimension 20. Cracked. Funny Junk. Funny or Die. Smosh. All of those people and all of those businesses and all of those writers have gone the way of the dodo and only have been able to find work on their feet by being platformed by businesses that are politically pandering to the left wing, because they are partisan to the left wing. You cannot find many people that are a part of it, because it is a hobby that not many people can take up, because gaming as itself as a hobby is something that you could technically say is right-wing coded when it comes to the kind of thing like an esports buy, because esports inherently is consumptive hobby. It is consumerism at its best core. It's literally team sports. However, leftism, where cozy games and playing games for fun becomes, I play this game as a social experience, and going to a tournament and going to an event and watching my favorite team doesn't require you actually be good at the game. It just requires you watch the pretty lights and colors. If you want to talk about the Cinderella story of Sonic Fox beating somebody at a tournament, it has less to do with actual intelligence and has everything to do with I like Sonic Fox, so let me glaze his nuts for 15 seconds at a time, while I talk nothing about the problems that are caused by using a round-robin technique that tries to 50-50 its way through the loser's bracket, because he is actively more refreshed against opponents that are mentally exhausted, because he is basically trying to game a system. A systematic trick that can only truly work if people recognize that that's what's happening, and then wash him the fuck out when he tries to take the dive from winners to losers, only to end up back at winners. Especially if he's supposed to be so technically skilled that it is a trick that only truly works if there are people that are able to watch that shit happen in the moment. People are not willing to do those things on their own, because as an individual themselves, unless they are a big figure in the space, which is the key part here, it doesn't get views. They won't do it as an individual who just does stuff because it doesn't get views. Because it's less about you talking about the history of the work and more about a glaze of the person being discussed. It's more important for you to know about the legacy of the individual, which means the individual themselves needs to promote it. And unless they were directly involved in the work, and they promoted that work, how the fuck would you find out about the fucking work that they're writing on that news story, about that news post? And they wouldn't. Because it wouldn't be promoted. It wouldn't be cross-promoted. Nobody would hear about it. Unless they then discovered it and then it became viral that way. And that's not likely to happen. It would not be likely to happen. Because it would not be likely to happen, they'd be completely abandoned to not having something to discuss about it, and they'd be completely lost. Was this the alcohol container? No. But this is the one we used to get my Kool-Aid. I'll be right back, chat. streak required. Alright, so, basically, the thing that you rarely ever see when it comes to esports, when it comes to the involvement of a new creator and a new type of creator, is you do not see a jump of players becoming reporters. You have rarely ever seen it, and the only time that you have ever actually seen somebody do that actively as a part of their career was a person like Kristen Riviera. I Will Dominate went from being one of the most domineering players in the game to being a person who specialized his career on actually covering the esports side of the business. For players, by players, in a way that brings attention to the shit that is actually useful to discuss so that you can then get people fully into understanding how a game like League of Legends plays and how a game like Smite could play by doing the same thing from the other end for the SPL. Because the only way you can get people to give a shit about esports is for you to actually get people involved in the mechanics of such a thing. And people don't want to do that because effectively at the end of the day, where a person who is a part of an org who signed a contract that says if I grief, I have to pay you $10,000 is not beholden by the same rules that is beholden on a player who that when they grief, all they lose is maybe 4 hours of their play session. It is an unequal playing ground that separates the difference of a serious person versus an unserious person. And why people will sit there and say, I don't give a fuck about your esports, I care about real sports. Not realizing that the same level of sports washing still belongs and belies a regular part of the industry, while at the same time actively not appreciating what is actually important for the deference of those contingencies upon the rest of the platform. Hi, NeoJ, because they forget at the end of the day that you can't talk about how the game is important if you can't talk about why players stand out as a divergent alpha of their pack, or why they are considered to be somebody who currently is the GOAT of the generation that they're dealing with. There is not a group that is able to demonstrate it. It's the reason why that stupid-ass movie, Him, is actually important in the field of being a horror film based around football. The idea of selling your soul for a contract and then becoming an open market shill that opens the door for all the corruption that takes over the industry versus knowing who you are and knowing you have the skills to make it without taking a bullshit contract that's designed to fuck you over and fuck your team over, and instead you working as the leader of a team or then becoming the owner of a team that puts your trust in the players that you develop and developing a talent that's able to become a tier 1 esport team capable of performing at the highest peak, even in a T1, T2, T3 environment that doesn't make that much money, but boy does it have a lot of entertainment value, is the kind of thing that is the backbone upon most entertainment value that people could talk about. It's the kind of thing that is the subject matter of drama. It is the kind of thing that is the subject matter of actual industry insider drama. And you've only seen it happen once. One person. And it's plausible he would not have been put on that timeline if he had not fucked around with Caterino. Whoa, he's stuck in inner binds. Oh, sticking in inner binds.
Sense to pay that fee and then have someone come into an office. Is this in 1980? Like none of these aspects make sense in the business model. Well, it's a YouTube video.
And also, it was like all the tweets I saw were people who were like on camera or they were doing production or editing. And it's cool to have their studio and all that. But why is it that we need to pay everybody full-time salaries to do this? It's not even counting like who is doing sales for them. It just felt like they were all front end and no back end, and perhaps that was the problem. Perhaps the score didn't give them enough support from the sales in order to justify the existence of this channel. But it is wild that you would have this many people necessary on full-time level, just as, you know, as somebody who runs a company in this space. With just the possible revenue is basically like YouTube programmatic revenue, and you get millions of views, but if you can only get like one sponsor maybe per video, that's a rough model. What do you think, Devin, of this?
Well, I think, Busty Cristo, what I think is that the problem that persists here is a problem that we've already seen happen before. Before, in the elevation with Monty Ohm and Rooster Teeth. And that is to say, Machinima. The YouTube content model of just churning out material for people to watch doesn't work if people are not actually a part of the zeitgeist that makes that material and content. You cannot pay people this kind of money to get involved in content and effectively be at the mercy of laziness and lack of interest. Because the only thing that keeps them invested and involved is that they are able to make content out of the stuff that they are watching and doing. That they are able to bring people invested and involved into the greater conversation because they are actually making content that people want to consume and watch, and not necessarily that they are an individual who's only consuming the content that's being produced because they themselves have a deeper interest and a deeper tie towards this material than would be likely otherwise not. So, when you are dealing with the people that were creating machinima channels, like the original content that came from when they were making skits about Mortal Kombat, for example. Mortal Kombat skits, much like the Red and Blue skits or Sonic for Hire, by today's standards, the Flash skits and his Warhammer 40k parody, those things would require some kind of monetary investment that you couldn't justify existing today because it just doesn't follow through, that it comes from a place that is attached to material and effort. It doesn't come from an energy based in something. That's something valuable, at least. I need to rewire my route. Or do I? Do I? I don't think I do. Maybe not. I'll save it for later. But it belies the kind of route that you cannot be able to not map as a part of the greater problem of YouTube without discussing it because of its issues. On the greater sphere of investment from the people who are getting into the content. Because it's like making money off of having all these channels that are patched together through machinima, but the creators themselves are seeing pennies on the dollar.
I think you nailed it. Like, content businesses are still businesses, and they're not treated as businesses by the people that run them. They hire writers, they hire producers, they hire researchers, but you need to be hiring sales, marketing, you need to be hiring outbound email guys, right? Like, in a traditional business, you should be like 90-10 sales and marketing to content. And like Thorin said, you should just have people who are actually part of the community that are running the actual videos, the people that they actually want. So I think this is kind of a classic example of just a business that failed because they got too big too quickly. It was probably totally viable with the views that they had looking at the channel. I agree. Yeah, but they just went too big too quick.
Well, it's also as in if you just had a skeleton crew, these numbers work completely.
Yeah, they work fine.
The odd video does get 200k. It's just you can't have 15 people on full-time salaries. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And also, you just have to ask the question at a certain point as we sit here all in our respective homes on our webcams. You know, obviously, sure would be cool to have a studio. Would love that personally, but at the same time, like, is it really? What is the difference in views that this show gets if we put at a studio? Because I guarantee you it's not double the views.
That's nothing, yeah.
You know, look, I think it would increase views, 10, 20% maybe, but the cost has to be justified in a certain way. And you could say, well, for branding, you know, it adds this prestige, and maybe over time it like boosts the importance of the network. These are all true, and like obviously I would love to do something like that, but at the same time the justification for that cost is very different. And also you also have to think about the budgets that you're attacking with this, which is that we at LFN activate podcast budgets which are very different than YouTube like video budgets, which is what they were probably activating into. And the YouTube budgets are typically lower CPM. They're typically, they're very stringent requirements about those ad reads being upfront at the start of an episode, as opposed to in podcasts, it's much more anticipated to do mid-roll. I don't know what the retention is on some of these videos. I imagine it's good because the YouTube algorithm is like pushing them out. And certainly they...
Realistically, what you're looking at is the same level of retention that you'd get from a normal YouTuber. That's at a mid-level size. So from my level to the level of somebody like Aiden Paladin, the kind of ad reads that she could get from Magic Spoon or all these different companies is a part of a brand that is discussed as a part of a contract that just becomes, put this in the content and make this a part of the joke. And then you're just good. Doesn't have to do a lot more than that. Doesn't have to get a lot less than that. Then it just takes care of itself at the end of the day, basically. So you're talking about money, you're talking about the CPM model, you're talking about the algorithm putting them in the middle of the content. People watching it endlessly. Nice. People talking about it endlessly and getting somewhere between like $500, $1,000, $1,500, getting X amount of money per view on the content, paid as a stipend, as a part of a branding deal, having marketing rights for their own flavor of a affiliate model. The thing that you could expect out of gamer subs, the same thing you could expect out of partnerships and brand deals and all those other things that people like Jacksepticeye and others like that get. Stuff that otherwise would be odd to see other people try to get. Those kinds of deals and those kinds of sponsorships have a median model that basically requires you to always be growing. They don't want to see an investment where you maintain at a normal level and you have a consistent level. They want to see endless growth. And the growth model can't be supported by that because it requires you to have more people. More people, more follower, more intrigue, more investment, more goal. And it just don't work that way at the end of the day. The model doesn't work that way at the end of the day because it can't make money that way.
They were hurt by declining esports viewership across the board, just like we were, especially in League of Legends, guys. When Riot killed the LCS, so many English viewers left watching LoL content, and that affected us. It affected, I'm sure, them. It affected Riot's podcast. Like, look at the viewership of Euphoria and The Dive. Like, basically, the LCS rebrand, which we now know year over year collapsed English language viewership by 2/3, because we can see Riot's. I know, Devin, you probably didn't know that. We saw Riot's own stats on this well, not Riot stats, but the viewership stats. So English language viewership of last year LCS finals went down by like 60% compared to this year's LTA finals because they killed the LCS brand and people just left. Like, it was all it's all Brazilian now. It's all Brazilian now, Devin. That's so brutal. There was on the finals for summer, Devin, because by the way, if you guys don't know, Devin used to be the CEO of CLG, so he knows.
Yes.
The finals for LTA North had under 100,000 peak concurrent English language viewers on co-streams as well, across everything.
Jeez, that's such a crazy decision that they did that for.
So, to put that into terms for people who don't give a fuck, imagine taking the NFL brand and killing the NFL brand and turning it into something that's not like the XLA, where, you know, it's the hot bikini women wrestling, but is instead this near weird combination sport of disc golf and football under a name that's kind of like the LCS brand, but isn't the LCS brand, just like the NFL brand is not the NFL brand anymore. And you sell it specifically for Koreans. An American sport. Only for Koreans. with Korean jokes and Korean memes, even from the Korean players and fans that then co-stream it themselves and talk about it amongst their Korean-speaking channels. Or to put it another way, people who sell chocolate suddenly sell tires. Maybe that's a better example. People who used to sell chocolate now sell tires. They're not good tires, but they sell them.
When I saw that, I read it all. I was like, I just don't. I just feel like people at Riot, they kind of like live in the Santa Monica bubble sometimes, where they're like, oh yeah, like we're so much more relevant and bigger than like we actually are. You know, Twitch does the same thing. They like this, and then this kind of thing happens. The LTA made no sense to me.
No, it didn't make a. I mean, I think the concept made sense because like consolidating the competition. I think League does benefit from having good Brazilian teams, but they did
for sure.
They did 2 instances of cross competition. The way I wanted to see it done was that these teams were competing against each other every week. That gives the Brazilian teams a chance to improve. What they did, Devin, is they had like 2 playoffs, so they were competing for like a month out of the year, and the Brazilian teams were just mostly getting stomped. So it didn't do anything. And also, you didn't have to change the brand. Nobody said you need to change the brands at any point in time. You could literally just call them LCS. First off, I don't think CBLOL's brand is that important, but you could literally just call them LCS and CBLOL and just have them cross-compete. Anyway, it's not.
Did that take the value of franchise teams in North America?
Of course.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I mean, Devin, here's the thing. Nobody's talking about that because nobody's can sell a team, because here's the thing.
Isn't it implied that's the real reason they reverted it, Monty, went back to the LCS? I always assumed as much.
I mean, possibly, but here's the thing. LCS teams were already selling for nothing because prior to this, Riot was having to buy back slots for $6 million that they had sold for 10 or 12 million. So nobody was purchasing the slots. Riot was having to buy them back for, pennies on the dollar. So
yeah, I remember that. I still know a bunch of the owners. It was just a mess.
Yeah. So I mean, the question is, what is the value of an LCS slot? Apparently nothing.
The value of an LCS slot is the value of the people who are actually playing the game, watching the game, and actually competing in the LCS, trying to become a member of the fucking organizations and teams. Which is nothing, because nobody's capable of even showing people what is the path to becoming a member of these teams. No one can tell anybody what is the goal and how do I become a sports official in this league and become a player in this professional sport. There is no path for them to tell people that, because there is no way to tell people that, because there is no actual support for making that possible, because the people in question that are supposed to deliver that answer can't tell people that answer, because it's a good boy league. You get to play the game as a professional if they decide you have the right politics. That is the only way. That is the only way. If you're a bad person, you don't get to play the game.
Unless Riot is willing to pay you $6 million to repurchase it, because nobody else wants to buy one.
And then, owning a team. Why would you want to own a team during the worst game cycle of the league? Characters that are so goddamn extravagantly aggressive and annoying and boring that nobody can understand how to play against them and how to fight them, because the character is so goddamn powerful. They are so damn powerful that people are confused on how to even be able to coach for them, let alone talk about them, because every single time that player is on the league, or every time that player character is around and about, it is just garbage. Just plain garbage. From the bottom to the top. From the bottom to the top, it is plain garbage, and nobody can discuss how any of it is rational or competent for discussion of an actual serious game played for people and played by people who are supposed to be communicative towards that process, that instead end up looking like a fucking gacha game at the end of the day. Unironically so.
It's an
Anyway.
industry-wide problem. Like it's just if advertising doesn't support the model, then the model doesn't work, and that's what ultimately came down to League. But it just doesn't make sense to. There's no return on advertising spend in League. I mean,
I once ran the numbers, Devin, in 2023 when they did that LCS walkout, and it was something like franchises had invested between franchise fees and all the salaries, something like $200 million, and they'd made back something like 100 something million. Like the numbers made no sense whatsoever.
Well, we were like selling sponsorships, and like we would get offers from like local sponsors for like maybe 150,000 to 200,000 a year, and I was paying my top players like 700,000 to 800,000 a year at that time, right?
Yep.
So like it just makes no sense at all. Yeah,
And
that was
there was academy players that made 100k. Mate. None of
I was paying academy players 100k for sure. Yeah, and like it just comes down to like even if we had 10 times those sponsorships, I mean, so like $1 million, $2 million a year, it wouldn't have been sustainable. You had to go on VC money, and that VC money was hoping that the audience showed up later and that the ROAS made sense. And it didn't. And a similar thing is happening with Twitch now, with that like people aren't really talking about. But
yeah, and so you know, one of the things that we wanted to do here at LFN was to build an actual sustainable business around advertising, which we've done. You know what I mean? Like, we have no investors.
You know, by the way, Monty, just for people who want to show that we practice what we preach, we don't get paid like 150k salaries, etc. Like, and we're the founders of the company. Like, that's what you have to treat it like a startup. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, we're totally sustainable at this point in time because we have a variety of sponsors, and you guys support those sponsors. So thank you, and also, you know, we continue to grow. But you know, this is a very different approach. And I think when you look at the Score Esports, back to my earlier point, when you're looking at podcast budgets, it's a very different advertising field than YouTube sponsorships, and much better, frankly. And so these are special budgets that are carved out, but because the Score's content was never able to access that, and it's one thing to have, you know, I think they were in a very awkward spot, is my point, which is that they're making a 30-minute video, but they can only get one sponsor because it's a YouTube sponsor. So they either need to go like shorter or longer. Like, I feel like the 30-minute video is such a bizarre length of YouTube video because it's neither like the 10 to 15 minute where you can bang out that sponsor and, you know, do more in terms of volume. And it's also not a podcast, so it's hard to sell into podcast numbers. Like, you need it to be like an hour for it to be a podcast. So I felt
if you're gonna, you're right. Like, if you're gonna do 30 to 45 minute, you need to be community supported, like via Patreon or something like that. But to Thorin's point, because all the videos are clickbait and not information, there's no like community that really like goes behind it, so you're just in a weird space. You can't get supported by your community. You don't have enough YouTube sponsorship revenue, and if you expand too quickly, you don't have the views. Then the actual advertising revenue doesn't make sense. Your company collapses.
Well, and also nobody really cared about the Score Esports. Nobody was out there
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, because the
support
information is
how many videos have I watched about the Score Esports? You guys probably have watched a lot of videos about the Score Esports. Who are watching this? Who's the host of those videos?
I'm not saying this to be rude.
What's the name of the host? I was going to say the same
thing. I've watched loads of them just to be annoyed, and I can't even remember the actual names of some of these
exactly.
people. Didn't even have aliases. So, they did a terrible job branding that aspect. I just knew the Score Esports as a monolith, And by the way, spoiler, that's a problem in esports in general, Monty, which we haven't had with our company, because our company's branded around us, the personalities. If you just make it like, I'm ESL, no one's going to give like to a Patreon for ESL. They just seem like McDonald's, mate. It's like a mega company. Like, there's no human connection there that I can have. There's no person I'm supporting. I'm just throwing my money into a void at that point, it feels like.
Yeah.
For sure.
And also, they could have created a separate imprint brand that wasn't the Score and still marketed the Score app, like, you know, but maybe it would have been more effective if they had an actual identity, but they don't. And nobody even knows. You know, I know the guy's face. I can see the guy's face in my mind, but I don't know who he is. I don't know what his name is. I don't think he was doing like a bad job in terms of delivering the information, but the personality really wasn't there because it was so highly scripted, and they weren't using like a lot of. I mean, here's another problem: they weren't getting guests anymore. I mean, they used to get guests in the past, but we would know who these people were if we were invited onto their shows. And oftentimes, by the way, we would have got on there. Like, the Score has asked me in the past, and I have gone on their videos because they said, hey, we want to do this piece on, you know, this final in Korean League of Legends history, and like Doe and I have done it. And most of the time people are pretty happy to give their time because we want things to be correct and like sure, we like the exposure to these big channels too, but they stopped doing that. So when you have no rapport with other people who have more authentic voices in the space, it becomes really weird.
Ding, 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 ding. It's like watching people that are supposed to be YouTubers and Redditors tell you that you don't know anything about this game that they can't even tell you have connection towards. Because nobody can tell you who the fuck they are, where they came from, who they're here for.
And honestly, like, if the Score Esports, all these people went and founded their own company tomorrow, it wouldn't be any different. Like, I'm not mourning the loss of the Score Esports brand in any way, but I have trouble to believe that a lot of these people are going to be able to find work in the current esports environment, unfortunately, even though I think their editors were good. As an editor, you're just given the content that you're given, which is wrong.
The difference between those guys and all the people getting affected by the esports winter, though, is like the people that are getting wrecked by esports winter are endemic esports people.
Yes.
And they're not. They're just media twat tourists that, like, you know, they're going to get another media job. They'll find some fucking startup where, you know, everyone sits on fucking beanbags with MacBooks on the lap and, hey, want to play foosball? Anyone actually want to do any work? No, fuck that. Okay, cool. You know, and it'll be in California and it'll go under in a year. And, you know, just on that media merry-go-round. I mean, that's the reason no one remembers these people because, you know, they didn't come up in the space, right? You know, so... I mean, like, for them, I think, like, I was amazed it took them as long as it did for them to fall. I would have thought they would have been one of the first casualties of the esports winter, and they should probably feel very grateful that they were propped up by clearly a wealthy parent company that was willing to, like, give them 18 months to 2 years to essentially turn the corner on what was a dead model. I mean, like, think about where are all the big esports media websites these days?
That's the point. They're dead, mate. Like, I agree with you, Richard. I'll actually, even though it sounds harsh, guess what? Fuck these people. They were vultures on my own content. And also, by the way, here's another thing that didn't work with how they did it. Because they were from that sort of, like, almost like fucking hipster, edgy, IPA drinking fucking crowd. Being in Greenwich Village is the place to be, mate. It's the hotspot. Because they were doing all that shit, bro. They also had this angle where the snark was intolerable when you don't know the topic. Like, I'm sorry, me and Richard can call Zeus, the fucking in-game leader of Na'Vi, a brain-dead dickhead because we know things he's done privately. They did a video where their documentary about Zeus was called The Most Brain-Dead Mastermind. Right, Monty, that makes it sound like he doesn't even know how to call in the game and he doesn't even know, like, functionally how to play the game, and he's some sort of, like, Forrest Gump character, which is an absolutely ridiculous characterization. He was actually a really good tactician in CS. So on that topic, yeah, I actually hate that aspect. Like, it's nonsense. And I would say this, I agree with you, Richard. If anything, these people shouldn't bemoan the idea they've lost their job. You should actually feel blessed, because if you were one of the original people who were there for 10 years and you were really on anything approaching like a $100,000 salary, bro, you got paid $1 million to make shit clickbait videos about YouTube. I can't even troll and say I've done that. I haven't. Like, I'd have to take every event, every sponsor. Like, that's actually crazy. By the way, no human will ever do that again in esports. Get $1 million to make shit clickbait. Like, that's I would feel lucky if you were in that position for real. You'll never get that job again either.
Yeah.
Like Richard says, you'll be off on some metal blog now or some fucking shit.
Exactly.
About
they'll be doing like
Zoomer
listicles
culture.
for
Absolutely.
fucking Collider or
yes.
You know what I mean? Like, and look, you know, power to them, man. People like that content. They click on that content. Not because it's informative, but people like to say, I would have put that on my list. That's all it is. It's like, it's slop for morons. And they were very good at that.
It gets weird when you start like a media company and now all of a sudden you're like a group of people making videos and stuff like that. Like at CLG, we were trying to crack the content code and I always failed at it. We would spend like $10,000 for a video sometimes. And like you just like nobody cares. There's no like return on it. You have really good production quality. You kind of have your head about all these ideas and everything, but it doesn't match that individual content creator energy when you have just like someone like Thorne just sitting there ranting and everyone's like, yeah, that's like authentic. I know the guy. Like I get it. And like people respond to that. And I think like the Score just kind kind of got too big too big in its head for that. They're like, oh, like we're this media company, but we saw that with so many of these like media conglomerates that thought that they could do that, right? But they lose that authenticity of of an individual.
Well, that's because that's
why we can't remember anybody.
I think you're right.
They don't
as well.
spend in the right spaces, though. It's the thing is like the production quality is always secondary to the ideas and the content quality. And in a lot of these places, instead of empowering the people who already exist with additional
you get black magic
value.
cameras, you get like
By the way, unironically, I'm not joking. At the right point in time, you could have literally hired Monty and Richard and people like that.
Sure.
They would also have done this, better versions, but their own sort of content. But that's the other thing they never did. And also, notice they did the classic esports mistake, which is when times are going well, just spend all the money on hiring loads of people. And then you don't just get to go, guys, we're just going to scale it back. You have to go, sorry, 95% of you are fired. Like, you have to do those crazy esports engine ones where it's like, we're hiring 1,000 people. A year later, everyone's laid off. It's like, why don't we just hire 200? What are we doing here? What is this?
Think about all the other companies we've seen come and go. Like fucking Ven. We covered that. Like, I feel like I'm missing a few.
G4.
I mean, like, yeah, G4. There you go. And it's like, I mean,
CLG.
Well, no, I mean,
C4, CLG, Echo Fox, fucking Vixen, Siren, whatever that group was called, that was nothing but esports women, and they were dog shit. Renegades! So on, so on, so on, so on.
At least you had a team attached to it and stuff, and it's like, I mean, it's a bit of a different game. But yeah, I mean, I also think like, there's a real pressure when you're an esports org, like you say, to make that compelling content, because the reward is if you can capture something that makes people identify with the team and the brand. They feel that affinity, they stick around, they watch the games, they buy the merch. But often, a lot of really good content kind of fell by the wayside of like no views in esports.
By the way, you could even
Team
argue,
Liquid
Richard,
as well.
that's not even a bad example. Think about how CLG and TSM initially became huge. It was with huge personalities. It was all about driving people to the stream. And you weren't really... Here's the thing. You were never really a fan of TSM. You were a fan of Reggie or The Odd One or fucking Dyrus or Hotshot or St. Vicious or Double Lift, whoever it was. The problem is when you then just become, we're a sports franchise, and like you say, by the way, I'll guarantee the video you paid the 10k for was way better than like a Hot Shots clip, but the problem is it didn't have that connection, did it? Like you say, it's just you're throwing it out there. It might get 100k views, or it might get 5, and you might be really sad. You never know.
Yeah, 100%. It's happened a bunch. But yeah, sort of to bring it into the main topic. I mean, I think like you have to recognize, and this is why I think Deserto missed the trick, but Deserto are one of the media companies that have actually survived. They've survived through esports winter. Do you know how they survived through esports winter? They pretty much laid off the hardcore esports staff. I quit, left on good terms. Lewis Mira went
The joke is, Richard, they did their own version of the score. They used to literally... the difference is, they did the one step I said the score didn't. They did hire me and Richard.
Yeah.
And then what they did, in my case, Monty, was they had me do these sorts of documentaries that were pretty good, and then they one day just realised, why pay him? Why not just have a guy that does it sort of like 60% as good, but doesn't have the same fee? And then they just found a way, and they did the same thing as the score. They just generated 1 billion videos where I would have taken a week to make one.
I can even tell you, Devin, when I knew the writing was on the wall and the right thing to do was to stop taking their money and like just negotiate leaving, I interviewed a guy that was claiming to be a whistleblower about match fixing in Counter-Strike. Turned out to just be a psycho, right? But whatever, you do your due diligence. I prepared this insane 4-piece article. It was like, I don't know, probably all put together about 12,000 words. Took me about 2 weeks to get it all cobbled out, researched all of this stuff. I got doxxed while I was doing it. I had to snap a fucking SIM card. It was a whole fucking palaver. And anyway, I was really happy with it. I thought it was a great story, great piece of journalism. Deserto published it. I was like, yeah, this is pretty good. Could get nominated for an award for this. Anyway, right? Total number of clicks per article. Probably about 5,000 on each chapter. It was split into 4 pieces.
Which does mean, Richard, as you just suggested earlier, someone else could have just done the article, the listicle, top 10 T1 players at Worlds in half an hour, and it would have
got more views. Is the point. This is the point. The same day that I checked in with them and I said, how many views did all of that get? And they were like, well, you know, probably about 20,000 over the course, and then some of those people are probably the same, so whatever. They'd published an article. Amaranth had just announced that she was putting a vaginal yeast into a beer.
Perfect. Mate, that's like some Monty Python shit, and that would be the actual comparison point.
And the news article about that got 3.5 million clicks.
I think that right there is a nice scope for underlining the point that I made earlier to the bus when he asked me like question. What is the difference between how people like myself do work and people like this do work versus people like Smash JT make clickbait articles and headline videos designed to use the topical events of topics to get eyes on their channel so they can then rant about Culture Warrior shit. That is pretty much the full scope of it right there. That's pretty much it. Although the person that they'd be using in that example there as a YouTuber is It's a Gundam. Like, you're not going to him for a breakdown of some serious topics, but you're going to hear something from him and you're going to be like, well, why would I not watch this video? Why would I not engage in that material? Very silly when you really think about it. Wow. I redo the entire tree and it's literally 46 instead of 48. That's crazy.
I know, why?
And I'm just like, you know what, guys?
I love it.
I can't. This is fucked up. I can't do this to you anymore. Like, this is really bad. So like we sort of negotiated. Like, listen, we'll make this your last month and all that. But this is how this is what they pivoted to the influencer shit, and the influencer shit generates all the fucking views and the clicks, and that enabled them to like do the other stuff. I even pitched to them. I pitched. But it was before the Trump ran for the re-election. I said, like, you know, with all the 2020 shit that kicked off, probably it would have been for 24. I said, here's what you should do. You should create Deserto politics, and you should hire some, like, you know, crazy fucking political writers and focus on that. And that will, if you think the influencer shit is generating clicks, the politics stuff drives everybody fucking crazy. So that'll be clicks through the roof. And they didn't go for it for whatever reason. Maybe it would have fucked with advertisers, as Twitch are finding out. But anyway, yeah, I mean, you know, they had to pivot to survive, and they did the right thing. Like, you know, a pure esports media company, you're gonna fucking struggle. Yeah. It doesn't matter how many clicks you get. Ultimately, spoiler, you don't get many. It's just really hard to monetize because a lot of people, Devin knows. He knows who I'm talking about. A lot of people really killed the fucking goose that laid the golden egg on that, man. When esports was the investment word and people wanted to throw fucking money at you, well, a lot of people that took that money and just wasted it. And now you say esports. Well, if it ain't AI or Web3, motherfuckers don't want to know.
The Four Horsemen is brought to you by Prize Picks. And now that we've got the NFL season rolling, we've got the NBA season rolling, we've got the NHL season rolling, and of course, esports tournaments, particularly the major in Budapest, it's a great time to play along with some daily fantasy on Prize Picks. It's really easy to play. All you do is pick more or less on 2 different players' stats, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. What does this mean? Well, in Counter-Strike, you might, for example, pick whether a player is going to get...
Monty, I love you, but I'm going to speed up this ad read. I won't skip you, but I'm going to speed up this ad read. So help me God. So help me God.
Get more or less kills than the stated number, or more or less headshots than the stated number on a given map, or 2 maps in the case of a best of 3. So you'd say, they think they will get more than 16 kills on maps 1 and 2. Pick another stat for a different player, or headshots for that same player, and you could win. For the NFL, could be anything from yards that a quarterback throws to points for an NBA or NHL player. So it's quite fun to go ahead and play along. You can get action on football, basketball, esports events in more than 40 states, including California, Texas, and Georgia. It also offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. So, for example, if you want to pick more on Steph Curry's points, 3-pointers, and assists, you can pick all of them in the same lineup, and that is only on Prize Picks. You can also follow other players directly on the the app and copy their lineups in one click. So whether it's a friend or a celebrity or just somebody found who's right more often than not, all you have to do is follow them and check out every lineup they create in the new feed tab on Prize Picks. So you guys can download the Prize Pick apps today and use code HORSEMEN, plural HORSEMEN, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code HORSEMEN to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. All right, let's switch over to the Twitch viewership.
How cooked is the industry, Carl? How fucked is it? It's so fucked. They've taken the concept of pick'ems, fucking League of Legends pick'ems, and they have developed an industry business that specializes in the yes or no vote odds as a part of the business and industry, just as big and as bad as Stake and DraftKings. That's how bad it's gotten. Is it worth it? I don't know what to tell you, chat. I should just tell you, gambling is not a good thing to do. Balatro is great. Gambling is not. It's your money. I can't stop you. But that's my opinion. Carl, you've turned white. It's the vitiligo. No, it's the ashiness. I washed my hands too much yesterday.
Good thing, because I want to get Devin involved with some of this. So, Devin, can you describe the Twitch view botting scandal that, as far as I'm aware, is still happening despite the announcements? So what is the status of...
Despite every single person choosing to either ignore it or try to glaze the situation and then immediately forget about it and move on?
Twitch as a platform these days, because the viewbotting is rampant among creators. We'll talk about instances how I know, especially with Overwatch League, that esports orgs have also, and tournaments have also been viewbotting. And what is Twitch's response to the viewbotting that is being alleged, and how is it affecting the...
The answer is nothing, and they're not going to do shit.
Platform, because this for those guys who are unaware, like the viewbotting, people do it to boost their rank on Twitch because there's no natural discovery besides like who's on top or who has more viewers when you open the category on the platform. But the problem is, and Devin was in sales for advertising, this fucking creates an insane amount of noise for advertisers because they can't know what's real on the platform, so it makes it very hard to spend. So what is the status of the viewbotting done? How are people doing this?
Okay, so hopefully not too long of an answer, but basically,
yeah, this is the spot for that.
Yeah, also, technically, people can go watch a YouTube video for any extra details. So just
yeah, that's a good point. I don't even know if I have a YouTube video on this actually, because this kind of happened like.
So, 2 months ago, you don't like
I did a long thread, kind of like on Twitter, so I guess that'd be worth reading if people are really interested in this. And so like the kind of TLDR is like for the last, so I started in the esports world, I went into the talent agency world, and now I'm in the brand world, which kind of means that I'm kind of in the back end. But over the last like 2 or 3 years, on behalf of brands, I've been spending literally millions of dollars a year in advertising, and so a good portion of that was on Twitch. And what we noticed around like 2023 was like the return on advertising spend called ROAS. Basically, what you kind of get back in terms of like what you're spending on your brands for Twitch was like really abnormally low. And like compared to every other website, we're spending on YouTube, TikTok, and like Instagram everywhere. And I was like, okay, well, why is this? And we had a technology we were using that for like our major brands where we would capture what is happening in Twitch chat, just to get sentiment analysis and all kinds of cool stuff like that. Okay, why don't we repurpose this and figure out like what's going on? So we tossed the bot that we were using in the top 15,000 streams of Twitch, and we started just running it and seeing what was happening for about from about 2023 to like the end of like quarter 3 2025. And we noticed that the IVS rates, invalid traffic, IVT rates, like are way higher. Like typically on like Google, you would get like 10-11% IVT, you know, and the IVTs on Twitch are, so I'll give you the actual numbers, are as of right now 39.6% on Twitch. But
it says 40% of viewers are bots.
40% of viewers are not real in some way. They're not human. They're either bots or they're embeds or they're kicked off from another website or they're not logged in or they're not active users. But 39.6% of, and I have to be really careful, so I'm going to say allegedly, but as a guy that has spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, these are advertised impression views. I've had that fight with some of the Twitch guys on X. They're saying that these views don't get pushed to advertisers. It is my strong belief, based on a lot of the work I've done, that they do get pushed to advertisers. So I think that 39% IVT is really high. Then we got I got challenged with this much
about Twitch knowing this. Just give me one moment. So Twitch, for you guys, they didn't know, they bought the Curse Network, and then the Curse Network would have embeds of Twitch streams at the bottom, and Twitch themselves were selling people, especially like tournament organizers. They sold this to the Overwatch League, for example. They sold embeds at the bottom of Curse sites. Okay, so it's not just that Twitch knew and knows; it's that they were selling
the service. Yeah.
They were offering the service. So continue. So I to believe they would not know.
I think they do, and I think so. We got a lot of pushback on this. A secondary agency named Vadra, and they have an X post about this with their findings. Did a 50,000 person stream analysis with 4,500 creators and found within 0.2% our exact data. Totally separate study, like just as legit as the one we ran. So they came up with 39.6% Twitch and 68.7% Kick. Kick is a whole other conversation, but so anyway, like I think the thing that people listening to this would be interested in is why is this happening? Is it...
Fortunately, this is something that you have all witnessed us talk about before, because you witnessed me go through that video of him reacting and talking to the Kick managers about these numbers, as well as his own solo presentations. So it's still going on, and it's actually gotten worse from the scope that it started from, which is the insane part.
Is it just people that are viewing their own streams? Is it things like that? And the real answer, and something I've never heard discussed, and I didn't put in my post, is that it's the agencies. So what's actually happening is that the people that are really smart in the talent management world and in the brand world have figured out that you can just you can push these views and not get policed. Twitch doesn't police any kind of viewing, and their justification for that is that you can't prove that it's the stream that's doing it. Maybe it's like a malicious person that's doing it or something like that. And we could get in a long tangent about that. But because of that, agencies have realized, okay, I can bot a stream, 30 to 40% viewership. I can then sell a sponsored deal against that for $2 to $3 CPM for those viewers, and I literally print money, and nobody enforces it, and nothing happens. So the major agencies that are at the top of Twitch right now are mostly viewbotting their top streamers.
Yep, that's the answer. It's also the same reason why TikTok is making me do this dumb shit on the side where I have to use YouTube Live. It's because the studios are view-botting people. They're view-botting them through the agencies. They're view-botting them through their friends. Their friends are parts of their agencies that have negotiated the ability to do the view-bots. The view-bots are being encouraged by the entire scene, and there's nothing you can do about it. Because if they're a part of the same organization and group, then they can benefit off of the view-bots, and there's nothing you can tell them that will get them to decide in their heart of hearts, please stop view-botting, because they get paid for it. They get paid for it. They get paid for it, bro. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting that it keeps happening like that.
And so that is why, sorry, real quick, an interesting stat. In the top 500 streams, 410 of them are view-botted. Not necessarily by the people that are the individuals, but in many cases they are, but by the agencies. That's the real story here.
Right. Yeah. And the agencies, by the way, if they do this to their entire client base, so they have a lot of stable of streamers, and they view-bot them all, then they can sell blanket deals across all of their package deals with major blue chip advertisers.
And the hilarious thing, Money, is that they're all doing this through AWS instances. They're just doing up AWS instances and duplicating the viewership in a hilarious circle jerk between the IBS and AWS. It's all coming back.
So Amazon makes money both ways, of course. So
yeah, the cost of hosting these bots and it's not insignificant. Like it's like several $1,000s a month, and that's why like a lot of time people go, oh, this like small guy is like view-botting stream for 2 years. Like probably not, because they are quite expensive to run.
You made a point in your thread that I think is very pertinent here, because if someone's thinking why the agent do it, it only makes sense for the streamer. One point you made about from knowing agencies is because the agency does the brand deal. You said that they'll do the brand deal, then they'll like essentially the streamer doesn't know what the brand deal is. They then go to the streamer and let's say it's a 10k deal. They go, great news, I've got you 5k a month. They just skim 5k straight off that, so they directly benefit from this viewpoint. It makes perfect sense why they do it. So they definitely not police.
And then they take 20%. So the deal they have officially with the streamer is the 20, right? So they say, hey, I take 20% of your revenue for every deal we bring, but then I bring you the 10k deal. I tell you it's 5. I take 20% of the 5, and I take the 4 off the top.
Well, you have to take that cost for view-botting first. That only makes sense.
Yeah. So
my promotional fees have been deducted already.
It's really crazy because people that like people think that like the view-botters are like a couple of the people like Kai Sanat, for example, who are like really holding up the platform right now. Like they're very legitimate creators. And people are, oh, that guy's like being view-botted. But meanwhile, we got like half of OTK view-botting and like nobody talks about it. It's crazy. Like people, the way that people think view-bot distribution works and like is like just follow the money. Like follow where the agencies are and who those people are supporting. And then you can just go on Twitch Tracker or something and look at like these people. Their viewership was like at most like 400, 500, 600 viewers, and like over the course of the month they just spiked to like 20, 30k. Like it's so obvious, right? But I don't know. Like
also the viewership
the scary part of this. Oh, go on.
The viewership graphs are like with the view-botting because they know nobody checks, so nobody even cares. So I mean, XQC has been pointing this out too, where it's like the viewership graph is like turn on stream, goes to 20k, flat lines at 20k for 4 hours, turns on. Which is not how any like if you stream, as we all have, that's not how shit works. You turn it on
every single game
goes up. Yeah.
So just chatting, you can Final Fantasy X from 30 years ago, they're like rocking 25,000 viewers, no problem. Like just absolutely no variance in viewership. Yeah. And so here's the thing, is like so advertisers, like we're not stupid, like we knew this, right? So I'm spending so Twitch is in a very interesting category because it's what we call an experimental budget. So if I have like let's say my average deal value is about $1.5 million in my agency, and so like when I'm running that, about 5-7% of that is going to be experimental budget, which just means like let's throw that at something we're not sure is going to work, and then see what happens, and maybe we'll get like a VC level ROAS and like it'll be super cool, like some 11-to-1 result, and like it'll be amazing. So Twitch is always our experimental budget, and like back when I started the agency in like 2022 or so, we were literally spending like 80-90% of our revenue on Twitch. By 2025, that was like less than 5%, but just because of the way the advertising model shifted, and like serious advertising agencies have all looked at Twitch now, and we've been through it. That's the thing, is like IPG, Omni, like all the big advertising agencies and the people I partner with, we've done Twitch. I think people don't realize this, that like Twitch and esports, you guys all remember this, had this like new car smell where advertisers come in and say, oh, what's this? Like let's get a feel for this. Like is this going to work? This is kind of awesome. Well, we tried it. Like we've been at Twitch now for 5 or 6 years. We know the return on advertising spend there doesn't make sense, so we don't pay, and that is not even considering like the real story, which is the Twitch adpocalypse thing that like happened. That like for some reason, like I think that like when it happened to YouTube creators are kind of more tuned into the space and they kind of understand. No one, like the Twitch streamers, like, have no idea like why their advertising revenue dropped 40-50% in the last like 3 or 4 months, right? And so I think this combination of things, the ad pressure and the Twitch view-botting, just made the whole website kind of start like in a real death spiral. Like I mean, it's losing like 10% viewership like over the last 6 months. Probably will lose like 15% viewership this year.
I mean the thing with Twitch is it's like by the way, I don't know how Dan Clancy's still.
I think it's more like 20, because they're about to start talking about Dan Clancy. And the thing about this is that when you look at these numbers and you actually look at the purported case, the way this works out, there's no fucking way you're telling me it's only 15. People have to go to Twitch, and then they have to go to Kick, and then they have to go to TikTok, and use TikTok as a means of growing their audiences for those platforms to get people to click into their content. While people still hide their content out on an entirely different platform where they are not engaging with the people and the material, which is basic to their clout. Why would it only be 15? It's going to be 20. I would like it to be 20, I should probably say. It's going to be bigger than 15 at least. Maybe 18 even. 20 is a nice whole round number, which would actually represent the actual amount of value that Twitch has for the people. Because after they decided to make their next pivot, hello fellow VTuber, we certainly do care about you and like you to become a part of it. What's your favorite Oshi? No! No! Absolutely not. No, it's gotta be bigger. Because they're so out of touch, it's unreal how out of touch they are. It is ridiculous the levels of out of touch that they are. It would have to be a bigger number. Because the fact that this has been allowed to go the way that it has, that it's gotten, to the level that it's gotten to, and that this reflects their level of actual interest into the deeper cultures of what people find themselves fans of. It has to be a bigger number that reflects the reality of people's actual viewing consistency. They are showing up as a part of a greater problem that they are not speaking energy and power towards. That then reflects itself as a part of the dynamics of the things that are causing people to fall out of love with the platform, if not specifically fall out of love with the content. They have destroyed what is meant to be for gamers by gamers by turning it into an influencer's daydream / nightmare. And it has made the entire platform into trite. It is trite, full of detritus. And might as well be reflective of the kind of world that makes people want to go back to the past and play a video game that did not suck ass. As well as the fact that they're falling out of favor with communities and rivals and situations and events that used to be a part of their culture. Especially with the entertainment quality. It can't be a number as small as 15. But then again, considering most of the people in my sphere of influence are YouTubers, and inherently the ones that are on Twitch are also people that are mostly now kick bros, it is probably to the interest of the parties listening and involved that you consider that part of the dynamic here that's being forgotten is that some of the people who are getting involved and are all involved with this emergent culture are people that don't spend most of their time listening and rather spend most of their time watching. Unless it's an already popular figure that they're going to drop everything they're doing for, I don't see people getting up and checking into their stuff the same way.
Still has a fucking job. It's actually insane to me. I can't think.
We can go through that.
Yeah, I mean, no, we will touch on it.
If you want, yeah.
I can't think of like a CEO coming into an Amazon property and it's like all the things that you know, all the metrics you would judge success by have all objectively gone backwards for Twitch. Like number of active users, the view botting problem, attendees at TwitchCon, advertisers pulling out. Obviously, I did some reporting about that back when it was predicated on the anti-Semitism thing. Yeah,
you were like one of the really legit people. Just want to like give you a little bit there. Like you were one of the really legit people in the Twitch ad thing. Like you were one of the only people. If I saw people talking, I jumped on Twitter. I know Richard was one of the only people who knows what he's talking about here.
Well, what happened was because it was all kind of like so. Obviously, like that Dan Saltzman, like Destiny's colleague that you know works with him on the podcast and stuff. I think that's still true.
No, he dropped that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I have a video called "The Man at War with Twitch," and people don't realize like Dan Saltzman kind of individually like destroyed so much, such a huge percentage of Twitch's advertising, but it's actually insane.
Oh, I have no doubt he made a dent because when you know when I was told when I said okay Dan, you know I've known Dan a while, I'll take a look at it. Well, I reached out to a bunch of people in Twitch and like people I was talking to were like, oh yeah, this advertiser's pulled out, and people were saying, oh, Richard's just making it up. He's like friends with Destiny and blah blah.
They told me the exact same thing.
Yeah, and then it was like it was all vindicated because I think Cecilia D'Anastasio did a report. I didn't name because I was trying to protect sources. I didn't name some of the companies. I think I named exactly one company, and then that was verified by someone else's reporting, and then everyone was like, oh, well, they're saying it now, so it's like no, I was right, and he definitely made a dent, and that was just predicated on the anti-Semitism stuff. Even Amazon got brought in over that. So there was that. That was before the view button thing. Then we've got the TwitchCon issues. You've got the number one Twitch streamer on the platform is just literally running terrorist propaganda. You've got Congress, like members of Congress, like Richie Torres, writing letters saying we're going to haul you in front of a committee, which is happening. All these tech companies now are going to have to answer for like anti-Semitism and terrorist propaganda on their platform. And meanwhile, Dan Clancy is doing what exactly? Looking at fucking Kuma streams. Can I
impact this for a second?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Like, so I think there's a big misunderstanding. So I worked at like with Twitch and Amazon sales team directly to like do advertising spend. And when I was in talent, I like never like made this connection. And then when I got to brand advertising, I was like, oh, like Twitch is not a social media platform as far as Amazon is concerned. What do I mean by that? So Twitch is actually a backbone for a system called IDS, which is a hosting service essentially for live streams. You can go see it. You can just type Amazon IDS. And what it is Twitch's backbone advertises to mostly like churches and like people that want to run their own like live streaming service. And it's very successful, right? So the main group of people that run Twitch now, and it's worth noting to Richard's point that I think one thing that's another massive aspect of this is just the sheer number of layoffs that have happened within Twitch. In 2022, Twitch had 2,500 employees, but since then there was a 4 400% layoff in 2023, another 400% layoff in 2024. In October, just last month, they dropped 35% of their company. So who's left is mostly engineers. The partnership team was 200 people, and now it's less than 10 now, right? So what's happened is Twitch and Amazon views Twitch, I think, correctly. If I think about Amazon's executives and like how they're thinking, they're not idiots. Like, right, they're viewing it as a sort of kind of live test for how live streaming platforms work for other people, and you can kind of go see what their technology is doing. And the whole acquisition was a technology play. They're doing it because they want it to work up on the back of QVS, which is their like live streaming service for Shopee and that sort of thing. Amazon has no real interest beyond Prime Video as a social media platform. They don't care. They're a CPG brand. They sell stuff on they sell books. They sell cookies. They sell stuff. Right? Like they don't care about. So like remember everyone's like, oh, why is like Twitch not doing anything? Why is it not acting in the same way as like a platform like TikTok Live, which is like crushing it, or like YouTube, for example, right? Which has significantly more market share than Twitch now. The answer is because Amazon doesn't monetize that way. They don't have an advertising network like Google does with AdSense. They're an engineering brand. So Dan Clancy's an engineer, and he's being evaluated on the basis of how well his technology is performing. Which is the CDN is great. The content delivery network is great. Like everything works, right?
And it synergizes with their service.
Yes, and they're adding technology to it. If you look at all the changes within Twitch in the last couple of years, it's Twitch Rewind, it's stuff like that. It's all technology stuff, right? Like there's nothing for content creators because they don't care about the content creators.
Like, they also fell really far behind on the algorithm. I mean, just our anecdotal.
There is no algorithm.
Yeah, exactly. Our anecdotal experience at LFN has been like, we don't care about Twitch because we don't run that many live shows.
There's no discovery.
But even when we do run live shows, most of our viewership's on YouTube now. Like, that's how it is.
The craziest thing I think I ever saw Dan say was like he came up at, I think this was the 2 TwitchCons ago, or 1 TwitchCon before the last one, and he was like, we haven't updated our mobile app in 7 years. Just outright, you remember that? Like he just outright said that on stage, and I was like, holy shit! Like that's like crazy, and it just like it's indicative of Twitch as a discovery platform, as a platform for like for live streaming has been beaten out by TikTok Live, YouTube, which are like I think people still remember a time when Twitch was 70% market share. It's 14.6% of the market according to stream charts today. So YouTube runs about 48%, TikTok runs about 31%, and Twitch runs about 14%, about 15%. So like the platform looks and feels to us with these big streamers like it's alive, but I mean it's a shadow of its former self.
It's also the millennial platform. Like it's not Gen Z's platform, right? And a lot of the millennials, I would say, have aged out of watching game streams, at least live for the most part, or they switched over to YouTube because YouTube. I mean, once you get old guys, you don't care about Twitch chat anymore, and YouTube is just a better streaming experience, just straight up.
It's just too hard to follow. Like the big, a really big stat on Twitch that always stuck with me was the average watch time per user, which is around 108 minutes. So compare that to about 48 minutes for a YouTube person, meaning that like the dedication and the investment that you have to be a Twitch watcher is so dramatically larger than watching video on YouTube or being a part of TikTok. And that's why you kind of only produce these like very dedicated parasocial kind of sorts that will like really be oriented towards it. The other ones kind of like you said, they age out. And so Twitch was never able to like break out of that. And to Richard's point, got just infinitely worse by platforming politics, man. Like that if you want to really just take it from the advertiser, if you want to really nail down why Twitch, I think, went south, it was the platform of the streaming content. That made me as an advertiser and every brand I know say, we're good, like we're out. Yeah. I don't want, my brand friendliness is like, I know it's like mean, it's a real thing, right? Like we don't want our CPG brand to be alongside a talk about ISIS. Even if the talk is negative or positive, just don't talk about it, right?
And the old Michael Jordan thing, Republicans buy trainers too, right? You don't want to be on divisive.
Except we don't want to sell ISIS trainers. We do want to make that abundantly clear.
And I think the real conversation is like the big difference. People are like, well, the thing that everyone always says is like, well, YouTube has all that stuff. No, YouTube has ad segmentation. That is the huge difference. So if I advertise on Twitch, I am always advertising to the lowest common denominator streamer, the worst streamer on the website, because ads are distributed evenly. So you can't distribute, as an advertiser, we're white glove, so I have to contact Twitch, good luck, and get a relationship with them to pay any kind of money for advertising. There's no system like AdSense where I can throw $500 or $500,000 and be done with it, right? So I have to white glove with them, and then my ad segmentation choices get displayed across the entire website. I can kind of tell them that I don't want like hot tub stuff, and they'll be kind of okay, but the ad will still sort of appear. So at the end of the day, if I'm Chase Bank and I advertise on YouTube, I can be very confident that the ads that I display will never be attached to extremist political content if I select that way. But on Twitch, it's guaranteed. That's the problem. There's no ad segmentation. We wouldn't be able to do this. You could have Hassan, you could have all the other guys, you could have everybody, right? But because Twitch never built that system, they had 7 years to do it. That is really the downfall of the website. And we can't advertise until they fix it. That's why I've said, and even like political commentators like Admiral have said, like we should make Twitch a gaming website. Like, go all the way back around, right? It's like a crazy take, but like my position is that's the only way to fix it if you want to ever get advertisers back.
I'm kind of conflicted on that, and I'll just give it a...
It's controversial, sure. Yeah,
no, but I have no doubt that you're right, that it would fix it from an advertiser perspective and make it so we could make more money again on the platform. It would certainly fix a lot of the problems when it comes to moderation, probably make everyone's life a little bit easier. I was one of the people back when me and Stephen were doing a podcast. He wanted to talk more and more about politics on that podcast, but I mean, I remember back in the days where the joke was the first politics channel on Twitch was the Hearthstone channel, because the Hearthstone players would queue for so fucking long between games. Chat would ask them, hey, what about this, what about that, and they'd have all this time to talk. And people were like, wow, this is kind of cool, getting like the opinions of like, you know, Amaz or, you know, whoever it might be. And so suddenly there was this appetite for it. And I was one of the people saying Twitch should be treated like public access television. Like any crazy kook can go on and have a show, and you've got your time, and you just talk about anything you want to talk about. Because you had all these insane rules. Like it was like there must be 1 hour of uninterrupted gameplay. You may take a break for 15 minutes and talk to your stream, but then you have to go back. You can't gamble on stream. Remember these rules, Devin.
Yeah, I got dinged because I was dancing on stream. I used to be a competitive dancer when I was way younger, and I would dance on stream for donations. This is it's not people are like, oh, you've gone so far. Not really. I'm still kind of dancing for donations at CLG in a different way, right? but yeah, like the partnership manager. I got an email, Richard. Like they were like you're dancing. Like you got to play games.
There'll be a topical tie in here is that tweet everyone dunked on recently by Pokemon, where she was sort of like, why are we just doing like drama and stuff? Like, let's get back to games. It's like, have you ever played a game in about 10 years? Like, you are like just chatting fucking like Portugal. Like, what is this? Like, I agree. Like, the joke could be Asmongold's nailed it. He was just show World of Warcraft again, not fucking his next take on politics.
I think like Pokemon is like one of the best rage baiters right now, like out there. Like she's so good.
She's nailed the formula, dude. But here's the thing. Like, I'll also give the flip side to that coin. Like Asmongold is saying, let's make a game platform again. Everyone's going, yeah, stunning and break. He loses like half of his audience conservatively. Like, a lot of people are there now to hear his takes on certain issues. One of the things I think it's not so much politics that's become the problem. It has become this cyclone of bullshit that comes with it, which is if you have an audience that wants you to say things that they like to hear, there's always that temptation to just push it a little bit further. So, you know, it's like, well, did you see that police officer involved shooting the other day? And you look around, hey, Gab, they're all bastards, right? And then everyone...
Yeah.
Yeah, the donations come in, subs come in. There's a...
Yep, exactly what he was asking me.
post like Hassan says fucking everyone take ACAB, using an example, don't know if that's his real opinion, probably is, whatever. And then more and more people come into the stream. But then the problem with that is he hasn't said ACAB for a few days. You know, what's up with that? And then it's like, you know, my favorite flag is the Hezbollah flag. You know, and it keeps going and going and going and going until you get to, and then people take a clip of that and then they react. Well, I think that's a disgrace. I think if Twitch had any sense, they'd ban Hassan. And then Hassan reacts to that clip. Suddenly you're 5 webcams deep in this fucking infinity chamber of webcams of people reacting to clips. More and more extreme opinions being voiced. And it's like, why the fuck would an advertiser go, that's exactly where I want to put my brand?
The entire system feeds itself everything, and there's so much incentive to just be a deliberate rage baiter. Just say the most extreme thing and get clips for it. And like you know,
Devin, do you want to know something hilarious? I even think that people who accidentally pioneered this, they just weren't actually smart enough to intentionally rage bait. With the Call of Duty influencers and players back in the day 10 years ago, this was exactly the method. They used to make vlogs about each other and drama, and everyone just ate. You just for a week you would all just have a vlog back and forth. But the difference is they didn't do it intentionally, just the drama in their scene. But that's
exactly. And I'm fine with that. Like that's like we can totally have that, but we need either ad segmentation, like put them in their category, put them in their box where they on each other, like YouTube has. Like you don't want to go watch that content on YouTube, you can go over there. But I, as an advertiser, don't want to be a part of it. And the problem is, and the reason why I came down to like, well, we just need to be a gaming website was just I realized that Twitch, from an engineering perspective, will just never implement this.
What's their motivation if they're just getting their lunch eaten by YouTube and TikTok and they don't fundamentally, Amazon doesn't care about Twitch as a platform because it has declining viewership and it's losing cultural relevance? Like, why?
Because it's an engineering solution. So the problem, Monty, is that like because they're viewing Twitch as this IDS adjacent thing, where they're not going to implement any solutions to actually fix the content, right? Like because advertising is not what they're after with Twitch. Like they're not trying to monetize. They are like right, but and the other thing too is like you look at like a good place to go for this. Just look at the Amazon public reports and like how the executives talk about Twitch, right? Like I wrote about this like recently. In the last like 5 or 6 years, Twitch has been mentioned in an earnings report like 3 times. Yeah. And it's always as an adjacent to IDS as a live stream platform. Is never as a content or social platform. That to me is like the key AAA indicator of like how Amazon views the platform. So like you said, Monty, they have no incentive to update it. And so if they're not going to do that, then like we might as well have a gaming website that still accomplishes the engineering goal of like demonstrating what IDS is and get rid of all this bullshit. Otherwise, like I think that the pressure that Richard was talking about with like the congressional stuff will eventually reach like Steve Boom, who like oversees like Twitch at Amazon, and he'll just be like, yeah, that's enough. like we demonstrate IDS like via video or something. Like we're not gonna.
It is becoming, for lack of a better word, toxic over time because now we have congressional committees who are talking about some of these political streamers, and the platform itself has moved from, as we discussed, being a gaming first website into like how much is just IRL at this point in time? How much of the viewership? Like 50% probably.
Enormous percent. Yeah.
Most of the viewership.
I mean, remember as well, by the way, like this is so that committee that they've been invited to testify at, right? It obviously includes Discord, Reddit. I think Steam might have been in it too. I don't think they're going to get Gabe Newell, but he did get proposed for a court case recently in Australia, so maybe. But the reality is like it is specifically about online radicalization and its connection to violence. That's what it's specifically looking into, and it is going to be very, very hard when your #1 Twitch streamer, the guy that the CEO personally champions, had his staff sing happy birthday to, like some fucking scene out of North Korea, all hail glorious leader. It's going to be very hard to argue that you take this matter seriously when we all know the number of violations that guy has. And he's not alone. I mean, like, it certainly goes other ways. They definitely have had, right-wing dudes say crazy shit as well. We've had the fair share of that. And it's like, there's a number of people on the platform that are saying things and doing things and showing content that we all...
Not even bring up the live streaming of shootings that have happened on Twitch, Richard.
I mean, listen, that's before you even get into that fucking can of worms. I mean, but like, put it this way, I do always feel a little degree of sympathy. If somebody does something unbelievably heinous and reprehensible and they use your platform to broadcast it, maybe you can put some sort of safeguards or maybe you should have reacted quicker, but I think ultimately your hands are tied. The sheer scale of these platforms and the fact that they're all geared towards like AI moderation now. They're laying people off specifically so they can focus on AI taking over these moderation jobs. I think like, that's something I'm like, because that happened. I remember Facebook getting pulled over for that and a bunch of advertisers pulling out, saying it's unacceptable. It might have been over the Christchurch shooting.
It happens, yeah. But generally we come back real fast. Yeah, like it's where ultimately, man, like it comes down to ROAS. Like I hate to say it, but
it's not ad spend for those.
Yeah, it's just like honestly, man, if I was getting a 10-to-1 return on Twitch, I would probably yeah, right. And I could throw and I could the YouTube Google AdSense average is 2.6. So let's say let's get a 4-1, right? Let's do some crazy thing, right? And then I was getting 4-1 on Twitch reliably. Like maybe a lot more of my brands would be like, yeah, that guy's kind of crazy, but we'll just like we don't like the political stuff and we think it's and like without it we would probably just do standard game advertising spend, which comes down to like $6 to $9 CPM. That's fine, right? We advertise on games on YouTube all the time, and where you still see Twitch have strong support is in sponsored game advertising because that's what works. But the funny thing is that Twitch doesn't get a cut of that usually, right? Because that money's sponsored directly through agencies to streamers. So like Twitch as an advertising company, if they had the return on advertising spend, we'd likely spend a lot more there. Since they don't, I mean, their advertising spend is so much less than YouTube. It's not even funny. Now we can add the political issues to it. It's just like I said, why would anybody advertise here?
How do you think it's going to affect the people that still want to advertise on Twitch when probably starting next year, Dan Clancy's going to be sat there wearing a hat and a cravat, right? And he's going to be shown clips of all the top streamers saying crazy shit about
I don't know who advertises on Twitch anymore. Like when I talk to my ad buyers, all of us are like really like the real conversation is always around TikTok Live, like TikTok Shop and TikTok for Business.
If you're still overpaying for wireless, it's time to say yes to saying no. At Mint Mobile, their favorite words are
it starts in the middle of the fucking sentence, bro. So to continue his thought there, you have all these things that are going on with the platform, and you have an ad buy system that is based around the craziest shit imaginable, possibly getting used by people like Dan Clancy to demonstrate how broken the system is when it comes to the people that are part of the monetization of the platform. And you have to look at them and wonder, well, if this is what these guys are doing here, what are you guys going to do in reaction to those guys doing this over here? And it just has some of the worst intentions. As a part of the goal of the business where you have to wonder if it's a deliberate choice or not. And when it comes to the scope of that kind of curve on this business, most people Lord of mercy. Most people are not willing to buy into the system because the social proof of the ad buy reads are what base the entire scale of money in the job. And remember what I said earlier. They want to infinitely scale upwards. But Twitch is just an output for them to make money on people to use for Amazon Prime. They want you to buy a sub so that you can then buy more shit. They're trying to sell you something, and the people on the platform of Twitch are selling you antagonism, bullying, drama, more drama based on real-world topics, and now multi-platform drama across the spectrum. The amount of money that they could make does not equal the amount of money that they would lose from focusing on focusing on the amount of money that they could make more if they ignored more issues and focused all of their interest into a single handheld of people rather than a singular individual that they would put their investment and their back and their money onto, which is exactly the model that they're following. The big people get bigger and keep getting bigger because they keep getting crossover content with each other, with media figures and other people. The mid-level people, they straggle along every time a rage bait game comes out. And people underneath, they don't exist! And as far as anyone cares, that's how it should remain. That's not a system that works well, because all it takes is one bad press coverage to fuck everything up. And with somebody being forced to sit there and listen to the crazy shit coming from the mouth of the people that are on the platform and all the other drama that's coming out as a part of the platform. And the only way he hears about it, it happens to be his favorite broadcasters and or his favorite broadcaster being a part of that cycle. It's not going to end very well. Not for anybody involved.
No contracts, no monthly bills, no overages, no hidden fees, no BS. Here's why I said yes.
This one I am skipping.
There would be sort of 4 documentaries. Anyone who knows sports on YouTube will know there was a company called Secret Base. And if you've ever seen...
There's a Factor, who's one of our sponsors, does do direct response, which are the ones with the codes on...
They could be sub to. Twitch would still get their cut. They could be sub to.
The ad buyers for the big...
As Monty said, our network is basically sponsored by podcast sponsors. And as you can imagine,
podcasts are great.
Unlimited plans, taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details.
I have a naive question for you, Devin. Well, I already know about advertising like Monty and the odd thing on like my own YouTube. So what I would ask is this. As Monty said, our network is basically sponsored by podcast sponsors. And as you can imagine,
podcasts are great.
They don't use the exposure model. Everything we do comes with a code. And so the advertiser can track the campaign, basically.
Yeah, it's great. Podcasting is one of the most sophisticated advertising.
Listen, that makes sense. Because
we spent so much money on
like,
podcasting.
it's no surprise to me when a company sponsors 1 month and 3 months later they come back. It means they got the ROI. It means once you check the campaign, it all makes sense. Why is this somehow not part of how Twitch is? Why is Twitch just you stream and then the network just puts it out?
They have been moving towards that.
Why is that the model?
Like some of the podcast advertisers, so Factor, who's one of our sponsors, does do direct response, which are the ones with the codes on Twitch through like stream elements. So they have started doing that, but you know it's not as sophisticated at the moment.
Well, the real answer is because if you want to actually advertise through Twitch, like the proper way to do it without a direct sponsorship, you have to. It's a really painstaking process. And I personally know of a company that was looking to spend $2.5 million on Twitch that could not get an email response from a salesperson. They directly emailed sales, and they had a $2.5 million budget. It's like a really well-known brand, and I can tell you guys who it is offline. And they later just built their own Twitch channel and ran giveaways for like years. And like you guys all know who this is, okay? And they couldn't spend $1 through Twitch's advertising. There have been so many times where I've been like ghosted by like doing like web ads or anything like that. Also, the minimum to spend on Twitch. Now keep in mind you can run in Google.
As I was trying to interact there with that, the fucking bot disconnected my TikTok live studio, claiming that I was not interacting with the chat enough, while there were people going in and out of the chat room not communicating with the content that was on screen. Bro, I can't.
AdSense account for like I think you can spend $5 on advertising. I think that's impossible, right? The minimum to spend on Twitch, I think I can't say the number, but like think like upper 6 digits, right? So like it is totally.
Is there actually a reason behind that? Because again, I would get this definitely. The whole thing was like you said before. It's really just an advertisement for the streaming service and the technology, and there's only a skeleton crew. There's thousands of Twitch employees. Like, that's
no, not anymore. There's less than 500.
It was that part of them because that's why I don't get. How is someone not replying to that email? Remember, everyone else in esports pros dying to get a crumb of bread and then they're turning money away. That's
the incompetence at Twitch is truly astounding to see, Thorne. Like I think that they're very much a cultural problem. To the tune of what Richard was saying earlier about kind of Californian companies that are sort of like beanbag type of people. That is Twitch to a T. And I mean, like the average person, there are some good people at Twitch. I don't want to say I know a lot of them. them. Like, I don't want to say they're all bad, but I would say a large number of them are, you know, like less like in and out of the office, like COVID, like remote work culture, like 1 to 2 hours of like real work per day. Their sales teams are not like the crack hard. Like the problem is like we compare them to Amazon. Like Amazon sales team is like Navy SEAL people, right? But they're not on Twitch. They're doing CPG sales. And so like the Twitch sales team is like, you know, like the Jurassic Park meme where the bad flute plays, like it's just like this like shitty dinosaur. Like that's like how it is compared to like that's how it is compared to Amazon. That's what's really going on, right? I mean, it's just literal incompetence that email didn't get answered.
I appreciate you know your audience, at least.
I do love that meme.
No, I think. I mean, look, I've heard similar stories. You know, it's like I've heard similar stories. I mean, particularly as well with just even getting responses about, you know, what are Twitch's intentions like moving forward, right? A lot of people have tried to contact them. People I know, you know, because when I was like reporting on this stuff, you know, I talked to a few advertisers as well, well, rather representatives of companies that it's their business to place ads with, you know, a variety of platforms, Twitch being one of them. And they said like it was very hard to even sort of get any response about like intentions, you know. So like we're not saying we're going to pull out, but we need to know a little bit about what's happening next while we make our decision. Now, zero communication.
Very little. We had a dedicated Twitch rep, and they were just like constantly confused. Not like I felt that she was like actually fairly competent, but just the messaging from up high. Like I mean, she was like directly reporting to the CMO. The CMO didn't have like a very clear idea what's going on. She recently just left. The CMO just left a couple weeks ago. Like we couldn't. That's the thing. It's like we would want like a solid answer on something where it's like, hey, we have like a $300,000 or $400,000 budget we want to spend here over the course of like 2 quarters. We want to make sure that like these KPIs are met and that like our ads are not displayed on like this is during like a hot tub thing where it's like you've said on Twitter that we're not going to get displayed next to like these hot tub streams. So you've segmented the category. Is that correct? And like when you get a very clear answer, well, if I spend that budget and then I have one instance of that happening, I as the brand manager, it's over, right? Because I as the agency am taking on the responsibility to spend the brand's money, and if I do that irresponsibly or that happens, that's on me. So that means if I have even one instance of that happening, I can't spend the whole budget. Okay, well then I pull the budget, and that's what happened over and over and over again. And then I talked to some of the guys, the advisors for the bigger agencies than mine. It was the same story. It's like, well, we can't get a clear answer on that. I'm not gonna risk Campbell's soup against an ad on one hot tub stream. All it takes is that, and now my entire brand the agency is on fire. Like there's no way, right? Yeah. So yeah, just it didn't make sense.
Yeah, and like I heard that quite a bit. And to your point as well about the ad segmenting, I mean, you know, probably at this point, and you give me some insight as to whether this is a viable solution. I was told for years by people that dealt with brands and advertisements and all of that and sponsorships, all that stuff, that ultimately if Twitch ever explicitly had an 18+ adult area where 18+ things happened, whether it was whoops, here's a boob, or right, here's why this fucking radical group have some really good ideas, if you had that like cordoned off from everyone else and the only people that can see that are people who prove their age, you have to upload a fucking, you know, photo of your driver's license or whatever to Twitch to even get in there. But those people, you wouldn't have ads in that segment, but they could be donated to, they could be sub to. Twitch would still get their cut, they would still get their cut, right? I was told for years that if that happened, nobody would want to advertise on a platform that doesn't add an 18+ section.
That's my contention. And then another thing that nobody talks about with that is as soon as you become sort of not safe for work, even if you have a cordoned off category like that, it's the banks. That's like anybody who's ever dealt with payment processing and not safe for work content immediately understands that Stripe drops out, the major banks drop out, Visa, MasterCard, gone.
So this recently with Steam over those like adult fucking anime games.
It is the banks are the regulated banks for not safe for work stuff are super spooky. We got a major bank. When we were back in town, we represented Amaranth, and we had a major bank shut off our payment processing, and it was a nightmare. The bottom line is like as soon as you cordon off that stuff on Twitch and Twitch is deemed a not safe for work website, whether it's cordoned off and has verification or not, they lose all payment processing. like on the other side of it, right? And the website is over. Major websites like OnlyFans like have dealt with this. Like that is the scariest thing that can happen. Is like payment processors are like the true Illuminati, and if you mess with those guys, it's over. So yeah, you can't have that as a solution. And also like as an advertiser too, it's like imagine if Pornhub, this is extreme, but like imagine if Pornhub had like a safe for work section where they talked about sports or something. Like I'm not gonna advertise there because there's a chick getting railed on the other side of the door.
Not gonna lie though, I certainly watch it there.
It's honestly sad that the Playboy magazine business model no longer works in 2025.
Yeah. By the way, to touch on this topic, is this also a case, as you're saying, of like Twitch just being super behind and never updating anything? Because as you say, mate, it's a long time ago now that on YouTube there was that scandal with what's his name, PewDiePie, that made them have to do the thing where it was like, we promise your ad won't get shown on a Nazis video or whatever. Like they already did that years ago on YouTube, mate. Twitch just never.
That's 8 years ago. Yeah, YouTube has an amazing content segmentation system, and it literally is really simple to understand. It's called the stoplight system. It's green, yellow, red. Green, good. Yellow, kinda, and then red, real bad, right? Red, demonetized. So Twitch has the ability to demonetize direct streams. They've shown they can do it, and they probably have the ability to demonetize categories. I've never got a clear answer on that, but apparently they did demonetize the whole hot tub category. So and like, again, this is one of the things I was trying to check because I was spending live on Twitch at this time, and I couldn't get a clear answer on. I don't know. But point being, like they have the red system. The yellow system is what actually makes YouTube relevant, right? Because if you are a little bit more risky as a brand, like advertiser, you know what? I can be featured on weapons-based content and a little bit of violence and sort of like cursing and things like that. I'll go yellow, and that's fine, right? And you still don't hit that category of political terrorism. This group has good ideas, like Richard said, things like that, right? And so YouTube solved this problem completely. Like, it's like an amazing place to advertise, and that's why still rocks is the best place to create content, right?
I even did that thing I can tell you from the little guy.
Hi, Horror.
I always thought the genius thing they did was where they get you, the content creator on YouTube, when you upload, to make your own videos. So eventually, if you're doing a good job, they know you're just handling it. They know you're they outsource it to you because you're encouraged to do it, as you say. So in my case, for example, I always take the one that says I'm going to swear like a motherfucker, basically.
And
which probably means I don't get every ad, but I imagine I'm at least in the yellow category, you know what you mean?
Yeah, and it turns out that most brands are okay advertising in yellow, and the CPMs are pretty similar. So like you might lose $1 or so like on RPM ultimately, but like Monty said that one of the themes of this podcast was like, how is the content creation sphere in general, right? And like the answer is like outside of live streaming, like I think we're the best place we've ever been. I am very afraid of the existential threat of AI, but beyond that, I think that content creation is an amazing place, and Twitch, to all of your points, has just not caught up. They just stayed behind for 8 years. They could have built this content segmentation system, a stoplight system, anything.
Well, it's also just the tech though.
But they did invest $15 million in music.
It's a tech problem, and it's not just a tech problem. It's that they did everything else possible. They did everything from trying to build additional shit for VTubers, new, to the Twitch Sings category, which they then shut down, old. Then it's the RIAA shit, where they were more concerned about the fear of getting stricken for music than they were about the fucking ad issue of stealing content from YouTube, which then it was handled at the social level. Kick that back down to EFAP to have to renegotiate that problem. And then all of that then filtered back towards politics, which is only really allowed because the people who are the biggest lol cows are themselves political lol cows that steal the content from motherfucking people, which then leads the issue then back to the self-synergistic cycle of fucking drama and live stream drama and our IRL drama.
25 million esports, like on and on, right, whatever the number was, right, and yeah, nothing in the tech and nothing in actually where they could have got a real return on the website.
But there's also just no discoverability. So like over time, if your viewer model depends on, yeah, I mean that's the problem, right? So if your viewer model depends on getting new people in the door, you have to occasionally see growth for those new people via mechanisms and an algorithm that doesn't exist on Twitch's website, right? Like there is no way, basically. I mean, I saw Ludwig was doing some kind of experiment recently where he started a new channel and he sat there for like 6 hours. Obviously, he didn't announce it. He was just seeing how long does it take to get a viewer, and it took him like 6 hours on this channel to have someone.
And the guy that found him because they saw the thumbnail was Ludwig. So it was just one of his viewers that found him ultimately, right? Yeah. That's the most terrible thing, Monty. I think the biggest, like, kind of, if we talk about sins that Twitch ever kind of did, was they marketed themselves as a top funnel website. Come here, get discovered, run a full-time, have a full-time career. Oh, being a full-time content creator is our number one goal at Twitch. Like, we want to empower content creators. And the reality is they never built that discoverability system. Like there is no top funnel at Twitch. I feel so bad that, like, as we speak, there's guys and girls grinding 6 8 hours a day on there thinking that Twitch is going to feed them viewers, and they're just wasting their time. They're literally spinning their wheels on that website, getting.
They have like the Twitch, the Twitch clips now, which can maybe drive some viewership, but it's a that same clip. If you take a clip that you do from your stream, is going to just do better on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, TikTok, and like those are the actual discovery platforms where if you're doing something interesting, but you could be the most interesting person in the world, and if you open a Twitch stream and you can have the best content, no one will ever.
By the way, the most nuts thing about this is I can say, just as a consumer, and I'm a bootleg, I don't know half the new shit. Mate, YouTube and TikTok are actually insane once the algorithm knows what you like.
Yeah,
they feed you what you want, they feed you all the new shit. Yeah, the joke in the world is I get why no one subscribes to YouTube channels. You don't need to, everything's just on your front page. If you go to Twitch, I'm on some like arcade, like click on the game, who's at the top, like what am I fucking doing here? What is this system's nonsense?
And you're always fed like the most controversial like thing that's going on at the time. So like you'll always get like the Hassan Abi stream or something like that. It's like the only thing that like Twitch really has going for it, and I understand this is a controversial take, but like I truly believe the WL community, the guys that are like Kai Cenat and AMP and those guys are carrying the entire fucking website. Like literally.
Kai Cenat definitely is.
Yeah, like if you look at Twitch Mafiathon, that accounted for like something like over 10% of Twitch's total fucking viewership in the year. Right? Like it's like a million subs, like everything like that, like his individual decision to not, and like it's weird too, is like he has a particular loyalty towards Twitch that I don't understand. He's not like contracted to my I'm pretty good authority. That he's not a like contract, he just chooses to be there. Versus like iShowSpeed just crushing it on YouTube, right? Like I mean international, he's like a Michael Jackson level phenomenon at this point. Like he goes to towns and there's people following him in huge crowds. Kai Cenat has that energy, but he sort of ascended beyond Twitch, but yet uses Twitch as this platform for live events. And so where I think Twitch is
for whatever reason.
Yeah. I mean there's that I want to talk about later if we have time. Yeah, like because that's where you guys are like you know so much about like what's happening in esports there. I was like, what the fuck? Like did this whole thing get invested in by the Middle East is over? Like but yeah, like sort of like I think that live content is really special when you have that I was there feeling. Like right, and like Kai Cenat and some of the creators at the top are doing that. Where you would go on Kai's stream for Mafiathon, he's got like a luau going, he's got like parachuters, he's got like a live band playing. He had fucking Linkin Park playing in his bedroom at 4 a.m. on a random stream. Linkin Park just showed up and started playing. Like that is what Twitch could have leaned into, that live experience of like I was there, this is amazing. I can't experience this on a video. But they never
I see what you mean about how it is the laziest like shit brain take. Like he's obviously viewpoint, like bro, yes, I top radio, someone stream. I can't believe people view tuned in for that.
Yeah. I mean, like his Elden Ring stuff was fucking sick. Like I would never watch Kai Cenat. You know, I don't think it's content that's made for me, right? But I watched some of his Elden Ring shit, and what was really cool about that wasn't just like, you know, everyone plays Elden Ring, right? Because it's going to do two things. One, you have a super fucking, you know, obsessed community that like they want to see what build you're doing, so they can tell you why it's wrong. They want to see how long it takes you to build a box. So you're gonna get all the backseat drivers. It's also a really fucking popular game if you're a popular person playing a popular game.
Makes good reaction content because it's hard.
Yeah, exactly. It's got it all, right? So everybody did an Elden Ring run. But what was different with Kai Cenat was like he had come from he said like back when he started playing Dark Souls and shit, that wasn't his jam. Like so he was actually trying it because other people were trying it, and you didn't just watch him learn to master the game. He was like loving something he hadn't been exposed to before. And by the end, by the time the DLC's launched, motherfuckers in full cosplay, right? From Software are sending him like life-size statues of like fucking bosses and shit. From Software were tweeting about it. Everyone's tweeting about it. It was an event, you know, and it was like a throwback.
And that is what live streaming should have leaned into. That was the esports problem, is that like we could have gone into the storylines, right? We could have gone into like what like making an event. I remember Riot when they used to put up Worlds, we had these like crazy events attached to it, fucking flying holographic dragons and shit. Like just crazy stuff, right? And like live streaming really works when you're in the chat and you're like, I could never experience this anywhere else.
Remember
like,
Twitch plays Pokemon? Like when was the last time there was anything like that?
Yeah, like right. And so as now we have content that like even the word content sort of begets like where we're at, right? Where it's like we have something where it's like sit here and just like consume this slop, and you could watch this on a video. It doesn't matter if this is like you look at sorry to dog on Hassan so much, but just because it's so easy to do. Like if I pull up a stream of his and I don't know the topic, okay? So I don't know what I don't have a like CNN doesn't show me the date. I pull up a stream from 2 years ago. It's indistinguishable. And that's the truth with like so many of the top streamers. I could pull up a stream from 4 years ago, and if I didn't have anything indicating the date, just no information on like what it's like you know October. There'll be no difference. The camera's the same, the topic's the same, the content's the same, the rhetoric is the same. How do we run a website like that? We just didn't have attrition. Like you're not doing anything new. So like the few people that are pushing the website forward are just not enough to support the whole platform.
Yeah, and remember, of course, as well.
True. The content that you could get in that from Twitch, you can get from YouTube, from VTubers. And then, the worst part is, this crazy video that you could put together, or rather this crazy live stream that you could put together of something happening live in front of people that they could tune into, that's happening with people that could never be platformed by Twitch. And it would be instead a video that then people then go watch. We were just talking about Mahler doing this. They would rather go watch it. And they're too lazy to be doing it on the live, because I don't want to stop what I'm doing. It is that nature of I don't want to stop what I'm doing and I want to watch it when I want to watch it, rather than the it's going to happen now, one night only, and it's gone. And even that nature of watching something from somebody like Medicare still has the ability to be watched on the VOD because of people like Purity Sin downloading it. And he allows that to happen in that way. Because otherwise people would strike his shit and stop his content and blah, 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 blah. But removing that barrier, people would rather watch that video back because they will have missed it. Because all of us are almost always working. We could be live streaming through each other, and then the person watches it back on the VOD. They're live in one person's channel, then they show up in another person's channel. They're watching something on another person's channel while appearing and looking at the content on that other person's channel, while they're covering a subject topic, which could be the topic of the fact that that stream is happening when it's happening. So, when I looked into the shit going on with Alicia Mercante being platformed by David Jaff while I was live on my own stream, stopped what I was doing, or rather, pivoted what I was doing, to then look into that. That is a dynamic of that exact metric. All of that flows back into itself that creates the never-ending conversation in stream.
Well, you know, he's in this weird position where, you know, when he has his crash outs and like he just randomly turns on his fucking audience, which will be like predicated on the like craziest thing. I genuinely feel for people when they get in this position where it's like you're worried about what happens when the audience goes away, so you do and say things to keep them around, but you sort of recognize like how fucked up and empty it is. And it's like, honestly, you just have to look at the streamers lists of like even 3 years ago, and the people who are at the top, a lot of them aren't around now. Like, they're like, you know, well, whatever happened to those guys? Oh, they're still streaming. Nobody watches them, but it's because they didn't lean into this bullshit of like, shit, what do I have to say? What do I have to do? And also, to a lesser degree, they probably don't have content that can really last beyond being a fad. You know what I mean?
This is
sorry, go on.
What's a classic? I think what you're saying is like don't hate the player, hate the game. Yeah, and I totally agree. Like I don't blame Hassan individually for like the content he creates, honestly, right? Like I think if it wasn't for him, somebody would appear that did the exact same thing. It's the system that begets this sort of clipping culture we were talking about that makes the cyclical like feed of like this guy reacts to this guy, this guy reacts to this guy. There's tons of Reddit threads about it. Everybody's sort of like going back and forth. And it's like eventually these content creators figure out like, hey man, if I'm KSI and Logan Paul, hey, why don't we just do a rivalry? Like what would it be on, right? Like hey man, like let's just like bullshit back and forth, like do some videos and shit like that. Then launch a company and make $40 million a year. Right? Like it becomes obvious that like you kind of game the system.
It's WWE.
Yeah, exactly. And that is Twitch now. Twitch is WWE. It's, the entire thing is sort of manufactured drama at the top, and people eat it up. It works.
You know what I don't understand that Twitch never did, by the way. Richard, what do you want to say?
No, I'm just going to say, it's like to the point, like, there is an element of kayfabe in all of this for sure, as in, like, I feel that, like I mean, this is not really anything to do with the topic, but I think the reason it's easy to do kayfabe and have these, like, very strange kind of, like, relationships where, you know, all these guys would have to do to go back to having the life they profess to want is just stop talking about each other. That's it. You wake up tomorrow and you just pledge, no, yes, Sam, never going to talk about Destiny again, never going to talk about Mongol again, never going to bring up any of their content, never going to react to it on stream, never going to mention them, I'm just going to say my shit and talk my shit. Why don't these guys do this? Well, it's like you talk about, right? It's the fucking machine, it's the apparatus that...
Exactly.
All this drama is incentivized. But it's really funny, none of these people have genuine relationships with each other. I mean, remember, like, at one point, a lot of these people were friends with each other, they're all meeting at TwitchCon and stuff. It's like, big streamers think like this. When they're smaller than you, what can I do to collab? When I'm bigger than you, what can I do to fucking break you off?
To punch out.
True.
And get somebody bigger. And that's just it, man. A lot of these relationships are totally fake. You can see it in everyone's eyes. And also, I mean, the average streamer is so fucking divorced from reality and has, like, fundamental personality problems that you would have if you sit there and talk for 10 hours a day to a scrolling... It's like if this was in a fucking, you know, Ray Bradbury dystopian fucking short story, like, you know, you wouldn't believe it. But here we are. This is what these people do for 8 to 12 hours a day with their life. Yeah, guess what? They're really under fucking socialized. You know, they're narcissists who are very under socialized. They're very good at manipulating people, not so good at forging meaningful relationships and feeling happy with what they do for a living, you know?
I still have like so much respect for like Moon, Carnage, like the OGs. They stay in the lane.
It's so cool. Arc Raiders is giving Carnage as well as fucking shot in the arm, like, because he's super cool. He's like a really cool cat.
Dude, he's awesome. Like, and lives on a farm. Like has the life. Like chills out. Like never gets involved in any kind of drama. Like that is possible. The other really fun thing, Richard, that I think a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of these streamers they have the podcasts, right? Where they have like Hassan has a podcast, Ludwig has a podcast. Ludwig's podcast, The Yard, is number 7 on Patreon. It's $270,000 a month just on that. Yeah. Right. Like people don't realize like a lot of these content creators are just monetizing exclusively off their podcasts. Their podcasts are crushing, right? And as we mentioned before, podcasts are one of the best places to advertise.
Yep.
Like you have a direct idea of what your ROAS is going to be. You know exactly like what you're getting. It's all attributable.
It's just the same as the stream, but in a fucking studio.
Yeah, in a 3-hour format. It's just them talking. But this is so the number I quoted for The Yard is just Patreon support, not even sponsors or anything like that. So these guys
don't do a lot of sponsorship, to be fair. Like the thing, Devin, is that they're not part of the network, and even the biggest podcast, Joe Rogan, as far as Spotify, right? Even the biggest podcast part of networks, it's very difficult to spin up a independent advertising business for a single podcast. Even at that scale, they don't do a lot of sponsorship.
Yeah, but if you're making $270,000 a month,
I
agree with him. The other part as well is bizarrely. Here's what's weird as well, Devin. If you think about it, if you're a streamer, one of the real problems as well is the reason it's going to be hard as a streamer to just have a big Patreon is because you already come on every day and provide the content. The beauty of a podcast is a fan feels. I support some small weird like politics and fucking occult podcasts because I feel like if someone doesn't throw this down the door, it's not fucking making a podcast. It makes me feel the scarcity, whereas the Twitch guys giving me every day anyway. So why would I throw mine when you like bulk me? It should be somewhere right there.
Well, the trick is they do, so their format is all the same. They do 2 to 3 hours of public content, and then there's an hour of gated paywall content behind the Patreon. That's how they do it. And that's why
That's a really good model.
It is a very good model.
If you're in niche spaces where people actually copy on YouTube, that's how they do it. They put the first hour just generic, not IG at all. And then it's like, but join us in hour 2.
And it gets super spicy.
So of course you pay for that.
You know what's crazy too is like I think the conversation, like I don't know why we don't have a conversation more around like why Twitch sub at all. Like the Twitch sub, like you're taking 50% of your income and Patreon takes 6%. It's like of course you're gonna move these guys to Patreon. You're making 42% more money.
True, right? Yeah. I mean,
just to have your name appear on the overlay of the streamer, right?
Dude, it's crazy how much Twitch streamers are getting robbed and don't even know it, man. Like you're losing 50%, then you have to pay taxes and you're self-employed. Holy shit!
Well, that's also the other crazy thing about that platform, bros. As you say, there are certain people, basically, if you're actually the rival, that's the person you should give the millions of dollars contract to, bro. You kill Twitch tomorrow. If you think about it, we've gone back in time. In the early days of Twitch, the whole reason you did join TSM is they had a way better fucking Twitch deal, so they weren't just taking the half, etc. Well, somehow everyone in these giant paper on dog shit contracts, basically. I feel like we're in some like Motown shit.
The thing I wanted to bring up about the live events is what, and the WWEification is one thing that I don't understand why nobody ever did with Twitch. And I started bringing this up when Dr. Disrespect started getting big because he's basically a WWE character, right? So ignoring all the shit that happened, this is like when he was, when he was calling himself the face of Twitch, he was huge for all the scandal, blah blah blah. So don't take that into account. Just think about Dr. Disrespect. Now Dr. Disrespect is a pretty good gamer, right? But he's not as good as Shroud. Right?
Yeah.
But Shroud has, no offense to Shroud, not the same showmanship as Dr. Disrespect. So my question was this, and also, Shroud may be good at FPS, but what happens if the next game that comes along he's not good at MOBAs? So my question was, why doesn't Twitch or somebody else create a company that's basically the WWEification of live streaming, where you get a bunch of people to be the performers, but then you have other people who are actually playing the games, if that makes sense. So you have somebody like Dr. Disrespect who is pretending to play the game.
But with Shroud, basically.
Yeah, but what if Shroud was playing for Doc, but Doc was pretending to play the game? It's fake.
That's actually a good idea.
It's fake. And so you get.
But it's basically my very cynical joke I used to make back in the day, but actually would have been straight fire. Which is why did I ever do the bloody interviews? I'm just some British guy, I'm obnoxious as fuck, and I've got a really, like you either love me or hate me. But actually, for real, I've just gotten some straight fire like influencer from Instagram who had a small account, which just looks like a 10 out of 10. And I feed her questions in the air, and she does the interview, mate. And the idea is every idiot would be tuning, wow, you're so knowledgeable about esports, and I'm feeding her all the fucking straight fire.
You're on some similar Bergerac shit.
It's great. I mean, that's just media. But my point is like, what if you had an event where you have all these personalities? You find more Dr. Disrespects that maybe suck at games. You can get professional actors at that point. Who cares? You know what I mean? Who are, at least casual gamers, so they know the right stuff. You create the rivalries, and you can do it. The thing you can sell is you can do it in any game. It's like, oh well, we're changing genres. Here's a new game that's coming out in an entirely different genre. You just hire a bunch of people who are good at the game. They never appear on camera. The other people pretend to play the game. You build up those rivalries. You cut promos, and then you just do that. Why didn't anybody do that? I think.
Surprise, surprise. They ended up doing that, but that just became the grifter scene. All of these people, they play video games, but none of them can do it on camera, and none of them are doing it on camera in places you can find them. And the ones that are doing it on camera, they're always playing casually, hyper casually, and they're always ad sponsored. That's what we ended up with. Granted, most of the left-wing ones, they're playing the games on camera, but you can never interact with them in chat. And then the other side, you can never find footage of them playing the game on camera, but they have lots of opinions about the games that they apparently did or did not play. It's Schrodinger's gamer. Are they a gamer or are they a grifter? I don't know. What's in their FOD feed?
Monty, one of the challenges to this is using Dr. Disrespect as an example, right? Is that the people that have the personalities that are like very extravagant and extreme that will create that type of content are kind of like neutron stars. They tend to like also have those self-destructive behaviors that blow themselves out. And Kick is finding this out, right? Like Kick tried to do that.
Replace those people like you do on WWE. Just bring in the next one. What the fuck are you talking about all the time?
Yeah, I guess like you could. Like I think Kick is finding out that like when you put a lot of those people in a zoo, it's sort of untenable. Right? I just
disagree because you just need strong talent managers and strong handlers. Like WWE obviously has these. Like think about just to be blunt about WWE. Like you're dealing with a bunch of people who are on like extreme steroids. Like they're volatile. Their behavior is volatile to say the least. And somehow WWE keeps these people mostly on rails. Now you can't control.
I think they have very powerful contracts and very powerful like union type agencies.
But exactly, if you're finding the next star of Twitch, like you can actually set this up. Is my point? Like you already have the what would effectively be the the minor leagues of wrestling, like the local circuits, which is just people streaming on Twitch, and you find a bunch of these people, and then which you can if you're Twitch or if you're a smart company. I'm just saying, I think to your point about live experiences, people were so obsessed with, oh, this person has to be playing the game, but nobody ever thought, what if we just detect? Like I can't see Shroud's hands most of the time. Who knows?
Remember when Snoop Dogg came on and did that sponsorship, and then he like wasn't playing the game? He like the character's moving, he just lifts up both hands and smokes a blunt. That was so funny.
But also that's part of the humor, Devin. Like you could do moments like that. It's like everybody knows wrestling is fake. Who cares? Like you're there for a different reason. So anyway, I'm just surprised that nobody ever like did anything with that. And also to continue on, like Twitch Rivals tried, and also Twitch Rivals was pretty successful. I think.
Yeah, Twitch Rivals was good. Yeah.
Twitch kept running it, but
Twitch Rivals was great, except that you could not get people on it because it was only platforming famous people, and the famous people that are on it are all the bad broadcasters and streamers on the platform, and maybe a couple of good ones. That effectively was a popularity contest by people of Twitch. Which, if what you want is to have people in like that, hello Survivor Series, I have a great idea for you.
Rivals was a really good idea that they had to create these, special events with the biggest people on the platform and various titles.
It's probably the best idea they've ever had.
Right?
Yeah, honestly.
I casted some Twitch Rivals, and I'm not into. Obviously, I care mostly about premier level competition, but I had fun casting those events. If I'm being honest, like I enjoyed doing Twitch Rivals.
Everybody enjoyed it. The streamers liked it. It brought people together. It was good viewership. Yeah, I think it was like true to the theme of Twitch. It was like good high level gameplay and competition. By the time we were running budget, like that was like Twitch Rivals came around. I wasn't running much budget in games, but I did a few activations there, and it was really good from that perspective too. Like we got our CPMs back on ads for that. So yeah, I love Twitch Rivals.
We are thrilled to have Factor here as a sponsor on the Four Horsemen. Of course, you're eating good.
3:37. I need to start laundry, and then I need to do a couple of other things. I'm gonna go offline for now, chat. I'm putting this in my back pocket so I can watch that later tomorrow. And then there's a couple other things I'm going to have to put in my back pocket too. But I'm going to pause this and come back to it later. And I'm going to get started on this shit. So what I'm doing is I'm cutting this off and starting some laundry so I can then do this laundry. So I need to make a new live stream, which I already prepared to do. I believe that's the one that's attached with Yap. Yeah? Yeah. So, we're going to do that. I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes, I think. I will see you all then.